The radio version proved just as popular, so much so that in 1981 a sequel was planned based around the post-war exploits of Captain Mainwaring, Private Pike and Sergeant Wilson. It sticks out half a mile. Sadly, Arthur Lowe died before it was made into a series, in which, as regular listeners to BBC 7 will probably know, the action focused mainly on John Le Mesurier as Wilson. But the pilot of that originally conceived series, with Mainwaring as main man, still exists. It's all strangely sombre. A single voice sings the theme song. Frambourne Pier isn't just run down, it was partially blown up to thwart potential German invasion. There's much more of an edge to the dialogue between Mainwaring and Wilson. All in all, a fascinating glimpse into a more melancholy series than the one which eventually reached the air.
What puts a smile on every face? What is the seaside style? What is the jolly day holiday place? So it sticks out half a mile. Yes, the pier sticks out half a mile into the sea. There's something there for everyone. It's 31,680 inches of fun. Where can you walk right out to sea with dry feet all the while? What is the jolliest place to be? Oh, wouldn't you love to come with me? I'll say no more, 'cause obviously it sticks out half a mile.
It sticks out half a mile. A seaside saga of pier perpetuation, starring Arthur Lowe as Captain Mainwaring and John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson. The time, 1948. The place, Swallow's Bank, Frambourne, somewhere on the south coast.
Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, Miss Baines. Is that the mail?
Yes, sir. And a list of your appointments for this morning.
Hello. Where's this letter still unopened?
Well, it's special.
Oh, you mean special delivery?
No, just special. It's to you, sir, from me. A little card.
Oh, really? Well, it's not my birthday.
Oh, I know. That's in April. Or rather, I think it is.
Oh, how nice. Oh, yes. An old sailing ship.
Frigate.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. I still don't understand, though.
I've written on the inside.
Oh, yes, so you have. Happy anniversary. Oh, yes, very nice.
Thank you.
What anniversary?
Well, yours, sir. Exactly a year ago today, you arrived at Frambourne to take over as manager of this branch of Swallow's Bank.
Good Lord, was it a year ago? Fancy you remembering that?
Oh, I do, sir. You see, it's been absolutely marvellous since you took over. I really enjoy coming to work.
Well, I'm very glad to hear it. And thank you very much. Now, these appointments, Mr. Harris was coming in first this morning, wasn't he?
Well, he was, sir. But he rang on Friday and said he wouldn't be able to make it after all.
Does that mean I don't have a first appointment this morning?
Oh, no, sir. After Mr. Harris cancelled,
Yeah.
another gentleman phoned and said he wanted to see you, so I put him in instead.
I see.
I think he was arriving as I came in to see you. So, shall I send him in?
Yes, please.
Very good, sir. His name's Mainwaring.
Thank you, Miss Baines. Just a minute. Did you say Mainwaring?
Yes, sir.
It can't be.
Oh, it is, sir. He spelled it out when he rang up.
Good Lord.
Are you all right, Mr. Wilson? You've gone quite pale. Your collar's not too starched, is it?
No, my collar's fine. Fine, perfectly all right, thank you. Look, Miss Baines, would you do me a favour?
Oh, yes, Mr. Wilson. Oh, you only have to ask.
Well, would you just open my door a touch? Have a look at this, Mr. Mainwaring, and describe him to me.
Well, yes. All right, Mr. Wilson. Well, I'd say he's about... Oh, sorry. He's about 55 to 60.
Yes, go on.
Shortish. Balding.
By Jove, it could be.
Pardon?
Oh, nothing. Go on.
A bit tubby.
Anything else?
Well, he looks sort of pompous.
It's him.
Do you think you you know him, Mr. Wilson?
Well, there's just a chance. Anyway, you better show him in, but don't say anything to him.
Show him in, but don't say anything to him. Right, sir. Excuse me, sir. Are you Mr. Mainwaring?
No. I'm Captain Mainwaring.
Sorry, Captain Mainwaring. If you'd like to follow me, sir, Mr. Wilson will see you now.
Thank you. Just a minute. Did you say Wilson?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Not Arthur Wilson, by any chance?
Oh, his first name is Arthur, yes.
Good Lord. Oh, it can't be.
Oh, it is, sir, Arthur Wilson.
This is a matter of interest. What does your, Mr. Wilson look like?
Oh, well, he's tall, slim, about 50.
Could be. Tell me, is he always daydreaming?
How do you mean, sir?
Or is he rather vague, you know? Sort of dozy.
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Wilson's very bright.
Oh, no. Can't be the same one. All right, let's lead on.
Yes, sir. This way, sir. Captain Mainwaring, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Miss Baines, but we have already met. Come in, Mr. Mainwaring.
Good Lord. Wilson, it is you.
Yes, I'd have to agree with you there. Thank you, Miss Baines. Thank you. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing here, Wilson? At this branch? In this office? I mean, where's the manager?
Well, actually, you're looking at him.
You? You're the manager?
Yes, that's right, yes.
Standing in because of illness, I
No. I've been manager here for exactly a year today, as a matter of fact.
Good Lord.
Yes. Well, look, why don't you sit down before you fall down?
Thank you.
It's awfully good to see you again. While I was at Bexhill, I heard you'd left Frambourne-on-Sea and gone abroad.
Yes, that's right.
What never made you decide to do that?
Well, after you left, I began to realize that banking didn't mean quite the same for me anymore.
Oh, what a lovely thing to say. I'm really quite touched.
You no need to be. My decision had absolutely nothing to do with your leaving.
Oh, really?
Oh, the heavens, no. It was just that after having been in the front line of this country's defences, suddenly being just a bank manager again seemed rather tame somehow.
Oh, I see.
I decided to retire. Early, of course.
Yes, of course, yes.
I decided I wanted to try my hand at something different. So I went to Switzerland. Got a job over there.
Not making those silly little clocks.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Beg your pardon, sorry.
I was the chief scrutineer. Any cuckoo who didn't spring out was thrown out.
Why did you come back again? Weren't you happy there?
Oh, yes, I was. But Elizabeth didn't like the climate. She said the atmosphere went straight to her chest. Can't see why it bothered myself.
I thought the Swiss air was supposed to be especially good for the chest.
Yes, it is, but Elizabeth's chest is a law unto itself.
Yes. It's quite a problem. It's something I've never come up against.
Been very lucky.
How long have you been back in England, then?
10 days.
Not thinking of settling down here in Frambourne, are you?
It had crossed our minds.
Oh.
Elizabeth was born here, you know.
Oh, I see. Well, it is awfully good to see you again, and I'm sure you didn't come in just to have a chin wag.
Hardly, no. Especially when I didn't even know you were here.
Exactly, but so what can I do for you?
Well... oh, dear, I find this rather embarrassing.
Well, there's no need to, I assure you. Anything you tell me is in the strictest confidence. After all, I am a bank manager.
Not to me, you know. To me, you'll always be Sergeant Wilson.
Ah, yes, but you must remember that time changes lots of things. Now, how can I help you, Mr. Mainwaring? Or perhaps as we went through so much together in the Home Guard days, I could call you by your first name.
My first name?
Yes, you know, George.
I know what it is, thank you.
And you could call me Arthur. What do you say?
Well, somehow I don't think that would be very businesslike. And basically, I'm here on business.
So what can I do for you, Mr. Mainwaring?
Well, it's like this, Wilson. Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
You see, oh, this is really embarrassing. The fact is, I find myself in need of a loan.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. What a pity.
What do you mean? What a pity.
Well, I'm afraid mine is a bit tight at the moment.
Surely, in my case, you could bend the rules a little. Arthur?
I suppose it might be possible. George? I shall need to see some particulars, of course.
Of course.
Now, what sort of figure did you have in mind? 500?
5,000.
5,000? Well, that's a lot of money.
I know it is. But I have a very good reason for asking.
Now, let's start by taking down a few details. Now, then, purpose of loan.
I want to buy Frambourne Pier.
All right. Wants to buy Frambourne... Now, just a minute. Did you say you're going to buy our pier?
That's right.
Well, no, but it's closed, isn't it? I mean, it has been since the war.
Precisely.
And the middle bit's missing, isn't it?
That's right.
Now, you want to buy it?
Exactly.
Yes, but why?
Wilson, your local pier was built over 90 years ago by Eugenius Birch.
Who?
Eugenius Birch, one of the greatest pier designers ever. It's part of our heritage. And yet it's lying there, closed, rusting, and rejected.
Yes, I know, it's awfully sad, but...
The council have lost interest in that pier, Wilson. They're planning to have it demolished.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see. Is that all you can say? When part of your local heritage is about to disappear?
It's not my fault, is it?
Partly,
How do you make that out?
Because you, Wilson, are just like those people on the council. You are prepared to stand aside and let the bulldozers tear down that exciting, elegant structure which stands there, jutting out to sea, as a fine example of the brilliant engineering prowess of our forefathers.
Well, look here, I never said that. I'd like to think that the pier could be saved.
That's the spirit. I knew I could rely on you. Just give me that loan, Wilson, and between us, you and I will put that pier back on its feet. Why, it could be the 8th wonder of the South Coast. Ah, look, Wilson. That must be the gate they meant. Don't you feel a tremendous excitement?
I'm feeling a bit chilly, actually.
We're going to step through that gate into a great new adventure.
I think that might be a bit difficult.
Nonsense. Follow me. It's locked.
Yes, well, that's what I was going to say. There's an enormous padlock on it. See?
Yes, all right. I know what a padlock looks like. But I don't understand. They assured me at the town clerk's office that it would be open. All right. Well, you just have to force it, that's all.
Do you think that's wise?
Oh, you there! What's your game?
Are you addressing me?
Well, I'm not talking to the ruddy seagull. This is council property you're defaming.
It'll be my property soon. I'm Captain Mainwaring, and this is Mr. Wilson.
Hello. A bit breezy, isn't it?
What are you hanging about for? Open it up.
Here. Hold on. The war's been over 3 years, mate. Don't you come the old soldier with me.
That's the trouble with people nowadays, Wilson. No discipline.
I wouldn't say that exactly.
They just don't recognize authority.
I'm sure they would if they saw it.
Hey, you two going to stand there napping all day? I've opened the gate for you.
Believe me, Wilson. From the soundings I've taken, there's a huge public demand for the reopening of Frambourne's famous pier.
Did you want blown up in the war?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Guthrie.
Guthrie. We shan't be needing you anymore.
Yes, you will. Because I'm in charge of this pier. I have to make sure you don't nick nothing.
Don't nick nothing? How dare you? Come on, Wilson. Just pretend he's not here.
Well, that's not all that easy. He's got such an awfully loud voice.
By the way, did you bring a tape measure?
Yes, I did.
Go on.
Well, what exactly are we going to measure?
Oh, the various dimensions of the pier. Length, width, that sort of thing.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes.
What's the matter? You said you brought the tape.
Oh, yes, I have. It's just that it's not awfully long.
How long is it?
5 feet.
5 feet? The pier's nearly half a mile long.
Yes, I know. It's the only one I could find, you see. I got it from neighbours, from Mrs. Pike's darling box.
Oh, of course, yeah. Mrs. Pike. You're still seeing her, then?
Well, yes, I pop in from time to time.
Yeah.
Just to see if she needs anything.
Of course. Tell me, what happened to that idiot son of hers?
Oh, you mean Frank? Oh, he's doing awfully well, actually. He left the bank. He's now an under-manager at Woolworths.
They must be hard up. We've come to the end.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Enthusiastic as ever. I mean, we've come to the end of this section of the pier.
Ah, yes, sir. And now, this is the bit that was blown up as a precaution against invasion.
Ah, yes. Now, the question is, how do we get across?
Well, you're surely not thinking of trying to get over to the other side.
Ah, yes, locals.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sort of rope bridge affair connecting the two sections.
Looks awfully dangerous.
You can't go over there. It's not allowed. That's only for the maintenance men.
Would you mind your own business, Mr. Guthrie?
Guthrie.
Right. Here goes.
You really think you ought to, Mr. Manning? I mean, it looks terribly flimsy.
Oh, there's nothing to it. I've done far more difficult things on this old course. Now then.
Look, I keep telling you, you can't go over there.
Nonsense. Let's put my feet into this bottom rope. That's it. Hold tightly onto the top ropes. Like so.
Now, do be careful.
Stop worrying, Wilson. Just watch exactly what I do, and then you can follow me over.
I don't think I'm really up to it.
Of course you are. Child's play. Now what?
Oh, good Lord, he's in.
Silly old fool.
Are you all right, Mr. Mannering?
Of course I'm not all right.
Well, hold on to the rope.
What do you think I'm doing?
Yeah, he wouldn't listen, would he? Nobody's used that rope bridge for nothing. It's rotten, you know. Completely decimated. But he had to go and be a clever dick.
Oh, stop chatting, Wilson, and pull me up.
Yes, all right. Come on, Doctor. Give me a hand.
Oh, well, all right. Oh, Eve!
We're bringing you up now.
You can see that. Get on with it.
Of course, yeah. Not exactly a lightweight, is he?
Nearly there. Right, give me your hand, Mr. Mannering.
There you are.
Right. Got you. Got you. Oh. My life.
Oh, thank you, Wilson.
Not at all, sir. Not at all. My
No.
pleasure.
Why did you tell me those ropes were rotten, Guthrie?
I told you before, the name's Guthrie.
To walk, isn't it?
Oh, of course.
Is there anything else on the agenda, Percy? Only I've been coerced into playing golf with the mayor after lunch.
That's one of the penalties of being town clerk.
And a lousy golfer.
There's one thing, Charles. That fellow's here to see us about buying the pier.
Buying it? I thought we decided to pull it down.
Yeah, well, you see, that was the plan, but when we discovered that to have to demolish it would cost us in the region of £7,000, so if you remember, we put it up for sale some months back, and then last week this chap got in touch and said he was interested.
Good Lord. And who is this chap here, an eccentric millionaire?
I don't know, I do think we should snap this offer up.
There's bound to be objections from certain members of the council.
That's why I've taken precautions of having the contract drawn up already.
Present the objectors with a fait accompli. Good thinking, Percy. We can't let an opportunity like this slip.
Yeah, quite.
It makes you wonder, eh? What sort of person would be daft enough to want to buy a broken-down old pier?
Is he coming on this morning?
Lord, nearly 11:30. This really is too bad. Our appointment with the town clerk was for 11 o'clock.
Yes, right.
I don't find the situation very amusing.
No, I'm not laughing at that.
What are you laughing
Well,
at?
I'm sorry that I suddenly thought of that yesterday afternoon when you fell in the sea.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
Go on.
the way you stopped and squelched back down the pier. Then had to change into that fellow's spare voice so that you could go home.
You found that amusing?
Yes, I did. Well, you know, no, of course not. No. It was most unfortunate.
Mr. Mainwaring?
Mannering, yeah.
Oh, well, I was there, wasn't I?
Not very, no.
The town clerk will see you now if you care to follow me.
Right. Come on, Wilson.
Coming. This way.
This is it, Wilson. Yes. You got any last-minute thoughts?
Only one.
Really? What's that?
I do wish you wouldn't call me Wilson the way you do.
Why not? Your name, isn't it?
Yes, but you're not the CEO now, and I'm no longer your sergeant. We're equals now.
Equals?
Well, more than equals, really. I mean, I'm a bank manager, and you haven't even got a job.
How dare you?
I didn't mean to upset you. Why don't you call me Arthur? Hmm?
Oh, very well. Seems all a fuss about nothing if you ask me. After all, what's in a name?
Come in, please. Mr. Mainwaring.
Mainwaring.
Oh. Mr. Mannering.
Good morning, Mr. Mainwaring.
Actually, it's Captain Mainwaring.
Oh, really? Which regiment?
The Home Guard.
How interesting. Oh, hello, Arthur.
Good morning, Charles.
What are you doing here?
That's really an awfully interesting question.
He's my financial advisor.
Oh, am I?
Well, sit down, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Now may I introduce Mr. Rawlings, who is the entertainment manager,
Hi, Stephen. You're looking well.
Oh, thank you, Arthur. Well, how nice to see you.
and Mr. Short, the borough treasurer.
Ah, yes, of course. How are you, Percy? How are your geraniums doing this year?
Just a minute. How do you do, Mr. Short?
Well, now, according to your letter here, I understand that you wish to purchase our pier.
Yes, that's right.
We were rather surprised, to say the least. It's hardly a going concern.
But it's by no means a lost cause.
Look, Captain Mainwaring, I think I ought to be honest with you. Because at the time of the last General Purposes Committee we hadn't received any offers for the pier, it was unanimously decided to invite tenders for its demolition.
It may have been allowed to deteriorate. But it was great once, and with planning and vision, it could be great again. It sticks out a mile.
Half a mile, actually.
What is it?
Here, George, it sticks out half a mile.
Oh, I see. Very droll. All that pier needs is a man of foresight and imagination, a brilliant organizer and a leader of men.
Well, possibly. But where would we find such a man?
Right in front of you, gentlemen.
But surely Mr. Wilson would be too busy at the bank.
Not him. Sell me that pier, gentlemen, and I will put it on the map.
Tell me, Captain Mainwaring, what sort of plans have you got for the pier?
Very extensive.
Could you be a little more expansive?
Yes, of course. Well, naturally, the first thing I do is to put back the missing section.
Yes, that would stop people falling in, you see. They would run on boiler suits.
I beg your pardon?
It's a private joke, Mr. Hampton. And not very funny.
Oh, I see.
I would then refurbish everything and get the whole place back into working order.
Have you got any plans for the Pier Theatre?
Oh, yes, indeed.
It's very small, you know.
I'll try and get hold of Arthur Askew for you.
Oh, it's nice in me. Can you hear me, Mother?
Oh, that sandy fowl. Arthur Askew's a little chap with an "Hey, thank you," and does that bee song.
Oh, sorry. How's it going on? Come on, Arthur. I bet you knew it.
Well, I think it goes, wait a minute, something like this. Buzz, 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 honeybee, honeybee, buzz, 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 if you like, but don't sting me. Buzz, 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 honeybee, honeybee, buzz. This will be something like that.
Very good, Arthur.
Yes. Thought it might give you time to think.
Yeah.
Now, what else, Mr. Mainwaring?
Well, a few coats of paint will do a lot of good, and I want to get the boat trips going again, you know? Around the lighthouse, that sort of thing.
We haven't got a lighthouse.
Yeah, well, if ever they build one, we'll be ready for it. And, of course, I shall reinstate Madame Zara, gypsy fortune teller, providing I can find her.
Oh, that won't be difficult. She works for the council in forward planning.
In short, gentlemen, it is my intention to turn that pier into something which the people of Frambourne will be proud of.
Well, I must say, Captain Mainwaring, you seem to have the necessary enthusiasm and drive.
And you feel that you have the necessary powers of leadership for such a venture?
Oh, yes. Arthur, I'm sure you can tell Mr. Hunter something about my powers of leadership.
Oh, yes. He's awfully good at telling other people what to do.
Being a captain in the Home Guard, that tested one's leadership. But you probably wouldn't know about that sort of thing.
No, not really. I was away most of the war.
Living in Canada or some such place, no doubt. I stayed here in England, guarding the beaches at Wilmington-on-Sea.
I was a colonel with Monty in the desert.
Ah. Different stretch of sand, that's all.
As the borough treasurer, I think I should perhaps be talking to you about finance.
By all means, yes, fire away.
Yeah, you're aware of the purchase price?
£5,000, I believe.
That is correct.
I've taken the liberty of writing the cheque already. £5,000 payable to the Frambourne County Council.
Thank you, Captain Barry. A good example of your efficiency, I dare say.
And for our part, we've already prepared the necessary papers transferring the ownership of the pier to yourself. If you could add your signature.
Well, here it is. This is probably the most important signature of my life. Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
My pen seems to run out. I'll lend me yours.
Well, I'd rather not, if you don't mind. I don't like lending people my fountain pen. It makes the nib go all funny.
Don't be ridiculous. You should be proud. This is a momentous occasion.
Oh, very well. Here you are.
Thank you.
And perhaps you would sign as witness, Arthur?
All right.
What are you waiting for?
Well, my pen. You just put it in your pocket.
Oh. There you are.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. And on behalf of Frambourne Council, Captain Mainwaring, may I say how glad we are that you've taken this pier off our hands. That you've taken on the pier, and may I offer you my hand to wish you every success with your new venture.
Thank you very much.
Right then, what about a little tipple to cement the transaction?
Good idea. What do you say, Mainwaring?
Oh, yes, indeed, why not? It's very kind of you. Well, Wilson, Arthur, we made it. Frambourne Pier is mine. All mine.
Well, it'll be in 20 years when you've paid off the loan.
Oh, don't worry. The bank will get its money back. Have I ever let you down?
Well, I distinctly remember several...
all right.
Here you are, gentlemen. 2 dry sherry.
Oh, how very nice.
Thank you very much.
Perhaps on this auspicious occasion we should toast the new owner of Frambourne Pier.
Oh, that's very civil of you.
Yes. Well, to Swallow's Bank.
Yeah, how dare you, Wilson?
As you are now aware, it's 6 out half a mile starred Arthur Lowe as Captain Mainwaring and John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson. The characters of Mainwaring and Wilson were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Croft. In loyal support were Josephine Tewson as Miss Baines, Timothy Bateson as Guthrie, Anthony Sharp as Charles Hunter, Duggie Brown as Stephen Rawlings, Sidney Bromley as Percy Short, and Haydn Wood as the man. It's 6 out half a mile.
What puts the smile on every face? What is the seaside style? What is the holiday place? It's 6 out half a mile.
We present a seaside saga of post-war pier perpetuation, written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges in...
6 out half a mile.
The time, 1948. The place, Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast.
There you are, Frank.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hodges. I must say I was ever so surprised to hear from you again, of all people.
Ah, just a friendly gesture.
Your gestures weren't very friendly in the Home Guard days. When you were the chief warden, Captain Mainwaring used to say that he couldn't make up his mind who he hated the most, you or Herr Hitler.
You always did have a sense of humour.
I don't think he was joking. I don't think he liked you at all. Especially when you used to call him Napoleon and the rest of us hooligans.
Oh, yeah. How long is it now?
How long is what now?
How long is it since those days at Warmington?
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, war's been over nearly 3 years now, hasn't it?
There you are, then. That's all in the past. Here, you sure you don't want anything stronger than that orange squash?
Oh, no, thank you, no. I never touch alcohol at lunchtime. It makes me go all silly during the afternoon. Oh, did you bring me a straw?
Yes. So you're working at Woolies now?
That's right, yes. After Mr. Mainwaring retired from the bank at Warmington, and Uncle Arthur was offered the chance of becoming manager over here at the Frambourne branch, Mum decided we might as well have a change of scenery as well.
Oh, so you and your mum moved over here?
That's right. Yeah. Actually, I think she rather missed Uncle Arthur. They're quite good friends, you know.
Yeah, I remember now. What about you, though? Don't you ever miss the big world of banking?
Not really. Yeah, it was all right, but I don't think I had the necessary dedication, and the striped trousers didn't suit me.
How are you doing at Woolies, then?
Oh, not too bad. I'm a trainee deputy assistant under manager. In ironmongery.
Sounds very impressive.
No, it's not really. A bit dull, actually. What are you doing these days?
Well, I've still got the old greengrocers at Warmington, but in the last couple of weeks or so, I've been seriously thinking about another little project over here at Frambourne.
Oh, yeah?
And mind you, I'd need a partner for that.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, that's why I got in touch with you. It might be right up your street.
Mm-hmm. How exciting. I've always fancied myself as a high-powered tycoon. Oh, I bent me straw.
Never mind. Drink it out the glass.
Oh, yeah, that's an idea. Cheers. Hey, wait a minute. There's something strange here.
What's the matter? Is your orange juice too strong?
No. I mean, why on earth would you want me as a partner?
Well, the point is, Frank, for this project to succeed, I need to have someone rather special with me.
Mm-hmm.
Someone with the right connections.
And have I got the right connections?
Oh, yes, very definitely.
Is it something to do with my ironmongery?
No, not quite, but you might say brass does come into it.
What's it all about, then?
Well, it's like this. I don't know whether you ever read the Frambourne Gazette,
Mm-hmm.
but a couple of weeks ago there was an article. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, Miss Perkins. Is that the mail?
Yes, sir. And a list of your appointments for this morning.
Thank you, Miss Perkins. Why is this letter still unopened?
Well, it's special.
Oh, you mean special delivery?
No, just special. It's for you, sir, from me. A little card.
Oh, really? Oh, it's not my birthday.
I know that's in April. Oh, rather, I think it is.
Oh, how nice. An old sailing ship.
Frigate.
I beg your pardon. Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Yes. I still don't understand, though.
I've written on the inside.
Oh, yes, sir, you have. Happy anniversary. Oh, how very nice.
Thank you.
What anniversary?
Yours, sir. Exactly a year ago today, you arrived at Frambourne to take over as manager of this branch of Swallow's Bank.
Good Lord, was it a year ago? Fancy you remembering that?
Oh, I couldn't possibly forget it, sir. It's been absolutely marvellous since you took over.
Well, I'm very glad to hear it, and thank you for the card. Now, these appointments now. Mr. Harris was coming in first this morning, wasn't he?
He was, sir, but he rang yesterday and said he wouldn't be able to make it after all. Something about a sudden bereavement.
Not his own, presumably.
That's very funny, sir. You do have a very dry sense of humor, you know.
Oh, really? Do I?
Oh, just the sort I like a man to have.
Oh, well, it's not really that dry. Anyway, does that mean I don't have a first appointment this morning?
Oh, no, sir. After Mr. Harris cancelled, another gentleman phoned, a new customer, and said he wanted to see you, so I put him in instead.
Oh, I see. Well, you better wheel him in.
Very good, sir. His name's Pike.
Thank you, Miss Perkins. Oh, just a minute.
Sir?
Not Frank Pike, that is Mr. F. Pike, by any chance?
Yes, actually, I think it is, sir.
Good Lord. Well, I suppose it must be him. Still, it's very odd indeed.
Sounds fishy, does it, sir? Oh, hi, fishy. Oh, I'm sorry about that, a little joke there.
Oh, yes. Awfully funny.
Not up to your stand, I'm afraid. Do you think you know the gentleman in question?
Well, I have a vague recollection. I think he may be the son of an old friend of mine. Mind you, I haven't seen either of them for some time, so you better ask him to come in.
Yes, sir. He's just outside.
Right.
Oh, Mr. Pike, Mr. Wilson will see you now.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Uncle Arthur.
Good morning, Mr. Pike. Oh, well, must be ages since we last met. When was it now?
Last night.
Yes. Well, thank you, Miss Perkins. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
What on earth are you doing here, Frank?
I made an appointment.
Well, yes, I know that, but I still don't understand. I mean, I had supper with you and Mavis, your mother, yesterday at your home, and you didn't say then you'd made an appointment to see me this morning.
I didn't want Mum to know.
Huh?
And I didn't get a chance to tell you after supper because Mum sent me to bed early. Oh, by the way, I found your pyjama bottoms on the bathroom towel rail this morning. What were they doing in our house?
They'll be the ones your mother kindly laundered for me. Oh. I expect she was airing them.
Why weren't they in the airing cupboard then?
Well, it was probably full.
No, it wasn't, because I got a clean pair of pants out this morning. It was practically empty. Anyway, they were all creased.
Your pants?
No, your pyjama bottoms.
Well, perhaps she hasn't ironed them yet.
She always irons them before she airs them.
Well, I don't know, anyway. I'm a very busy man, Frank. I can't sit here all the morning talking about bottoms and pants. Now, why did you want to see me?
I want to talk to you about money.
Oh, I see.
I want to take mine out of the post office, put it into Swallow's Bank, and let you look after it for me. There.
What sort of amount are we talking about, actually?
Well, I've got £1.17 and 6 in savings, Sam.
Oh, my word.
And I've got a post office savings account as well. That pays 2.5% interest, you know.
Well, I'm delighted to hear it, but really, Frank,
I've got my post office book here. Look for yourself.
No, it's all right.
Go on, have a look. Go on.
All right, if you insist. The thing is, Frank, do you really think it's worth you losing the interest on £380?
Don't forget the 17 shillings and threepence. Oh, I've also got £28 under my mattress. I've forgotten about that until Mum told me to press my trousers the other day.
Oh, well. You seem to have accumulated quite a reasonable little nest egg.
I suppose I have, bit by bit. Anyway, what do you say? Can I open an account?
Well, yes, I suppose so. But Frank, just because we've known each other fairly well for a number of years, we went through all that home guard stuff with Captain Mainwaring, we must still maintain a manager-customer relationship here at the bank.
Oh, yes, of course, Uncle Arthur.
Well, for a start, that means you don't call me Uncle Arthur.
Oh, no, of course not. I'll just call you Arthur. How's that?
No, it's got to be Mr. Wilson, and I shall treat you just like all my other customers and call you Mr. Pike.
Why do you call them all Mr. Pike?
Right.
I see what you're doing.
Yes. Well, you'll get your money out of the post office, and we'll open an account for you here. Now, I better get on, because I've got a busy day ahead of me.
Uncle Arthur, Mr. Wilson, I haven't finished yet. I want to talk to you about a loan. A bank loan.
A loan? But you haven't even opened your account yet.
Oh, no, but I want to buy something.
Yes, well, that's generally why people want a loan.
And it's urgent.
Well, it's a bit unorthodox, but still, what sort of figure have you got in mind? I mean, £100, 200?
2,500.
2,000? That's an awful lot of money.
I know. But it's a sort of business venture. Oh, please, Uncle Arthur, it's a chance of a lifetime.
Yes, well, that may well be, but there's really no way...
Please, Uncle Arthur.
All right. Well, I suppose there's no harm in taking down a few details.
No, that's right.
Right. Now, purpose of loan?
I want to buy Frambourne Pier.
Wants to buy Frambourne Pier. Just a minute. Did you say you want to buy the pier?
Well, half of it, yes.
So what do you mean, half of it?
Well, my partner and me are going to buy it together. 50-50.
No, don't be so ridiculous. Anyway, the pier's closed, isn't it? I mean, it has been since the war.
That's right.
And the middle bit's missing, isn't it?
We can put that back.
Yes, but why, Frank? Why?
Well, if we don't, we won't be able to get to the other end.
Why on earth do you want to buy a broken-down old pier?
Because it's part of our heritage. And yet it's lying there, closed, rusting and rejected. It's not right, Uncle Arthur. It should be open again for everyone to enjoy.
Yes, I know. It's all very commendable, Frank. But why you?
Because I'm fed up with having to be at the beck and call of other people. Fed up with being an employee. And another thing, when Mr. Mainwaring used to call me a stupid boy, that really upset me because I'm not stupid. Far from it. All I want is the chance to prove that I can do better for myself. Up to now, I haven't had that chance. I've been working for somebody else all my life.
But you are only 22.
I've got nothing to do with it. The council have lost interest in that pier, Uncle Arthur. If nobody buys it, they're going to demolish it, and it'll be your fault.
My fault?
Yes, yours. You'll have stood aside and watched Frambourne Pier become a heap of rubble and twisted metal.
It's not far off that now.
It's no laughing matter, Uncle Arthur. For the sake of a measly £2,500, you'll have killed Frambourne Pier and stopped me making a success of my life. In which case, you might have 2 deaths on your hands.
Oh, don't be so ridiculous, Frank.
I must have that money. You've got to give me that money. You've got to give me that money. I need the money. Give me that money. Give me the money.
Mr. Wilson! Should I call the police?
Oh, it's perfectly all right, Miss Perkins. Perfectly all right, thank you. Mr. Pike and I are just having a little chat.
All right, sir, if you say so.
Now, look, Frank, just calm down. Yes. Before I can give a customer a loan, I have to satisfy myself on certain important points. Otherwise, the bank might lose its money, and then head office will be down on me like a ton of bricks.
Are you saying you're not going to give me a loan?
Yes, Frank, I'm afraid I am.
Right. Well, I didn't want to mention this, but it looks as if it's the only way.
What exactly are you talking about, Frank?
In a nutshell, blackmail.
What do you mean, blackmail?
All right, Uncle Arthur, I'll level with you. I'll give it to you straight.
Really, Frank, what do you think you are, James Cagney?
No, but I reckon you must think you're Errol Flynn.
What are you talking about?
Well, on our haberdashery counter, there's a girl called Barbara. And she's told me something very interesting about you. Very interesting indeed.
Well, I don't know anybody called Barbara.
Maybe not. But perhaps Barbara's surname will mean something to you.
Possibly. What is it?
Smith. Now, does that ring a bell?
Several, actually. There's Charles Smith at the Golf Club, Albert Smith, the newsagent, Peter Smith, the accountant.
I'm talking about a lady Smith.
Well, the only lady Smith I know is the one that got relieved.
I don't mean lady in that sense. I mean a female Smith. To be precise, Barbara's mother, Gloria Smith. I understand she got relieved in a way.
Oh, I see, yes. That's Smith, yes. Yes, yes, a charming woman.
Yes. Barbara said the two of you seemed to get on pretty well. It was when you first came over to Frambourne, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right, it was, yes, yes. I was looking for a place to stay for a few weeks whilst I found somewhere permanent, and I answered her advert.
And her prayers, by all accounts. Her being a lonely widow. You must have been just what the doctor ordered.
It was only for the first month. Anyway, there was nothing in it.
Oh, yeah?
Well, virtually nothing.
Really? Well, since my mum and you have been such good friends over the years, why did you never tell us you were staying with an attractive widow?
Oh, she wasn't all that attractive. Mind you, in a certain light, she could look rather... Well... You know what I mean?
No, but I can guess. The thing is, I wonder what my mum would say if somehow she happened to find out about Gloria.
Now, look, Frank, on reflection, I think perhaps you do deserve a chance to try your hand at something new. So I'll give you a loan, but for goodness sake, don't let me down.
Oh, don't worry, Uncle Arthur, I won't, and thank you very much. I'm sorry about the blackmail bit, but at least it proves I'm not that stupid.
Yes, it does indeed.
Oh, one last thing. Can you meet me at the town hall on Friday morning?
Well, don't tell me you're running for mayor as well.
No, of course not. Well, not yet, anyway. No, that's when my partner and I have got our meeting with the town clerk.
What meeting?
The one we fixed for 11 o'clock. That's when they'll ask us all about our plans for the pier and look into our status and that sort of thing.
Well, why have I got to be there?
Well, if they see that the local bank manager has confidence in us, it's bound to create a good impression. You being such a highly respected person in Frambourne.
Well, no, I don't think I really want to get involved.
Of course, they might not think quite so highly of you if they happen to find out about Gloria Smith.
Gloria Smith? Yes. 11 o'clock, did you say?
Yes.
Yes, I think I shall be able to make that.
Thank you, Uncle Arthur. I knew you'd help us.
Somehow I'm sure I'm going to regret it. By the way, you keep talking about your partner. Who is that exactly?
Oh, you know him.
Really? Well, who is it?
He's that chap who used to be the chief warden at Warmington. Bert Hodges.
What? Not that awful greengrocer.
That's right.
Oh, I knew I'd regret it. I just knew it. I knew I'd regret it.
What's the time now, Uncle Arthur?
10 past.
Mr. Hodges is late.
It doesn't surprise me.
Still, at least they haven't called us in yet. Where'd you get that magazine from?
Huh? Off that pile over there.
What is it?
It's the October 1936 edition of the Taxidermist.
Doesn't sound very interesting.
No, it's not exactly riveting. But it was either this or a 1933 copy of the Embalmer's Weekly.
Oh, look, Uncle Arthur.
What is it?
Coming down the corridor. Mr. Hodges.
Oh, yes, so it is. He looks just the same, doesn't he? I suppose it was too much to hope for a transformation.
Hello there, you two.
Hello, Mr. Hodges.
Long time no see, eh, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, yes, it is.
You haven't changed much.
Oh.
nor have you.
I can just imagine what you said when you found out that I was Frank's partner.
Can you really?
Yeah. Not that awful greengrocer.
Well,
Isn't that funny, Uncle Arthur? That's just what you said.
Now, please, Frank. Right. Just be quiet, please. Oh, good Lord, look, it's 1:15 now. Perhaps they've forgotten all about us. Or perhaps they've decided to demolish the pier after all.
Do you know what you're saying? That pier was built in 1866 by Eugenius Birch.
Who?
Eugenius Birch, one of the greatest pier designers ever. Eastbourne, Brighton, Margate, they're all his.
Really, I had no idea. Well, I suppose they're just running late.
That's something really important has cropped up.
How do you mean?
Well, you know, some important decision that has to be made.
This is Frambourne Town Hall, Pikey, not the Nuremberg trials. Oh, it's blatant inefficiency, that's what it is. If we weren't so keen to buy it, I'd tell them to stuff their pier right...
The town clerk will see you now, gentlemen. Oh, well, I'm afraid we're almost half an hour late.
Oh, are you? We hadn't noticed, have we, fellas?
No, not at all.
Yes, we had. You were just
yes. I was just saying how busy everybody here must be.
Yeah, well, anyway, come in, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right, after you go ahead.
Thank you, Uncle Arthur.
All right.
This is Mr. Hodges and Mr. Pike.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name's Hunter, and I'm the town clerk, and, Oh, hello, Arthur.
Good morning, Charles.
What on earth are you doing here?
Well, that really is an awfully good question.
He's our financial advisor.
Is he?
Am I?
Oh, well, forgive me for asking, Mr. Pike, but haven't we met recently?
I don't think so.
Hold on, I've got it. I was getting a present the other day for my little nephew. Weren't you on the toy counter at Woolworths?
Oh, yes, that's right.
It's rather a big jump from toys to running a pier, isn't it?
Not really. I'm usually on ironmongery.
Well, jolly good. Now, may I introduce Mr. Rawlings? He's the entertainment officer.
Stephen, you're looking well?
Oh, thank you, Arthur. Nice to see you.
And Mr. Short, the borough treasurer.
Yes, of course. How are you, Percy? How are your geraniums this year?
Thanks, Arthur. My geranium's doing fine.
And what about your hibiscus?
Oh, bigger than ever.
Really?
Look, I'm sorry to interrupt this fascinating horticultural debate, but do you think we could get down to the matter in hand?
A good idea. Well, now then, Arthur, I understand you wish to purchase our pier.
Well, not me, really. It's Mr. Hodges and Mr. Pike. I'm merely an observer.
I see. Well, now, gentlemen, you realize the pier will need quite a lot doing to it.
Oh, yes, but there's a lot of potential there. I mean, it's an historic monument.
That's right. It was built in 1066 by Ignoramus Bert.
No. Just let me do the talking, Frank. Yes, I'm not saying it's not going to need a lot of hard work, but that pier can be a real asset to this town. It sticks out a mile.
Half a mile, actually.
What'd you say, Uncle Arthur?
I said the pier sticks out half a mile.
Oh, that's funny. Did you hear that, Mr. Hodges? He said it sticks out half a mile.
Yes, well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Gentlemen, I tell you, all that pier needs is a man of foresight and initiative, a brilliant organizer and a leader of men.
Well, possibly, but where will we find such a man?
He's right in front of you.
Oh, but surely Mr. Wilson will be too busy at the bank.
Not in me! Sell me that pier and I'll make it into something Frambourne can be proud of.
Tell me, Mr. Hodges, what sort of plans do you have for the pier?
Plans? Well, my associate and me, we've got extensive plans.
Hey, Uncle Arthur, I've never been an associate before.
Could you be a little more expansive, Mr. Hodges?
Yes, of course. Mr. Pike, would you like to be a little more expansive?
No, thank you.
Well, yes, plans. Well, of course, the first thing we do is put back the missing bit.
I see.
Have you any plans for the pier theatre?
Oh, yes, indeed we have. Yes, we're going to have chorus girls, big girls, you know. Big girls with big, doing a bit of dancing and all that.
It's very small, you know. I mean, we tried to do Choo Chin Chow there just before the war, but as soon as we got even one tiny elephant on the stage, you couldn't move.
Really?
We did Dear Octopus instead.
An octopus can be quite big.
I think the message is pretty obvious. Think small.
We could get Arthur Asking.
I like him. Can you hear me, Mother?
No. That's Sandy Powell. Arthur Aske's the little chap who says, I hang on, and does that bee song.
Oh, yes. How does it go now? Come on, Arthur, I bet you know it.
Oh, yes, I do, as a matter of fact.
Come on, then, let's hear it.
Come on, Uncle Arthur.
All right, if you would all insist, yes. Oh, what a wonderful thing to be a healthy grown-up, busy. While away all the passing hours, plenty on the follow from the tall list.
Thank you. That's a good Uncle Arthur.
Nothing, really, nothing at all. What else did you have in mind, Mr. Hodges?
Well, a lick of paint wouldn't do any harm, and, yes, I know, boat trips. I'm going to get those going again, round the lighthouse, that sort of thing.
We haven't got a lighthouse.
Ah. Well, if we ever build one, we'll be ready for it. And, of course, we'll reinstate Madame Zara, the gypsy fortune teller, if we can find her.
Well, that shouldn't be difficult. She works for the council in forward planning.
Yes. Well, I tell you, gentlemen, by the time we finish, this town will be proud of that pier.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Look, as borough treasurer, I think I should perhaps be talking to you about finance.
Well, I'll hand you over to my financial advisor, Mr. Wilson.
What? Oh, yes, far away.
Well, Arthur, you're aware of the purchase price, I take it?
Oh, £5,000, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Well, it does seem an awful lot of money.
No chance of us making an offer, is there? 4.5 for cash. After all, there is an hole in it.
We've already written the cheque out. Shut up, Frank.
I'm afraid not.
Oh, well, as my associate has just said, we've taken the liberty of writing the cheque. £5,000 payable to Frambourne by the council.
What a coincidence. We've already prepared the necessary papers transferring the pier to yourselves. So, if you'd just like to add your signature...
Righto. Here goes it. Oh, crikey.
What's the matter?
The pen's run out. Lend me yours, would you, Mr. Wilson?
Well, I'd rather not, if you don't mind. I don't like lending people my fountain pen. It makes the nib go all funny.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Come on, Uncle Arthur, lend it to him. Or I'll tell Mum.
Oh, there. Here you are.
So, very much. There.
My turn now. Here, you've used up all the space. I can't do a flourishy signature.
Just put a cross. No one will know the difference.
That's nice. Very nice. Thank you. There you are.
Well, gentlemen, if you're finished, what about a little tipple to cement the transaction?
Good idea. What do you all have, chaps?
I'll have a gin and tonic, if I may.
Right you are, Mr. Hodges.
A gin and tonic, please.
Mr. Pike, have you got any orange? You want gin and orange? No, just orange. Right. Yes,
what do you got?
Well done.
Well, what about that then, Mr. Wilson? We made it. Frambourne Pier is mine.
And mine.
Oh, yes.
Well, it will be yours, Frank, in 15 years' time when you've paid off the loan.
Oh, don't you worry. The bank will get its money back. After all, you know my reputation.
Yes, that's what worries me.
Here,
Why, here we are, gentlemen. 2 gins and tonics.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
And 1 orange squash.
Lovely. You haven't got a straw, have you? Well, now, perhaps on this auspicious occasion, we should propose a toast.
Yes, indeed.
Good idea.
Yes, Mr. Hodges. It feels good owning something as big as a pier, doesn't it?
You're right, Pikey. It certainly does.
Gentlemen, I give you the new owners of Frambourne Pier.
Yes, indeed. To Swallow's Bank.
To Swallow's Bank. Hey,
just a minute.
Hold on a minute.
You've been listening to It's 6 Out Half a Mile, starring John LeMessurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges. The characters of Wilson, Pike, and Hodges were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Croft. Also in the cast were Vivian Martin as Miss Perkins, Edward Burnham as Mr. Short, Robin Parkinson as Mr. Hunter, Gordon Peters as Mr. Rawlings, and Spencer Banks as council employee. It Sticks Out Half a Mile was written by Harold Snowd and Michael Knowles and produced by Martin Fisher.
We present a seaside saga of post-war pier perpetuation, written by Harold Snowd and Michael Knowles, starring John LeMessurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges in...
It sticks out half a mile.
The time, 1948. The place, Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson. Sorry to have kept you.
Morning, Mr. Johnson.
What can I get you?
Coffee, please, and one of your delicious currant buns.
Right you are.
How are things at the bank?
Well, actually, I've had a rather trying morning, so I thought I'd slip in here for a little peace and quiet.
Well, I can't promise you a little peace.
Yes. Highly amusing.
I won't be a second.
Oh, good. Found you, Uncle Arthur.
Yes, so you have, Frank.
They told me at the bank you'd probably be here.
Well, that was extremely thoughtful of them.
I just wanted to say thank you for yesterday.
Why, what did I do?
Well, you know, putting in a good word at the town hall for me and Mr. Hodges. Oh, and of course, for helping out with the loan to buy the pier.
Did I do that? Oh, it wasn't a bad dream after all.
Anyway, when it came to my coffee break this morning, I thought, I know what I'll do.
Have some coffee?
No, I thought, blow the coffee. I'll go and thank Uncle Arthur.
Oh, that's very nice. But you really needn't have bothered. Mind you, there is just one thing.
Yes?
I don't know how to put this, but I'm a little worried about your teaming up with Hodges.
Why?
Well, I'm not sure that he's altogether, straight.
You don't think he's mixed up with the mob, do you?
What?
Mixed up with the mob, like Edward G. Robinson in Little Caesar.
No. I don't think he's, mixed up with the mob. But he might sort of lend them a hand if they were busy.
There you are, Mr. Wilson. Coffee and a currant bun.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that bun looks good. I think I'll have one of those, please.
Really? You sure you've got time?
Oh, yes, we're not busy.
By the way, Mr. Johnson, this is Mr. Pike. He's taken over the pier.
Oh, well, it keeps him off the streets, I suppose. So that's another coffee and a bun.
Yes, please. Yes.
I'm ever so excited, Uncle Arthur.
I can't think why. You must have had coffee and a bun before.
No, I mean about the pier.
Oh, I see, yes.
I can't wait to be a typhoon.
Tycoon.
Pardon?
I can't wait to be a tycoon.
Do you want to be one as well?
Look, Frank, wouldn't you be happier just concentrating on your job at Woolworths?
Oh, no. No, I've got a taste for higher things now. It's all happening, Uncle Arthur.
No. Just calm down, Frank.
Mum's ever so thrilled as well.
Is she?
Yeah, didn't you notice? When you had breakfast at our place this morning, she gave you real butter instead of mixing it with margarine.
Oh. Did she really?
I mean, I can't think of any other reason why she'd do that, can you?
No.
Oh, incidentally, that was the third time you've had breakfast with us this week. I mean, wouldn't it be easier to have it at your own place?
Well, sometimes there isn't time to get back there.
Back from where?
Well, I don't know, from wherever I've been.
Oh, yes, I see. Yes. Well, anyway, I also wanted to say sorry.
What for?
For bringing up that business of you and Gloria Smith having an affair.
No, not so loud, Frank. Yes, that was a bit below the belt. But not that there was ever anything serious between Miss Smith and I.
Of course not.
It's just that when I was transferred to Frambourne, I didn't know anybody here. I mean, I was lonely.
Oh, you should have bought a budgie. They're good company.
Yeah, no, I needed more than that, Frank. I needed to converse.
What about a parrot, then? I wouldn't really have told Mum about Gloria, you know.
Wouldn't you?
No, because I know she gets very jealous about things like that.
Yeah, she does seem to. Yes.
Funny, that, really. I mean, you're not married to Mum, and you're not walking out with her, are you?
Yeah, well, no, she's never been that keen on walking.
Why does she get so jealous, then?
Well,
There you are. One coffee and one currant bun.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hope you enjoy them.
Oh, these are lovely buns, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Yes.
Just so full of currants. When Mum makes them, I'm lucky if I get one. These are a lot better than Mum's.
I wouldn't tell her that if I were you.
How does he manage to get all these currants? I bet they're black market.
You don't know that?
Oh, yes. These are definitely under-the-counter currants.
Frank, please.
I'm really going to make a go of this pier, Uncle Arthur. I can see it now. All brightly painted with bunting and flashing lights, hundreds of people, all the sideshows, trips around the bay, bands playing.
I admire your enthusiasm, Frank, but there's an awful long way to go yet. All you've got at the moment is a lot of rusty ironwork and half a mile of rotten planking with a hole in the middle.
Me and Mr. Hodges have got great plans.
Oh, my God, have you?
I'm really looking forward to going round the pier this afternoon. You will come, won't you?
Yes, I can't wait.
These currant buns are really good. We shall need a lot of cakes when we reopen the Pier Cafe. I think I'll talk to Mr. Johnson about that.
Yes, well, if you must. Anyway, I ought to be off.
Won't you have another cup of coffee?
No, I must get back to the bank. I might get a bit of peace and quiet there. Cheerio, Frank.
Cheerio, Uncle Arthur.
2 coffees and 2 currant buns. That's 1 and 3pence, please.
Right. Oh, tell me, Mr. Johnson, if I wanted to buy, say, 2,000 currant buns, would you charge me a special rate?
Well, that would depend.
On what?
On whether you wanted to take them away or eat them here.
Oh, Lord. Yes, come in. Yes, Miss Perkins?
Mr. Wilson. I'm sorry to bother you, but I've got a bit of a problem.
Oh, dear. Not trouble at home, I hope.
Oh, no, I've got this rather unpleasant man.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Perkins, but I really cannot get involved in your private life.
No, I mean he's outside.
Oh.
He wants to see you, and he hasn't got an appointment.
Oh, hasn't he?
No, and he's being rather aggressive.
What's his name?
Mr. Hodges.
Ah, yes. Yes, well, he would be aggressive.
And there's another thing I've noticed about him. He's got rather dirty fingernails. I can't stand that sort of thing.
Well, that's because he's always sticking mud on his potatoes to make them weigh more.
What is he, a greengrocer?
I'm afraid so, yes. Anyway, what does he want?
He said something about a loan.
A loan? Good Lord, he's the last person on earth I'd give a loan to.
Well, what shall I tell him?
Well, just say I'm very busy and I can't be disturbed.
Oh, right.
Good heavens. Fancy Hodges asking me for a loan. What happened next?
I'll go and tell him then. Oh, Mr. Hodges.
Is his lordship ready to see me?
No, I'm afraid he can't. He's so terribly busy this morning.
Oh, what's he doing? Cooking the books?
Look, I'm the chief cashier. Can I help?
Listen, I want to talk to the organ grinder, not his monkey. Funny, I'd have thought he would have wanted me to sign something, seeing as how he's given me this loan, but if he's too busy...
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Hodges. Did you say Mr. Wilson has made you a loan?
That's right, but...
Would you mind waiting just a minute while I check with him?
Oh, not at all. Thought you might change your tune.
Well, I shan't be a moment.
Come in.
I'm sorry to disturb you again, Mr. Wilson.
That's quite all right, Miss Perkins. I still can't get over Hodges asking for a loan.
Well, actually, he says you've already given him one.
Well, he must think I'm mad. What did you say?
He says you've already given him a loan.
Well, I don't understand. You must have got it wrong.
That's what he says.
Oh, Lord, well, you'd better send him in.
Right you are, Mr. Wilson. Would you like to come in, Mr. Hodges?
Oh, thank you. Oh, good morning, Mr. Wilson. Or perhaps I should say Arthur.
I don't know. Mr. Wilson will do fine. Thank you, Miss Perkins. That'll be all.
Very well, Mr. Wilson.
Well, I must say it's very good of you to see me, seeing as how you're so very busy.
Not at all. Always glad to see an old friend. Actually, I was rather intrigued. Miss Perkins came to me with this extraordinary story about me having given you a loan.
That's right, you have.
But when? I mean, how? I don't understand.
Well, my half of the 5,000 to buy the pier.
Well, all I did was to lend Frank his half. When he wrote the cheque for £5,000, I assumed you'd already given him your share.
You've got to be joking. Where would I get that sort of money? I'm a greengrocer. My carrots come out of the ground. They're not the 22-plated variety.
Yes, very funny.
No, that loan was for both of us, 2,500 each.
For both of you? I had no idea.
Well, obviously, Pikey didn't make it very clear.
He certainly didn't.
Well, I mean, he's not the brightest of lads, is he?
Well, he's easily led. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid this just isn't on. I dread to think what head office's reaction will be.
Here, what are you doing?
Well, I'm phoning Pike to tell him the loan is cancelled. Ah, is that Woolworths? Ironmongery, please.
You can't do that.
Oh, we'll see. Oh, is that ironmongery?
That's right. Frank Pike, Deputy Assistant Under the manager speaking.
Oh, good. Now,
We have
now
workers,
listen.
firelighters, wirewall,
Frank!
copper kettles, clotheslines, galvanised buckets.
Frank!
Brass door knocker. Oh. Hello, Uncle Arthur. Didn't know it was you.
Now, listen, Frank. Something has sort of come to light.
Oh, yes.
And as a result, I'm afraid I'm going to have to cancel your loan.
Cancel the loan?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You can't do that, Uncle Arthur. You promised.
I'm really awfully sorry, Frank, but I'm afraid there's been some double dealing going on.
What are you looking at me for?
Huh?
If you don't give me the loan, how am I going to become a high-powered typhoon?
Well, you'll just have to become one some other way.
What's Mum going to say?
Oh, don't worry. I'll explain it to her.
Oh, well, while you're doing that, you'd better explain to her about Gloria Smith and how you and she were.
Now, look, Frank.
Yes.
On second thoughts, perhaps we've been a bit hasty. Perhaps I'm jumping to conclusions.
Does that mean we've still got the loan?
Well, let's put it this way.
Have we still got it?
Yes. I suppose you could say that.
So I can still be a typhoon after all.
Oh, yes. Very well, if you want to.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Arthur. Mum won't half be pleased. I say, Uncle Arthur, you're not going to get into trouble with head office over this, are you?
Oh, don't you worry, Frank. Actually, I'm quite looking forward to an early retirement.
Oh, that's all right, then. Goodbye, Uncle Arthur.
Bye. Oh, dear.
What's up?
I'm afraid Frank's rather cut up about all this.
Well, I'm not exactly over the moon.
Yes, well, it's like this, you see. Frank has taken it rather badly. Now, I have to ask myself, have I the right to stop a promising, dynamic young executive on the brink of a brilliant career?
Who are you talking about now?
Well, Frank, of course.
Oh, I didn't recognize the description for a moment. Sounded more like Paul Getty.
Yes. I think the bank has a duty to nurture young talent.
And not so young talent.
Quite.
Do I take it, then, that we have got the loan after all?
Yes, it would seem so.
Well done, Arthur. You won't regret it.
I'm sure I will.
Come on, you two. We haven't got all day.
Oh, dear. Why does Hodges always have to shout?
Come on, Uncle Arthur.
All right, I'm coming.
Hello, Mr. Hodges.
Hello there, Parky. Mr. Wilson. Well, let's have a gander at the pier then, shall we? That's what we're here for.
Yes. Isn't it exciting, Uncle Arthur?
Oh, no, not really, no. It's a bit chilly, actually.
Come on, then. In we go.
I think you might find that a bit difficult.
Rubbish. We've only got to go through the gate. Blimey, it's locked.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. There's an enormous padlock on it, you see.
All right. I know what a padlock looks like. I don't know what they're playing at. The town clerk's office definitely told me it would be open. But I'll just have to smash it open, that's all.
Do you think that's wise?
Hey, you there. What do you think you're doing to those gates?
You talking to me?
I'm not talking to the ruddy seagulls. That is council property you're defaming.
As a matter of fact, these are my gates.
And mine.
Why, what are you, scrap merchants?
How dare you? I'm Mr. Hodges and this is Mr. Pike. You are looking at the new owners of the pier.
Come on, pull the other one.
No. Strange as it may seem, it's the truth.
Who are you?
This is Uncle Arthur. Mr. Wilson, the manager of Swallow's Bank.
Ah, yeah, I recognise you now. Hey, what are you doing with these two?
Well, it's a long story. You see, I was sitting in my office one day, quietly minding my own business, when...
Look, we haven't got time for all that. Come on, open up.
Yeah, do you mind? I'm not supposed to be near loud noises. I've got a perforated eardrum.
You will have a perforated something else if you don't open these gates.
Uncle Arthur, what's a perforated eardrum?
Well, it means he's got a sort of hole in his ear.
Well, we've all got that, haven't we?
Yeah. Look, would you mind awfully opening the gates, Mr...
Guthrie.
Guthrie.
Well, all right then. See as it's Judas asking. Oh, here we are.
About time.
What exactly do you do on the pier, Mr. Guthrie?
Well, I am the chief attendant.
Chief attendant? That sounds very important.
Oh, it is.
How many attendants are there?
Only me. There used to be 5 of us. When the war came, I was the only one that kept going.
You kept going to war?
No, the others went to war. I kept going here. I would have gone, but what with me ear and me fallen arches...
Oh, dear.
And then there is my chest.
Yeah.
I've a lot of trouble with that.
Really?
Yeah, my wife Hilda says I am a martyr to it.
I should get in touch with the radio doctor if I were you.
I did. What did he say then?
Well, he wasn't much help. He just said get plenty of sea air. I was getting that anyway. I've been here for 25 years.
Really?
Yeah, part of the fixtures I am. The only trouble is the damn it gets in my joints sometimes and gives
Look,
me...
I'm sure your medical history is highly fascinating, but we've got work to do, so shift over, Crabtree.
The name is Guthrie.
All right, shift over, Guthrie.
I told you loud noises are bad for me.
I'd suggest to you that you keep out of Mr. Hodges' way, then.
Well, I'm off anyway. It's time for me to inhale my friar's balsam.
Oh, give him balsam. Come on then, Arthur.
All right. I'm coming.
Oh, blimey. This brings back memories. You know, I first came on this pier when I was a kid.
I didn't know it was that old.
You know, sometimes, Frank, you can be awfully amusing without realizing it.
Oh, yes, he's a real Tommy Andley. Well, Arthur, what do you think?
But has he got the timing? That's what makes a great comedian.
I'm not talking about Pike, I'm talking about the pier.
Oh, I see.
He looks good, doesn't he?
Good, it looks fantastic. Doesn't it make your art leap, Arthur?
It has the reverse effect, actually.
It's a triumph of engineering, this is. Just look at that beautiful ornate ironwork.
Dropping to bits with rust.
Look at the brightly painted stall.
The paint's all peeling off, and this flooring looks decidedly rotten.
It just needs a bit of patching up here and there. I tell you, Arthur, properly handled, this pier could be a little gold mine.
I wish I had your face.
May not look much now, but just give us a few months. You know what you get from little acorns?
Big nuts.
You know what I mean.
Yes, well, I hope you're right.
Of course I'm right. I mean, when I started, I was selling apples off a banner, and now look at me.
Quite.
You know, I put a manager in my shop at Warmington, so that leaves me free to conquer new fields. Talking of new fields, Arthur, who'd have thought that you'd have been made a manager?
Well, it's not that surprising.
It is permanent, isn't it? I mean, you're not just standing in because of illness or anything.
Of course not. I told you, Bert. He's a proper one. Aren't you, Uncle Arthur?
Thank you, Frank.
I just wanted to make sure, that's all. By the way, Frank, did you bring a tape measure?
Oh, yes, Bert.
Good lad.
What exactly are you going to measure?
Well, I want to get a rough idea of the size of the pier, length, width, and so on.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter? You did bring the tape.
Oh, yes. Only it's not very long.
How long is it?
5 feet.
5 feet? But the pier's nearly half a mile long.
It's the only one I could get. I got it from Mum's darning box.
You must remember to put it back, Frank. She's shortening a pair of trousers for me tonight.
Never mind that. If the tape's only 5 foot long, how can we possibly measure anything?
Well, we could measure the height.
How?
Well, we just wait to high tide, then hang the tape over the sides, and if it touches the water, we know the pier's 5 feet high.
Brilliant.
Thank you. I worked that out all by myself, Uncle Arthur.
Yes, I know you did, Frank. That's what worries me.
Well, that's it. We've come to the end.
Well, thank goodness for that.
I mean, we've come to the end of this section of the pier.
This is the bit that was blown up, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right, yes. As a precaution against an invasion.
Oh,
Say,
what's the matter?
well, look there. Isn't that just perfect?
What are you talking about?
Well, the Piero Theatre at the end of the pier. Look at it. Standing proud against the azure sky, framed by little white fluffy clouds, shot through with rays of sunlight. One can almost hear the laughter of bygone audiences wafting up through the caved-in roof.
God, blimey.
I think you put that very nicely, Uncle Arthur. It was just like something out of an F.L.M. Dell book.
Thank you, Frank.
Right, now then, the thing is, how do we get across there?
You're surely not thinking of trying to get over to the other side.
Why not? You were the one who's just been going on about the theatre.
Yes, well, it's all right to look at it from a distance, but I don't want to get too intimate with it.
Look, Mr. Hodges. There's a sort of rope bridge joining the two sections.
It looks rotten to me.
Of course it isn't. Here, do you want to go first, Frank, as you're the lightest?
No. It's all right.
Oh, it'll have to be me then, won't it?
You would think you really should. I mean, it does look terribly flimsy.
Oh, blimey, I don't know. 2 stalwarts of the Home Guard, and it takes the ARP to show them what to do. Now, look, all you do is you put your feet into this bottom rope here, like that.
Yeah.
And all tight at the top rope, like this.
Oh. Do be careful, Bert.
It's child's play. Just watch what I do, then you two can follow me over.
Yes, well, I don't really think I'm up to it.
Well, there's nothing to it. It's easy so long as you just keep going. Oh, ow, ow, ow.
Oh, dear. Yeah, so he has.
Are you all right, Miss Hodges?
Of course I'm not all right.
Look here, hold on to the rope.
What the... do you think I'm doing?
He sounds a bit cross,
No,
doesn't
we
he?
did warn him, didn't we? I distinctly said it looked unsafe.
Yes, you did. I remember you did.
I've a good mind to leave him down there.
Why?
Well, I haven't got over the way he tricked me into that loan.
Here, you two, stop jim-wagging. I'm in the water down here.
All right, Miss Hodges, we'll be with you in a minute. Don't go away.
Where do you think I'm going?
On the other hand, if we don't pull him up, the bank will never get its money.
Come on, Uncle Arthur. Give me a hand. Come on.
All right, then. All right. Try it.
1, 2, 3. Heave! Mr. Hodges!
What is it?
We're bringing you up now.
I can see that. Get on with it.
He hasn't lost that fatal charm, has he?
What?
Oh, never mind. We're nearly there. All right, Hodges. All right. Give me your hand.
There you are.
Come on.
Took you long enough, didn't it?
Oh, well, there's absolutely no need to be so grateful.
Oh, Mr. Hodges, you're all wet.
Well, now, isn't that a surprise?
You do look funny.
Have you looked in the mirror recently?
Hey. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Can you see the sign? No swimming allowed off the pier?
That's all I need. Witty remarks from a walking medicine chest.
You ought to get those wet clothes off, Bert. You'll catch your death.
If I take my clothes off, I'll be even colder, stupid.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Mr. Guthrie, do you think you could possibly find something for Mr. Hodges to wear?
But what do you have in mind? I've got a bit of tarpaulin. Or there's some old sacking they used to wrap the fish in.
Well, I think perhaps a boiler suit or something similar.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Here you are, Mr. Hodges. Look, you can borrow my mat to put round your shoulders.
Oh, Tar. It's very kind of you, Pikey.
Why don't you go and sit down by the railings over there? Look, you'll be out of the wind a bit.
That's a good idea.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
What's the funny, Uncle Arthur?
Well, it's just that I rather thought this pier venture might land one of you in deep water, but I've no idea it'd be so soon.
Mm-hmm. Don't lean back, Bert. That railing's all rough.
Oh, so often. Oh, Lord, look here. Get the rope again.
No, hold on, I've got an idea.
Oh, dear. Have you?
Bert, are you still down there?
Where the... do you think I am?
Why don't you swim back to the shore?
And why don't you go get...
Look, that way we can measure the length of the pier properly. All we have to do is count your strokes as you go along, turn them into feet, divide by 2. See, every 2 strokes will be 6 feet.
Idiot fool! Just wait till I get back up there! I've said it before and I'll say it again! Hooligan!
You've been listening to It's 6 Out Half a Mile, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges, whose characters were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Croft. Also in the cast were Vivienne Martin as Miss Perkins, Glyn Edwards as Guthrie, and Michael Bilton as Mr. Johnson. It's 6 Out Half a Mile was written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles, and produced by Martin Fisher.
Smile on every face. What is the seaside style? What is the holiday place? It's 6 out half a mile.
We present a seaside saga of post-war pier perpetuation, written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges in...
It's 6 out half a mile.
The time, 1948. The place, Swallows Bank, Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast.
And how would you like your money, Mr. Hodges?
Oh, not fussy, really. No, let's see. Just give me £5 in £1 notes, £3 in 10 bob notes, £1 in half crowns, 10 shillings in tanners.
Certainly, sir.
And make sure all the notes are clean ones, with none of the corners missing.
Yes, sir. I'm afraid we've only got two-sided round coins with beveled edges. Will that be all right?
There's no need to be sarcastic, mate. Well, even now I'm an old friend of your manager, Mr. Wilson. I knew him when he was only a sergeant in the Home Guard.
Indeed, sir.
Yes, we're old pals, we are. In fact, as soon as you've cashed that cheque, I'm going to pop into his office and say hello.
I think he has someone with him at the moment, sir.
Oh, I don't mind.
There's your money, sir.
Thanks very much.
Would you like an appointment to see the manager?
Appointment? Oh, don't make me laugh. As I said, we're old mates. I'll just breeze in.
Yes, but, sir, I think...
Nothing wrong, Mr. Sims.
Yes, Miss Perkins. That gentleman, Mr. Hodges, says he's going to see Mr. Wilson.
Oh, but he can't. Excuse me, Mr. Hodges.
What's the matter, darling?
Mr. Hodges, I must ask you not to go any further.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, love. Anyway, I'm only that way inclined when there's an R in the month.
What I mean is you can't go in there. Mr. Wilson has someone with him, a very important meeting.
Don't tell me Sir Stafford Cripps wants advice about the next budget.
Of course not. As a matter of fact, it's Mr. Watkins, a local builder.
Well, I'm sure he won't mind.
All right, then, Mr. Watkins. We'll tie up the loose ends next week.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Hello there, Arthur. How's tricks?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hodges. It's very unexpected. Mr. Watkins, this is Mr. Hodges. He's a greengrocer from Warmington.
Me and my partner, with whom I'm in partnership, have just bought Frambourne Pier. I expect you've heard.
No, I can't say I have. Well, goodbye, Mr. Wilson. I'll see you next week.
Yes, on Wednesday. And now then, Miss Perkins, what is it?
Mr. Hodges was wondering whether you could spare him a few minutes, Mr.
Of course he
Wilson.
can. Can't you, Arthur?
Oh, yes, I suppose so. Go on through.
Thanks very much. I must remember that, Mr. Watkins.
Oh, why exactly?
Well, Pikey and me are going to need a good builder to do some repair work on the pier.
Oh, well, Mr. Watkins has got rather a lot on his plate at the moment. That's why he was in here.
Oh, expanding, is he?
No, bankrupt.
Bankrupt?
Yes, unfortunately, he's not a very good builder. In fact, he's just built 4 houses, 2 of which fell over sideways. 1 slid into a bog, and the roof blew off the other.
Truth.
Well, of course, if you decided to demolish the pier, you could be just the man for the job.
Oh, very funny. Well, it's not that funny.
No, well, I wasn't laughing at that.
What's the joke, then?
I'm sorry, but I certainly thought about Saturday when you fell off the pier into the sea.
Yes, go on.
Well, you know, the way you slopped and squelched back down the pier, then had to change into the Ferris Fair boiler suit so that you could get home.
You found it amusing, did you?
Well, you must know it. No, of course not. Anyway, what can I do for you?
Well, I've been thinking. Now, I'd expect you to agree that in the old days, you and me, well, we weren't exactly bosom pals.
Yes, I wouldn't argue with that.
Well, I want to put all that into the past. I want to let bygones be as be.
I see.
The point is that last week you arranged to lend Pikey and me £5,000 to buy Frambourne Pier, right?
I don't need reminding.
Now, I expect since then you've probably had, well, odd moments when you wondered if you'd done the right thing.
Almost incessantly.
Also, well, if it's any comfort, so have I.
I find that no comfort whatsoever. I suppose you only picked Frank as a partner because you needed someone who might be able to get a loan, and you knew that both Frank and his mother, being close friends of mine for some years. Is that it?
How could you think such a thing, Mr. Wilson? What a despicable idea.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? Am I right?
Well, in a word, yes.
I thought so.
I had to do it, Arthur. I couldn't think of any other way of raising the cash.
Well, you could just have come along and seen me and been honest.
I don't find that very easy. Anyway, would you have given me a loan?
Not in a million years.
No. There you are. Anyway, I reckon one way or another, it'll pay you to sort of come in with Frank and me and, you know, take an interest in the pier and give us the benefit of your opinions and such like.
But why on earth should I?
Well, for one thing, you could keep an eye on the bank's money. And it would also give you a sort of interest as well.
What makes you think I need an interest?
Because I'm willing to bet that secretly you rather miss all that home guard stuff, you know, the business of being needed.
Yes, I suppose I do, rather.
You're not alone. I mean, the sister of one of my customers was a perfect example. She was dropped behind enemy lines and became a saboteur, blowing up their aerodrome.
Good heavens.
Then she was captured and tortured by the Gestapo. She escaped and became a top-secret agent, for which she won the George Cross. And when it was all over, she found she couldn't settle down in her old job.
And what was that?
A poodle clipper. What? Anyway, what do you say?
Well, I suppose there's no harm in taking an interest. I mean, for Frank's sake.
That's the ticket. Right.
I'll be off now.
Oh, good.
Sorry. Goodbye.
I'll see you at the library then, about 4:30.
The library? What for?
Well, Pikey and me want to do a bit of research into the background of the pier and its history. You know, that sort of thing. Right up your street, I expect.
I suppose it could be quite interesting.
I'll see you there then.
Yes, all right. I'll try and make it.
Good. Oh, and don't tell Pikey we've had this little chat. I wouldn't like to hurt his feelings.
Are you sure you don't mind me joining you for lunch, Uncle Arthur?
No, of course not, Frank.
I usually go to Joe Lyons, but today I wanted to have a word with you.
Oh, I see.
The thing is, you know you lent Mr. Hodges and me £5,000 to buy Frambourne Pier.
Yes, what about it?
Well, I've got to be honest, Uncle Arthur. I'm a bit worried about Bert Hodges.
Well, yes. I certainly think he ought to be watched.
Do you think he's a crook?
Well, let's say he might have sort of leanings in that direction.
Have you noticed how close together his eyes are? Come to think of it, his nose is a bit odd as well.
And if you remember at Warmington, he always used to put the best tomatoes at the front and sell you the rotten ones from the back.
That's right, yeah. Anyway, I've been thinking. I reckon he only wanted me to be his partner because he knew I might be able to get a loan from you.
Good Lord. You really think so?
I don't suppose you'd have thought of that. But since I've been on ironmongery at Woolies, I've developed a much better head for business.
Why are you telling me all this?
Because I want you to sort of keep an eye on what goes on with regards to that pier. I think my mum would like that as well.
Oh, really?
Yes, I think she's a bit worried about me taking on so much.
Well, she's not the only one.
Anyway, I'd like your help, Uncle Arthur. What do you say?
Do you think it might be a sort of interest for me?
Yes, that's right. Give you something to think about.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you.
You could start by meeting us at the library at 4:30. I'm getting off work early today, and we're going to do a bit of research into the history of the pier.
Really? Well, I suppose that could be interesting.
Ooh. And don't let Mr. Hodges know I've had a word with you. It can be our secret.
Yes, of course. Well, I'd better be getting back.
I'll walk along with you. I've got to go into the electricity showrooms.
I see. What for?
You'll see. Come on. Let's get the bill.
Good afternoon, sir. Can I help you?
I hope so. My name is Pike.
Don't I know you, sir?
Oh, it's possible. I'm on ironmongery at Woolworths. I'm a trainee deputy assistant under manager.
No, not you, sir. This other gentleman.
Oh, I see.
Aren't you the manager of Swallows Bank?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am.
I thought so. I came to see you a few months back about getting a loan to buy a shed for my allotment.
Oh, yes, I remember. How's the allotment going?
Oh, fine, thanks. I'm trying to rent a bigger plot. I've grown some lovely carrots this year.
Have you really? I love fresh baby carrots, especially with homemade steak and kidney.
Excuse me, my name's
I'll
Pike,
tell you what, Mr. Wilson. I'll drop a couple of pounds round to the bank tomorrow. Yay, that's good, isn't it? Dropping a couple of pounds round to the bank. Funny that, eh?
Look, I don't want to interrupt anything important like the quality of your carrots, but could we get back to what I came in about?
Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. What can I do for you, Mr. Poke?
Pike!
Sorry.
Well, it's like this. Me and my partner have just bought Frambourne Pier.
What on earth for?
It was up for sale. Anyway, the point is we're going to put that pier back on its feet, open it up, make it something again.
Well, that'll certainly make a change.
The thing is, we need to run some electrical things.
Oh, you mean all the machines, the rides and that sort of thing?
Yes, well, eventually, of course, but nothing that complicated at the moment.
Could you be a bit more precise? I need to know.
All right. An electric kettle and a 60-watt bulb.
I see.
But, of course, in a matter of weeks, there'll be, 10,000 bulbs.
And 2 dozen kettles.
Really, Uncle Arthur, please be serious.
I see from our records, Mr. Pike, that you have been cut off from the front.
Pardon?
I think he means the pier's been disconnected from the promenade.
Oh, I see. I thought he was being a bit personal.
It was apparently done as a wartime precaution. Oh, and I've had some lovely collies.
What have your dogs got to do with my electricity?
No, I'm talking about cauliflowers, you know. My allotment. I'd like to grow potatoes, but they take up a lot of room, so I'll have to wait till I get at my bigger plot.
Yes, well, you should be all right then.
I don't know whether to go for Majestics or King Edwards.
Look, I don't care if you plant chips or mash. The thing is, can you reconnect me?
Yes, I should think so. Mind you, it's a fairly major job. Could cost you a few bob.
Oh, dear.
About £200, I'd say.
£200?
Afraid so.
The reconnection charge to a business concern is governed by regulations laid down by Parliament. There's also a 3-week delay. I'm sorry, but it's not my fault.
Oh, no, of course it isn't. Look, could I have a word with you in confidence, as it were?
Yes, of course, Uncle Arthur.
No, not you, Frank. Heaven's sake, this service doesn't get.
Yes, Mr. Wilson, what is it?
Well, I wonder if, in view of the fact that you're obviously going to undertake something rather larger scale, I thought perhaps okay.
Oh, yes, that's the point.
Yes, I thought so.
All right, Mr. Pike. I think I can arrange for you to be reconnected tomorrow. Will that be convenient?
Yeah, that's marvellous. But what about the £200 fee?
Oh, I think we can waive that in the circumstances.
Oh, come on, Frank, otherwise you'll be late.
Yes,
but come on, hurry up. There could be a sudden rush on ironmongery.
I still don't understand.
Good afternoon, sir.
Arthur, I don't understand. What did you say to him?
Well, I merely reminded him that if he gets a larger allotment, he'll probably need a bigger shed.
What's that got to do with... Oh, you mean...
Precisely.
That's very clever, Uncle Arthur.
Thank you.
Of course, we may not find enough old wood on the pier for him to build a bigger shed.
How are you getting on, Parky? You found anything?
No, nothing much.
I'm sorry I'm late. I think that chap on the desk must have misunderstood me. He sent me to a section all about peers of the realm.
Oh, really? Some people could be so stupid.
Yes. I know what you mean. Here's something. Now, write this down, Arthur.
What on?
Have you got any paper on you?
Why should I have?
Good Lord, are you a bank manager?
Well, are your pockets full of Brussels sprouts?
No, we're not on the vegetables again.
Oh, I'll just have to cut the article out. You got a pair of scissors on you, Arthur?
Of course I haven't. What do you think I have? Mobile stationers? Anyway, you can't cut things out of these papers. They're for the use of all and sundry.
Yeah, and that includes me.
Really? How typical.
What is it, anyway?
It's a report on the 60th anniversary of the pier opening in 1926.
I don't understand that. It can't have been opened 60 years if it opened in 1926. It's only 1948 now.
Honestly, Pikey, how you ever got a job at Woolies amazes me. The 60th anniversary was in 1926.
Oh, I see. Must have been the way you read it. Anyway, I'm going into that other room over there. That's where the man said they kept old copies of the county newspapers.
Okay. Let us know if you find anything.
Yeah, all right.
I told you he wasn't very bright. Now you've got proof.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, it's not crossed his mind for a moment that it was me what asked you to come to the library and do this research with us.
Oh, yes, of course, yes. That's very astute of you.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. Fancy finding you here.
Oh, Miss Perkins.
What a coincidence.
Yes, indeed.
And, of course, a very pleasant surprise.
What? Oh, yes. Do you know Mr. Hodges?
Yes, we've met at the bank.
Of course she remembers me. Once met, never forgotten.
Yes, that's very true. Anyway, Miss Perkins, what are you doing here?
I've come to change my library book.
Well, this is just the place to do it.
Yes, it's called Roses at Midnight. Have you read it by any chance, Mr. Wilson?
No, I can't say I have.
Oh, it's awfully good. Mind you, it's a bit naughty in places.
Is it really?
It's all about this tall, distinguished, good-looking man who has this lady colleague at the office who's madly in love with him. Only he doesn't realise it.
Sounds pretty good, don't you think so, Arthur?
Well, I'm not sure it's quite my cup of tea. Anyway, I'm awfully sorry, Miss Perkins, but I'm helping Mr. Hodges to do some research, and we're right up to our eyes in it.
Oh, I quite understand. Goodbye, Mr. Hodges.
Cheerio, love.
See you tomorrow, Mr. Wilson.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course.
What is it about you, Arthur, that drives women insane?
I beg your pardon?
Well, her arriving like that, it wasn't an accident. She planned it.
Oh, I don't be ridiculous. Anyway, we'd better get on. The library will be closing any minute. It's almost 5:30.
Blimey, so it is.
I found a bit in the South Coast Courier.
Oh. Well done, Frank.
Right, let's see what we've got. Now, you start, Arthur.
Right.
Good heavens. Well, a report of a pier fishing competition in which nobody caught anything.
Anything else?
And a mention of some wet rot found in the planking in the gents' toilets. What have you got?
Right, now let's see. A letter published complaining about the pier toll being shoved up to a penny, and a report on a tea dance in which the cream served with the scones was off and 30 people went down with jippy tummy.
Riveting stuff, isn't it? What have you got, Frank?
Hang on. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. A report on a harvest festival held in the amusement arcade when the Methodist Church Hall had a gas leak.
Not exactly mind-boggling revelations, are they?
No, still, we can always come back another day.
Oh, Lord, must we?
I'm sorry, folks. I'm afraid we're closing.
Right, we're just packing up.
Jolly good. By the way, Mr. Wilson, did the lady find you all right?
Find me?
Well, she came in, asked if I'd seen you, and I sent her over here. Anyway, cheerio.
What did he mean, Uncle Arthur? What lady?
Oh, nobody important, Frank. Just a business associate.
Yeah, and the rest.
Rest of what?
Oh, really, Frank, it's nothing.
By the way, Mr. Wilson, the lady left this for you.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry I forgot before.
That's all right.
Hey, look, it's that naughty novel she was talking about, Roses at Midnight.
Novel who was talking about?
Once and for all, Frank, it really isn't important. It's just that the lady has left me this book to read.
Why did she do that?
I don't know. There's obviously some simple explanation.
Yeah, of course there is. And I know what it is.
Oh, good. What do you think it is?
She's in love with you.
What?
What's going on, Uncle Arthur? I'll tell Mum, and then she won't cook you your egg. Who is she? Come on. What's her name? Don't try that.
It's the same the old world over. Isn't it a blooming shame?
Oh, there you are, Gumtree.
Guthrie.
What?
My name is Guthrie, not Gumtree.
Oh, never mind about that. You see Mr. Pike and Mr. Wilson?
Do you mean today?
Of course I mean today, you idiot.
Well, how was I supposed to know? I mean, you should have said...
Ah, here they are now. Afternoon, Frank. Arthur.
Hello, Bert.
Good afternoon, Bert. Hello, Mr. Guthrie. How are you today?
Not so good. My kneecaps are playing me up.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, it's always the same when a southwesterly wind coincides with the first Tuesday in the month falling on an even date.
Really? How interesting.
Look, can we get off his kneecaps? I think we should have a look round, take stock.
Very well. Tell me, do you really think the public want this pier open again?
Oh, yes. Bert's been talking to some of the local people.
That's right. I reckon I can safely say I know what the man in the street is thinking.
It's about time this lot was pulled down.
There speaks the man in the street.
He's not typical.
No, he's probably a saboteur working for another resort, like Lord Haw-Haw in the war.
Believe me, Arthur, there's a huge public demand for the reopening of Frambourne Pier.
Pity it wasn't blown up in the war.
All right, that'll do, Guthrie.
Guthrie.
Well, that's near enough.
Why don't you go back to the entrance, Mr. Guthrie? We'll see you later.
Not if I can help it.
Real pain in the neck, that fella. Still, suppose it takes all sorts.
Yes, it certainly does.
Right, let's carry on. Oh, by the way, Arthur, Frank told me how you used your influence at the electric place yesterday.
Well, you're welcome.
Certainly worked. The chap arrived an hour ago to have a look round and see about reconnecting us. He's still about somewhere. Anyway, well done.
Congratulations, Uncle Arthur.
Oh, I'm glad to help.
What? Madame Zara.
I beg your pardon?
Can't see anybody.
Madame Zara, the clairvoyant. This used to be her booth.
Oh, I see.
Cross her palm with silver, and she'd tell you your future.
You don't believe in all that rubbish, do you, Bert?
Well, to be honest, I used to be a sceptical myself. But then, about 10 years ago, I came over here from Warmington on a day trip, and I went to see her.
Really? What'd she say?
She told me I would always be greatly respected for my business decisions.
Did she say anything else?
No, after that, her ball went hazy.
I'm not surprised.
You've no faith. That's your trouble, Arthur. Now, I suppose we ought to make some notes.
Now, before you ask, I haven't got any paper on me.
It's all right. Look, there's a piece down there in the corner.
Well done, Frank. That'll do.
Oh, it's an old playbill.
Oh, really? What for?
John Hanson's farewell tour of the Desert Song.
Oh.
Right on the back of that. Number 1, Madame Zara. Needs touching up. Now, what have we got here? Oh, yes. The Test Your Strength machine. I used to be good at this. You just squeeze this handle and it shows the strength of your grip.
can't hold this for long. Quick, Arthur, what's it say?
£3.
Must be broken.
You have a go, Uncle Arthur. Go on.
I wouldn't bother.
No, I don't bother. Don't bother. Here goes. What's it registering?
£54. That's very good, Uncle Arthur.
Yeah, well, the thing's obviously faulty.
Can I have a go now?
No, you can't. We haven't got time to play games. Better make a list, Frank. Things to do and things needed.
All right, Bert.
Yes, coconut shy. Needs repainting. Let's think. What else would it need?
Coconuts.
Balls.
I'm sorry, I was only trying to be helpful.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Blimey, this looks in a pretty rough state. All of distorting mirrors. Difficult to know where to start.
I'll just put distorting mirrors, need looking into.
Oh, that's very droll, Frank. Very droll indeed. Awfully good.
Thank you, Uncle Arthur. What did I say?
Oh, never mind.
Right, Cockle and Whelk stall, repairs needed.
Cockle and Whelk.
Ice cream stall, new signs.
Repairs needed.
Rock shop, broken window and a new counter.
Cream stall, new counter.
No, Frank, the ice cream stall needs new signs.
Oh, yes.
The rock shop, broken window and a new counter needed.
Why does it need a broken window?
No, Frank. For heaven's sake, the broken window needs repairing.
Oh, I see.
Right, lightning portraits. New door and repairs to ceiling, also display stand. You getting all this down, Frank?
Trying to, but it's not easy to write and walk at the same time.
Well, why don't we all sit down on this bench, and then Frank can catch up?
Yeah, all right.
Oh, good. That's better. Now, lightning portraits, new door.
Does seem a hell of a lot that needs doing.
You can say that again. Repair to ceiling. Is that CEI or CIE?
CEE, of course. You know, I hadn't realised the whole place was so tatty. It's a bit depressing, really.
I couldn't agree more.
Oh, Mr. Hodges, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, that's okay. This is the chap from the electric, Frank.
Oh, hello.
Good afternoon. Well, we've had a look round and checked your wiring and that.
Oh, thanks.
Tell me something, when you reopen this dump...
What do you mean, dump?
Oh, sorry, this pier, were you planning on having a special opening attraction like?
We haven't really thought yet. It's early days. Anyway, why?
Well, it's just that we could probably arrange for you to have the biggest firework display since VJ night.
Oh, that's very nice of you. How?
Or simple. Just by letting our electricity get to your wiring.
I mean, is it that bad?
I'm afraid so.
Well, can the wiring be replaced?
Be very expensive. Take a lot of glue.
Glue?
To fix the new cables in position.
I thought you used sort of staple things for that, like we sell in Woolworths.
Yeah, normally we would, but we haven't got that number of hammers.
I'm not sure I understand this conversation.
Well, it's quite simple. There's no way we could staple the cables to your woodwork. It's full of dry rot. One tap and the hammer would go straight through into the sea.
True, I had no idea.
Sorry, mate, but the whole place is really tatty, isn't it?
Well, there are one or two things need doing.
One or two things. I've seen kids build sandcastles down there on the beach, which look more permanent than half the buildings you've got here.
We'll soon get it all sorted out.
Well, rather you than me. I'll report back to the office and they'll be in touch. Cheerio.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
What are we going to do?
I don't know. But whatever we do, it's going to cost a lot. Still, I suppose we could... What are you looking for, Arthur?
I just remembered that chap from the library who popped into the bank this morning. He's managed to find out what you wanted to know.
What, about who owned the pier before the council bought it?
Yes, that's right. Here it is. It was apparently owned by two fellows.
Oh, like Bert and me.
One was a certain Brown Hopkins, and his partner was called Frederick Pooley.
Hey, that's a coincidence, Pikey. Same initials as ours.
Oh, yes, so they are.
When did they buy it?
1929.
I wonder how long they had it.
6 months.
6 months?
Was that all?
Well, yes, apparently, you see, they just couldn't get the place back on its feet.
Well, after what we've discovered today, I can sympathise with them.
Yeah, so can I. So what happened, Uncle Arthur?
They shot themselves with a suicide pact.
You've been listening to It's 6 Hours Half a Mile, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges, whose characters were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Croft. Also in the cast were Vivienne Martin as Miss Perkins, Glyn Edwards as Mr. Guthrie, Barry Gosney as Mr. Watkins and the electrician, James Bright as bank cashier and the librarian, and Stuart Sherwin as electricity showroom assistant. It's 6 Hours Half a Mile was written by Harold Snow and Michael Knowles and produced by Martin Fisher.
We present a seaside saga of post-war pier perpetuation, written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges in... The time, 1948. The place, Swallow's Bank, Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast.
Mr. Perkins? There you are.
Yes, I'm just sorting out these old ledgers, Mr. Wilson. How's your nasty coat?
Oh, it's not so good.
Oh, poor you. Anyway, have you been looking for me?
Oh, well, yes, I have, actually.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, no. In a way, yes.
Can I be of service?
What?
You know, you only have to ask.
Yes, thank you, yes. Ask what?
If there's anything you want me to do at any time, even after hours, just ask.
Yes, well, that is very kind of you. Actually, I only came to say that I think I'll be off now. It's almost 3, and we're just about to close. And I'm sure that you and Mr. Sims can do the necessary...
Yes, of course, Mr. Wilson. You go home and look after that cold. You know what they say. Good people are scarce.
Thank you, Miss Perkins.
As we're alone, you could call me Rosemary. That is, if you'd like to, of course.
Yes, of course. Yes. Thank you, Miss Perkins.
I think it's essential to go to bed straight away.
I beg your pardon?
When you've got a cold.
Oh, I see.
Go to bed and take a little whiskey and hot milk.
Yes. I think perhaps I will.
I tell you what. Tomorrow I'll bring you in some of my homemade chicken broth. That'll scare those nasty germs away.
Oh, Lord.
It's not that bad, Mr. Wilson.
No. It's nothing to do with your broth, Miss Perkins. I just remembered I promised to go down to see Mr. Pike and Mr. Hodges on the pier.
Oh, really? That's too much. Why don't you just let them get on with it? Sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
No. That's all right. Thing is, you see, they've got a very difficult job there, getting that pier back on its feet.
Well, that may be, but I don't like to see you overdoing it. You must consider yourself sometimes. I mean, you're only human, with all the usual human frailties, aren't you?
Yes, I suppose so.
You've only got one body. You mustn't abuse it by standing about on drafty piers.
Yes, well, I'll try and remember that.
You'd be sadly missed here, you know.
Good Lord, I've only got a cold. I mean, it's not bronchial pneumonia.
At the moment, yes, but none of us know what Dame Fate has in store for us.
Yes, very true. Well, goodbye, Miss Perkins.
Oh, don't say that, Mr. Wilson.
Well, cheerio then. I'll see you tomorrow.
I do hope so.
Hey, Bert, come over here to the window.
What is it, Frank?
Look, Uncle Arthur's coming down the pier now. I told you he wouldn't be late.
Well, I can't see him.
Look over there. Just passing the shooting gallery.
Oh, yeah. Hey, have you told him we've set up an office here in the Crooked House?
Oh, no. No, I haven't.
Oh, he's not likely to find us then, is he? I'll better go downstairs and meet him.
Yeah, okay.
Arthur, get over there in the office.
This is the Crooked House.
You know, you were wasted in the Home Guard. You should have been in the Observer Corps.
What made you choose the Crooked House?
Simple. It's the only building with a roof.
Oh, I see. Yes. Where's Frank?
He's upstairs. Come on, follow me.
Yeah, all right. I'm coming.
And close the door behind you.
All right, yes. It does seem strange. Ah!
What's the matter?
What's that horrible thing?
Where?
There, in front of you. That grotesque figure.
That's me in a distorting mirror.
Are you sure it's a distorting mirror?
Of course it is. Come on.
I say, these stairs really do twist, don't they? Make me feel quite dizzy.
Now, we're almost there now. Mind your head on that beam.
Oh! I'm sorry. What were you saying?
It doesn't matter now. Look, you go in and see Frank. I'm just going to see a man about a dog.
A dog? Oh, yes. Yes, I see what you mean, yes.
I won't be a minute.
All right, well, don't rush on my accounts.
Hello, Uncle Arthur. Come in.
Oh, thanks.
Well, what
What do you think of our office? Well, it's very crooked, isn't it?
You sound a bit thick. Have you got a cold?
Yes, I'd rather think I have.
That's funny, that. Mum woke up this morning with the same thing. Apparently she slept in the draught last night because her bedroom window's broken.
Yes, that's right. Yes. It's terribly warped.
How do you know?
Well, she happened to mention it when I spoke to her on the phone this morning.
Oh, see. Yeah.
Oh, that's better.
Now, what exactly do you want me for, Frank? You said something on the phone about wanting to show me something.
Yeah, that's right. Look, it's these old plans of the pier that Bert and I came across last night. See?
Yes, very interesting.
They show the original layout of all the buildings and exact details of the superstructure. Every girder, strut and pile is shown. Marvellous, isn't it?
Absolutely fascinating.
Yeah. Now, finding these plans, we started thinking seriously about the likely cost of all the repairs it'll need doing.
Like putting back the missing section.
All right, Frank, all right. Now, leave it to me. I'll tell him.
It's not fair. The pier's half mine, you know.
Yes, but yours is the other half.
Oh.
You see, Arthur, when we really get going, the repair bills are going to come flying in.
Which other half?
Be quiet, Frank.
You remember, I told you, Bert, it would be expensive when you bought it. Or rather, when my bank lent you the money to buy it.
And you were quite right. Now, the thing is, one of our first expenses will be for various safety checks.
Yes, I suppose so, yes. After all, it's been closed for 8 years. It could have deteriorated a good deal in that time.
Exactly, which is why we want you to help us inspect the piles.
I beg your pardon?
I said, help Frank and me inspect the piles.
Yes, but that's ridiculous. I mean, for a start, we don't know what we're looking for.
Not looking for, listening for.
I'm sorry. I don't understand.
Look, Arthur, how many times have you stood on a railway platform and watched a man with a little hammer tapping the wheels of a train?
Not often. After you've seen it once, it gets rather boring.
As that bloke goes tap, tap, from wheel to wheel, what do you think he's waiting to hear?
The signal for his tea break, I should think.
Be serious, Uncle Arthur.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look, he's waiting to hear a change of pitch. And when he does, that shows him he's discovered a crack. Or, as it's known in the trade, metal intrigue.
Bert's got it all worked out, Uncle Arthur.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Now, the thing is, Arthur, you don't have to be an idiot to see that this is a perfectly straightforward job that we could be charged through the nose for.
Yes, no doubt, but even so,
No buts about it, Arthur. If we do it ourselves, we could save a fortune.
The thing is, I do have to consider my position in this town. I mean, what would the public think if they saw their local bank manager inspecting your piles?
That's why we're going to do it during the night.
What? You mean when it's dark?
Oh, I can see now why they made you a manager.
Yeah, but really, the whole thing's quite ridiculous.
You won't say that when your bosses ask you why you're lending us even more money to pay the bills for all the work done.
Oh, there's no guarantee I shall lend you any more.
But if you don't, we won't be able to reopen the pier.
Precisely.
Ah, if we don't open, we'll never be able to repay the loan you gave us in the first place to buy the pier. A loan which you fixed for us.
Now, that sounds very much like bribery.
Oh, come now, Arthur. Would you say that sounded like bribery, Frank?
Well, yes, it did rather sound
Thank
like
you, Frank.
When is there a particularly dark night?
Tonight.
Tonight? I can't do it tonight. I mean, Miss Perkins wants me to go to bed.
She'll just have to wait a bit longer, won't she?
I mean, I've got this nasty cold. I suppose have an early night with a whiskey and hot milk.
Oh, there's nothing like some good fresh air. The sea breeze will blow your germs away before you can say pneumonia. You'll be thanking us tomorrow.
I very much doubt it.
Right, that's fixed then. So you'll meet us on the beach under the pier at 11 o'clock tonight.
Yes, I suppose so.
Oh, don't forget about the equipment, Bert.
Oh, yeah, well done, Frank.
Thank you, Bert.
The thing is, Arthur, I reckon we're going to need three things. A radio to keep in touch, a hammer, and a small boat. Now, I've got an old ARP shortwave radio.
And I'm bringing a hammer.
So that means...
Yes, I know. Thank you very much.
It's 11 o'clock, Pikey. I wonder where Arthur is.
He'll be here. This is probably him now.
Is that you, Uncle Arthur?
Why? Are you expecting anyone else?
Get your voice down. Where's the boat?
It's down there, by the water.
Oh, well done. Right. Well, let's get going then.
Look, it's pretty freezing tonight. My cold seems to be getting worse every minute. Do we really have to go through with this?
Of course we do, Uncle Arthur. It's very important.
Frank's right. This is a big step towards reopening the pier.
Yes, but...
Don't make so much noise.
I can't help it.
Of course you can. Sneeze quietly.
I'll try.
Where's this boat?
There. You see, by the water's edge.
Well, it's an inflatable dinghy.
Well, what did you expect? The Queen Mary?
It's not even a full-size one.
Here, wait a minute. Didn't this used to be mine?
Yes, that's right, Frank, yes. Before the war, Mavis, your mother, used to take you on holiday to Middleton, and sometimes I used to go along as well.
Why did you go?
Well, no, just for the ride.
Yes, of course.
Anyway, she and I gave Frank this dinghy for his 12th birthday.
We had a lot of fun in it, didn't we?
Yes, we did indeed. Remember the time, Frank, when your mother was sitting on that end there, just where it says safety valve, when we hit a passing predator?
Oh, yes, she fell head over heels into the water.
That's right, she did, yes. Then, do you remember when
we haven't got time for all
What?
this. Look, there obviously isn't room for 3 of us in that thing, so I'd better stay here on the shore with the radio and act as lookout.
Oh, couldn't I do that job after all? I'm the one with the cold.
Ah, yes, but you two have got all your experience at Middleton to fall back on. And it is your dinghy.
That's true, Uncle Arthur.
All right. Let's get it over with.
Right. Well, you two get in, and I'll push you off.
Yes, but if we...
Look, for heaven's sake, stop arguing and get in.
Come on, Uncle Arthur.
All right.
But ow! Why were you putting your foot?
Well, keep your hammer out of the way.
Right. Now, look, I'll just push you off.
Right.
It's stuck. It was floating just now.
Well, that was before Uncle Arthur and me got in.
You see, it's all to do with Archimedes.
Aren't you?
No. The Archimedes principle.
Oh, I don't know with all these newfangled ideas.
The trouble is, it's low tide.
Well, look, you two get out again, and we'll get it into deeper water.
Okay, come on, Uncle Arthur.
Oh, all right. Do watch what you're doing with that hammer.
Sorry.
Right, now stand clear. I'll just give it a shove and get her out a bit further. Right, that's better. I'll hold on to the rope. Right. In you get.
Yeah, but that means going into the sea. We'll get our feet wet.
Not if we take our shoes and socks off.
Yeah, but the water's freezing. It's freezing. And I've already got a nasty cold.
Exactly. And that's why I'm not volunteering to change places with you. No point in me being in as well.
Come on, Uncle Arthur. Come on, get your shoes and socks off like I am.
All right, very well. No, but really, though...
And be as quick as you can. We've got to check 162 piles tonight.
162? You sure?
I think so. According to this plan. Oh, no, wait a minute.
Have you got it wrong?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Should be 168.
What?
I missed a 6 on the far corner.
Oh, we'll never get round that lot.
Not at the rate you're going, no.
I'm doing my best. Right, I've got them off.
Well, come on, then. Come and join me in the dinghy.
Yes, all right. I'm coming. Oh.
You'll wake up the whole of Frambourne.
Yes, it's absolutely freezing.
You're nearly there. Come on, give me a hand. Come on. That's it. Put your legs in that side.
There. Oh. Once for all, Frank, mind where you're putting that hammer.
Sorry.
Be quiet. We don't want to draw attention to ourselves.
Oh, I think there's very little chance of that. 2 grown men paddling about in a child's dinghy at midnight, tapping the piles of a pier with a hammer. Oh, Lord. How am I going to dry my feet?
Use your handkerchief like I did.
I need that to blow my nose.
Well, just rub them up and down your trousers.
Finish up with wet trousers.
Oh, you're never satisfied. Go on. Off you go.
Now, according to this plan, all the piles are numbered, so if you paddle us over to the nearest one, we'll see what number it is.
Why have I to do paddling?
Well, I'm reading the plan, and you couldn't do that because your eyesight's not very good at night, is it? Especially if we can't use a torch. Right, now take it easy, Uncle. We're nearly there. Just going under the pier now. Steady, hold it there. Come on, hold it.
All right.
Now, let's see. Ah, yes, see, Uncle Arthur, look. Painted up there.
This is number 48. Clever, isn't it? Brilliant. What on earth's that? It's Mr. Hodges. I didn't know he could sing.
Hello, this is Shaw calling Dingy.
You've got more faith than I have.
Hello, Dingy, come in, Dingy, come in.
Oh, Spruce, he wants us to go back in.
No, Frank. I regret to say he doesn't actually mean quite that. He wants you to talk to him on that radio thing down there.
Oh, see. I don't know how it works.
Well, try switching it on. There, see? Where it says transmits. On.
Oh, yes. Ooh. Little red lights lit up. Hello. This is Dingy calling Shaw. We are alongside pile number 48.
Understood. Nothing to report this end.
That was a waste of time, wasn't it?
We are now going to examine this pile.
Roger. Over and out.
I think he's got a friend with him.
Look, just get on with it.
Okay. I'm just going to tap it with the hammer, so listen carefully.
Yes, all right.
After 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, really, Uncle Arthur? Did you have to do that? I couldn't hear my tap for your sneeze.
I'm sorry. It just suddenly happened.
Well, try again. 1, 2, 3. That sounded all right. Look, I'll set it off on the plan if you can mark the actual pile with a piece of chalk. You are?
Yes, right. Well, what shall I put?
Well, I don't know. Use your imagination.
Well, I don't know, do I, Frank? I mean, here I am, 54 years old, a man with a normal experience of life. But for some reason beyond my comprehension, I've never actually been called on before to sit in a rubber dinghy and chalk things on the piles of a pier.
Just put a cross to tell us we checked this particular pile.
All right. There you are. How's that?
I wonder.
What's the matter?
Your chalk cross. Would a tick have been better?
Oh, really? Perhaps you'd like me to write the chorus from Ave Maria all over this.
Oh, don't be silly. There wouldn't be enough room. Right, paddle us over to the next one.
Yes, all right.
Do you want to watch that cold of yours, Uncle Arthur? I think it's getting worse. What's the time, Uncle Arthur?
2:30. How many have we checked now?
11.
Is that all?
Anyway, this one's okay. Number 34. So you better make your chalk mark.
Yes, all right. Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
Oh, the barnacles are much higher on this pile. They're right up what I want to put my chalk mark. See?
Just right on top of them.
Well, I can't do that.
Why not?
Well, it's not very nice, it is. I mean, after all, they're living things, aren't they? And those shelves are like their little houses.
Little houses?
Well, yes. Way. I can't write all over them. Besides, chalk dust might be bad for them.
You're pulling my leg, aren't you?
I know it sounds silly, Frank, but things like that upset me, you know. I can't explain it. I remember once being in a restaurant and decided to have trout. The head waiter took me over to a tank and asked me to choose the one I wanted.
What happened?
Well, I hated doing it, but eventually I did choose one. But then the head waiter told me his name was Pinocchio.
Funny name for a head waiter.
No, that was... that was what they had nicknamed the trout.
I see. So what did you do?
I had the jugged hare instead.
What was his name?
Yes, all right, you can laugh, but it's not my fault. I can be very sensitive at times, you know.
Yes, Mum says that. Hey, radio's gone very quiet. Perhaps Bert's dozed off.
Well, for heaven's sake, don't wake him up.
One, 2, 3. How do you think that one sounds?
Absolutely enchanting.
See, I knew you'd enjoy yourself once you got used to the idea.
I know one thing. There's a long way out now, you know. Must be pretty deep here.
What's the matter, Uncle Arthur? You're not getting cold feet, are you?
Actually, I've got a cold everything.
Shh, not so loud. Seems darker this far out. I can't see the plan properly.
Oh, does that mean we can go home?
No, of course not. It's only just struck 3:30.
Good Lord. Still time for an early night.
Got a torch here somewhere. Ah, yeah, here we are. Yeah. I'll risk a quick flash. There. Now, I'll just have a look at...
Put that light out!
Oh, Lord. Now we've woken Hodges up.
I said, put that light out!
I suppose I'd better do what he says.
That's better.
Why is he laughing like that?
Perhaps it's being by himself. He's gone mad. It's like the ancient mariner.
I'd better ask him if he's all right. Hello, Bert. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just that I never dreamt I'd get a chance to say, put that light out again. And yet, 3 years after the war, I just have.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't apologise, Parky. I'm grateful to you. It was wonderful. Oh, it was wonderful.
Oh, I was right. He has gone mad.
It was just like the old days. Oh, if only I'd kept my helmet. Oh, you two wouldn't understand.
Oh, by heaven's sake, turn him off.
Oh, yes,
just
all right.
came flooding back.
Oh, that's better.
At least it proves one thing.
I didn't need proof. I always thought Hodges was unhinged.
No, I mean it proves that the torch can be seen from the shore. Wait a minute. I've got it. Take your overcoat off.
What on earth for?
Wait, you can spread it over me while I use the torch to read the plan.
Huh?
That way, no one will see the light. Come on, hurry up.
Oh, really? This is quite ridiculous.
Keep your voice down.
There. Sorry, what did you say? I tell you what I'll do. I'll put this sleeve to my ear, and you can talk to me through the arm. No. It doesn't work.
Well, I'm talking up the arm.
No. Wait a minute. I think I'm listening to the wrong sleeve. Hang on a minute. Right. Now, say something else.
Mary had a little lamb.
What's that got to do with Piers?
Nothing. He just asked me to say something. Oh, bluff.
Now, what's the matter?
I've broken my pencil. Have you got one on you?
I think so, yes. Right. I'm dropping it down the sleeve now.
Pardon? Ow!
What's the matter, Frank?
Your pencil went right in my ear.
Oh. I'm sorry. Don't be long, will you? I'm freezing.
Right, I've marked the plan. I'll just switch the torch off. Okay. Take the coat away.
Oh, thank goodness for that. I'm sorry I'm going to get through.
Right. If you've done your chalk mark, let's go over to that one over there on the left.
Yeah, all right.
Keep it as quiet as possible.
Yes, all right.
What's happening now, Arthur? We're supposed to be going that way, to the left.
I'm trying to go that way, but the damn dinghy doesn't seem to want to.
Hey, wait a minute. That's funny. The side feels a bit softer. Stop paddling a minute. Listen.
We've got a puncture.
That's all I need.
Are we sinking? Oh, dear, what are we going to do?
Well, how the devil should I know?
Mum will be ever so upset if I drown. She'll probably never speak to me again.
Look. We mustn't panic. Hello. Pull up Hodges on the radio.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes.
Right. Turn the volume up.
Yes.
Thinking the other day how much I used to look forward to saying, put that light out every time I went on duty.
Oh, really? Give me that microphone. Listen, Hodges, we're sinking.
Deaf old ladies to shout at her. What did you say?
I said we're sinking.
We sprung the leak. You've got to get help.
Yes, all right. I'll bring the Coast Guard. Just don't go away.
Now, do it quick. We're going down very fast.
Is that a fact?
Yes. At this rate, we shall be on the bottom in a few minutes.
On the bottom. Oh, well, while you're down there, look, have a look at the foundations, because we've not sorted that out yet.
You've been listening to It Sticks Out Half a Mile, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges. whose characters were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Cross. Also in the cast was Vivienne Martin as Miss Perkins. It Sticks Out Half a Mile was written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles and produced by Martin Fisher.
A seaside saga of post-war pier perpetuation, written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles, starring John LeMessurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges in... The time, 1948. The place, the pier, Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast.
Nearly finished, have you?
Yeah, won't be long now, mate. Just get this cable fixed and you'll be able to ring up all your friends.
Oh, I don't think I'll be doing much of that.
Why? Haven't you got any, then?
Of course I have. No, I mean, we won't be able to afford it. Not after paying that dreadful 15 shillings connection charge. It'll be business calls only.
Oh, I see. By the way, this floor does slope, doesn't it?
Of course it does. This is a crooked house.
Cool for that. I thought I got one leg shorter than the other. Right. There you are. One phone as ordered.
Oh, thank you.
It's quite a tricky job installing that phone, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've had to fix nearly 600 yards of cable from the shore right down to this office of yours.
Yes, it is a long way. Still, you're lucky. You've only got to walk down here and back again once. Mr. Hodges and me got to do it every day.
I was referring to the amount of work involved.
Oh, Mr. Hodges and me will soon get the place shipshape again.
I meant my work. This morning.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you very much. I'm afraid I can't give you a tip because I haven't got any money on me.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, tell you what, though. When we reopen, you can have a free go on the Dodgems.
I can hardly wait.
I knew he'd be pleased. Right. Here goes. Ooh, it's working.
Hello, Swallows Bank, Frambourne.
Mm-hmm. Could I speak to the manager, Mr. Wilson, please?
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Pike.
How did you know it was me, Miss Perkins?
I can always tell. One moment, please.
Hello, yes?
Mr. Pike for you, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, no. How lovely. Good afternoon, Frank.
Afternoon, Uncle Arthur. I've got some very exciting news.
What's happened? Have they abolished sweet rationing?
No. A man came down to the pier this morning, and guess what he's done?
Condemned it?
He's installed a phone. From now on, I shall be able to ring you up any time I want to discuss something.
That's very good news.
I knew you'd be pleased. Well, I can't stop now. I've got one or two other people to ring.
Including your mother, I hope.
What do you mean?
Well, she was awfully upset last night. I mean, you didn't get home until long after she'd gone to bed.
Oh, I went to a party. Anyway, how do you know what time I got back?
Oh, well, she told me about it on the phone this morning.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I'll give her a ring. Hey, by the way, you better make a note of this number. It's from... Oh, blast.
What's the matter?
The engineer's forgotten to put our number on the phone. Oh, well, cheerio. Stupid man. I've a good mind to cancel his free ride. He won't get a candy floss, that's for sure.
Frambourne 742?
Hello, Mum. It's me, Frank.
Ah, now we didn't get a chance to talk this morning. Where did you get to last night?
I went to a party.
Oh, yes. Whereabouts, exactly?
At this girl's house. It was ever so good. We all finished up in the garden dancing to Geraldo records and the Squadronaires.
In the garden? At that time of night? Oh, you had your vest on?
Of course I did.
Oh, good. And you didn't sit on the damp grass, did you? You get a very nasty chill that way.
Oh, really, Mum?
Oh, now, Frank, don't you really mum me? Who is this girl?
She's just a girl.
Is she a nice girl?
She's lovely.
That's not what I meant. I'd like to know a bit more about her, Frank. You can tell me over supper tonight.
I shan't be in for supper.
Not in for supper? But it's Wednesday.
Yes, I know.
That means you missed your favourite, Toad in the Hole.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mum. I'm going out.
2 nights running?
Yeah, that's right.
With that girl, I suppose.
Well, yes, I am, actually.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
Yes, I do, Mum. I'm 22 years of age, and I'm going out 2 nights running with a girl.
Oh, Frank! That's the first time you've spoken to me like that in 22 years.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mum, but I'm a grown-up man now. I'm co-owner of Frambourne Pier, and I'm going places. Oh, look at the time. I'll have to get back to Woolworths with stock taking this afternoon.
Where are you now, then? You're not with that girl.
No, Mum, I'm on the pier.
There isn't a phone on the pier.
Well, there is now. Look, I've got to go.
What's the number, then?
Oh, Mum, it's Frambourne... Oh, I'm sorry, I can't give it to you. I'll kill that damn engineer.
Afternoon, Frank.
Oh, hello, Bert.
Shouldn't you be at Woolies?
Yeah, I'm going now. I only came in because the post office rang me at work yesterday to say they were coming along here this morning.
Oh, that's good. So we're on the blower now, eh?
Yeah. Well, must be off.
Here, hang on. This phone's got no number.
I know. The chap forgot to put it on.
Oh, well, perhaps they'll ring us and tell us what it is.
How can they ring us if we haven't got a number?
Don't worry, Frank. I'll sort it out. Listen, I'm still not getting anywhere with that Earnshaw fellow.
Who's he?
Truth. I told you all about it on Monday. What's the matter with you? Are you in love or something?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I think I am.
Oh, blimey. Look, Romeo, Earnshaw runs a factory the other side of Frambourne which makes deck chairs.
Deck chairs?
Yeah, you know, deck chairs. Fold-up jobs with a canvas bit in the middle.
I know what a deck chair is. What's it got to do with that?
Oh, you have got it bad, haven't you? Look, we agree that we ought to replace all those tatty broken deck chairs that are stored in the ballroom with 500 new ones, remember?
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, what's the problem, then?
The problem, Frank, is the price. They cost 17 and 6 each, and even with us buying 500, Earnshaw says he can only give us 5% off.
Oh, I see.
Anyway, the point is, I found out that every Wednesday Earnshaw plays billiards at the Temperance Hall and then pops into the Smuggler's Rest afterwards.
So what?
Well, I reckon you and I should sort of accidentally bump into him in the pub and over a few jars, see if we can, well, get him to drop his price.
Hey, that's a good idea. When do you want to do it?
Well, there's no point in hanging about, is there?
No, of course not.
So, as it happens to be Wednesday today, I thought we'd make it this evening.
Ah. Oh, well, I can't this evening. I'm going out with Avril.
Going out? Look, Frank, I don't care if you're playing water polo with Veronica Lake. Business before pleasure. We're partners, and this is important.
I know that, Bert, and I promise I'll keep next Wednesday free. But I'm younger than you, Bert, and tonight I've got some wild oats to sow.
Wild oats. Okay, but remember, Frank, if this pier project of ours fails, you could end up sewing mailbags.
Half a salt, would you please, Frank?
Yes, here you are.
Thank you.
Why did you come over to Joe Lyons to have lunch today? I mean, you usually go to Nellie's pantry, don't you?
Yes, normally, but you know what they say. A change is as good as a rest.
Ah, I see. Who says that?
Well, you know. They do. That is, one does.
Oh. One. I thought perhaps you wanted to talk to me about something special. You know, something we couldn't talk about in front of Mum.
Oh, good Lord, no. Well, actually, yes, I do, rather.
Is it something to do with the pier?
No. It's personal. It's to do with a young lady.
Oh, I see. Well, you can tell me, Uncle Arthur. Who is she? Where did you meet her?
No, Frank, please. The thing is... Oh, Lord, this is very difficult.
There's no need to be embarrassed, Uncle Arthur. I understand about these things, especially since I started going out with Avril.
Yes, well, actually, it's her I wanted to talk to you about.
You're not going out with her as well, are you?
No, of course I'm not.
Oh, that's all right then. Who are you going out with?
I'm not going out with anybody.
Oh, good. Because my mum wouldn't really like that.
Well, actually, she's not exactly over the moon about you going out with Avril.
Why not?
Well, I think she wonders if she's suitable.
Suitable for what?
No. What I mean is, your mother wonders whether she's a nice girl.
Oh.
Look, why don't you tell me about her?
Well, she's 21, quite tall, with blonde hair. We've been out together 4 times. Oh, and she's an actress.
An actress?
That's right. Apparently, it all started at the end of the war when the local American Air Force camp voted her Miss Total Surrender in 1945.
Well, where does she do her acting?
Well, she's not at the moment. She's what they call resting.
Ah.
Apparently, she's made to do that every so often to give the others a chance.
Where did you meet?
At Woolies.
Oh, she came in to buy something from you, did she? On your ironmongery counter?
Oh, no, she's working there. On fancy goods.
Oh. So you see quite a lot of her.
Not as much as I'd like to.
I assume you always behave like a gentleman.
Oh, yes. I open doors for her, help her off buses, all that sort of thing.
No, what I mean is, you wouldn't do anything silly, would you?
Silly?
No, I'm sure you're too fond of her for that. What are your feelings for her exactly?
Oh, I'm mad about her. I think about her all the time. Her hair, her eyes, her lips. These dumplings are good, aren't they?
Oh, yes, very nice indeed. Yes, lovely. When are you going out with her again?
Tonight.
Well, that's 3 nights running.
I know. I think she must be quite keen on me as well.
Yes, well, just be careful, Frank. Whatever the circumstances, don't give in to your natural desires. You see? There's so much at stake.
Is there?
Yes. I mean, I know it's fun, for instance, to be with a young lady in the dark, but it's also very easy to be led astray. Remember, Eve tempted Adam with an apple.
Oh, I'll be all right then. I don't like apples.
Oh, Frank, I had no idea it would be so large.
That's the theatre. Needs a lot doing to it. By the way, I'm sorry I had to show you round with a torch, but there aren't any lights working at the moment, except in the office.
That's all right, Frank. I like being in the dark with you.
Do you really?
You can kiss me if you like.
Oh, thank you. Why don't we go up to the office?
Okay, suits me.
Right, this way. Be nice and warm up there.
Oh, good. If it is warm, I'll be able to slip out of this cardigan.
Oh, I've never seen you without your cardigan. Here we are. I'll lead the way as I've got the torch.
Okay. These stairs are pretty steep, aren't they?
Yes, they are a bit. Mind your head on that beam.
Oh, towel.
Don't want you knocking yourself out before...
Before what?
Well, before you've had a chance to take your cardi off. Hang on. I'll just switch the light on. Here.
Cool. What a funny office. Everything's running uphill.
That's because it's the crooked house. See? Crooked walls, crooked table, crooked chairs.
Where's the crooked cat?
He's out looking for a crooked mouse.
Oh, Frank, you are funny. I like men with a sophisticated sense of humour.
Oh, good. Make yourself at home?
Thanks. I think I will slip out of this cardigan.
Feel free.
There, that's better.
Yes, well, you should certainly feel free now. I must say I like that frilly blouse, Avril.
Oh, good. I wore it specially, just for you.
Oh.
Well, come on. Don't you want to kiss me?
Of course I do. Oh, Avril.
Oh, Frank.
Oh, hell. Hello. Frambourne Pier, Frank Pike speaking. No, I'm sorry, there's no one here of that name.
Wrong number?
Yeah, I don't even know how they found us, what with the engineer forgetting to put a number on our phone. Now, where were we?
You were just about to kiss me.
Oh, yes. Oh, Avril.
Oh, Frank.
Oh, hang on.
What's the matter now?
I left the torch on, my batteries will run down.
I think they already have.
No, they're all right. Look.
Oh, yeah, very nice.
These Timothy White torches are ever so reliable. I really wanted a red one, but I let an old lady buy the last red one because she said it matched her dressing gown. So I had to settle for this green one, you see. Still, it gives a very good light, and the switch works ever so well.
Frank, do you want to kiss me or not?
Yes, of course I do.
Well, are you planning to do it this evening?
Sorry. Oh, Avril. You've got such lovely... Here, you're a lot taller than you were just now.
Don't be silly, Frank. It's this sloping floor. Before, you were standing uphill of me. Now, we're the other way round.
Oh, yes. Yes. Look, I tell you what. We might as well be comfortable.
What are you doing?
I'm going to move this chair round, see? From behind the desk here, and then you can sit on my lap.
But it's got casters.
Doesn't matter. Anyway, it's the only one we've got. Come on. Sit on my lap.
Oh, right. If you say so.
Gently does it.
There.
Oh, Avril. I've been looking forward to this all day.
Oh, Frank, so have I. Kiss me.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Ooh!
Oh, hang on. Hold on, Avril. Oh!
Cool. Talk about the earth moving. Still, at least we're now at the bottom of the slope. It can't run away again.
Yeah, but we can't have the weight of us and the chair forced up against the wall like this. It's only thin, it might crack.
Why don't we just stand up?
No, I like it with you on my lap. It's quite simple. Look, if I stretch my left leg out like this and hook my foot round the corner of the desk, see, that'll stop us from sliding towards the door. Clever, isn't it?
Brilliant.
And you could put your right hand behind my head and hold on to that upright there, you see. That'll stop us sliding towards the window.
Oh, all right.
Now, if I twist my right leg out sideways, I can wedge my foot between the chair back and the wall, and that'll keep the chair from swiveling.
Oh.
There. Oh, Avril. Isn't love wonderful?
Yeah.
Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Wilson.
Now, what is it, Miss Perkins?
Mr. Hodges is here.
Oh, Lord. What does he want?
Oh, something to do with the pier, I think.
Oh, surprise.
He seems quite agitated.
Oh, well, you better ask him in.
Yes, all right. Mr. Hodges, would you like to come through?
Oh, thanks.
Mr. Hodges, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Hodges.
Where is he? I've been to the pier. He's not there. Is he here?
Well, what are you talking about? The Scarlet Pimpernel?
Oh, you are funny, Mr. Wilson.
Don't start all that nonsense. I'm talking about Frank Pike, of course, my so-called partner.
Isn't he at work?
No, I rang Woolies and they said he hadn't come in today.
Yes, that's right. I gathered from Mrs. Pike, his mother, whom I accidentally bumped into on the way in this morning, that he had a rather late night last night. Anyway, he's having a bit of a lie-in.
Having a bit of a lie-in? When we've got a load of trouble on our hands? You wait till I see him. I'll give him lie-in.
Well, what's happened, Mr. Hodges?
What's happened? What's happened?
Yes, what's happened? For heaven's sake, calm down and sit down and tell us what your problem is.
Well, the fact is, last night we had a fire in the pier ballroom.
Oh, was there much damage?
Oh, fortunately, the fire brigade arrived and managed to put it out. But not before all the old deck chairs we had stored in there went up in smoke.
But how did the fire start?
Well, the passer-by who called the fire brigade said he noticed an old tramp running away from the pier.
Well, maybe he was an arsonist.
Well, I don't care if he was a Jehovah's Witness. The police reckon he started the fire.
But how did the tramp get onto the pier in the first place?
Well, he didn't buy a ticket, and that's for sure.
Oh, very funny. I don't know how he got on the pier, Miss Perkins. I locked everything up when I left. That was about 6:30. But the police say it doesn't look as if he broke in.
I wonder...
Yeah, what?
Oh, nothing.
Well, I'll have to go. The police want to see me and Frank down at the station. But since your Romeo's been so busy burning his candle at both ends, I suppose I'll have to go myself.
I shouldn't worry, Mr. Hodges. It's only a formality.
Well, that may be, but Frambourne Pier has two owners, not one. Next time I see Frank, I shall give him a piece of my mind.
You can't afford to give him a very big piece.
He did seem awfully agitated, and I can understand why. With Mr. Pike always otherwise engaged, as it were.
Oh, come now, Miss Perkins. You're only young once. I'm sure when you were in your 20s, You couldn't wait to go out with young men.
Yes, that's true. Actually, I'm still waiting. By the way, what did you mean when you said I wonder earlier? And then you stopped.
Oh, yes. Well, it was just a thought that crossed my mind.
What was it?
Well, this is in confidence. Suppose that you and I had a little something going on between us, and we wanted to be alone. Where would we go?
Well, we couldn't go to my place because I live with my aunt. Mind you, she'll be out this evening, if that's the
No, Miss Ferguson. This is pure supposition.
I thought it might be.
The point I'm trying to make is that at some time or another, we've all had problems finding somewhere to do our courting.
I haven't.
You mean you have somewhere to go?
No, I mean I've had no one to go with.
Oh, come now, Miss Perkins. You must have had your moment.
I can't remember any. Anyway, what's this got to do with Mr. Pike?
Well, don't you see, he's got himself a young lady, and what's more, he has somewhere to take her.
You mean the pier?
Well, exactly. You mustn't say anything to anyone, of course.
Do you mean Mr. Pike may have started the fire?
Oh, no, of course not. But supposing yesterday evening, after it got dark, he took his young lady onto the pier for a little, kiss and cuddle.
Oh, don't, Mr. Wilson, don't.
Don't what, Miss Perkins?
Don't talk about it.
Well, don't be silly, Miss Perkins. I'm only asking you to use your imagination.
That's the trouble. I am.
Well, you see, the point is, at the end of the evening, when the time came for them to leave, did he lock up properly? Or, filled with romance, did he forget? I mean, would you have worried about locking up?
The problem wouldn't have arisen, Mr. Wilson.
Well, why not?
I'd still be there now.
Yes, I understand. That'll do nicely, yes. So you'll put the form in the post today, will you?
Oh, there you are, lover boy.
Won't be a moment, Bert. Yes, I'm still here. Yes? Yes, of course. So do I. And once again, thanks a lot. Bye.
I suppose that was a bit of crackling who wore you out last night. The one who stopped us meeting Earnshaw. The one that's been taking your mind off running this pier.
No, it wasn't her on the phone.
Oh. Well, anyway, I suppose you heard what happened last night.
Oh, you mean the fire? Yes, Uncle Arthur phoned me this morning at home.
We lost all those old deck chairs, you know.
Yeah, no. I had a look in the ballroom on the way in.
They were pretty rough, but they were better than nothing.
Yes, still we've got the insurance.
Some of them could have been mended up. What insurance?
The policy I took out a fortnight ago. You said we didn't need it, but I went ahead and fixed it anyway. Didn't cost much.
You mean we were covered for this fire?
Yes, that's who I was talking to just now. Those deck chairs were insured for £150.
150? But they were so tatty they couldn't have been worth more than 20 quid the lot.
I know that. And you know that. But they didn't ask what state they were in, and they can't tell now, can they?
Parky, you're a very clever lad.
Thank you. By the way, you just missed the telephone chap.
Blimey, they're not cutting it off already, are they?
No, of course not. He popped back to put a number on it.
Oh, good. What is it then?
Frambourne 272. It's ringing. That was quick. We've only just been given the number ourselves.
Well, answer it.
Oh, yes. Yes. Hello, Frambourne Pier, Frank Pike speaking. Oh, hello, Avril.
Oh, blimey.
Yes. Yeah, oh, that's smashing. Thanks a lot, Avril. Next Wednesday, yes, that'll be all right, Avril. Here, see you. Bye, Avril. That was Avril.
You don't say. Now, look, Frank, I don't mind what you get up to, as long as it doesn't affect us and the plans we've got for this pier. Now, if you're seeing her on Wednesday, that means we can't bump into Earnshaw that night either. Can't you arrange things a bit better?
We don't need to bump into him.
How do you mean?
Well, I only discovered Avril's surname last night.
What's that got to do with it?
It's Earnshaw.
Earnshaw? You're joking. You mean?
Yes. She's his daughter.
Blimey, what a coincidence.
Anyway, she talked to her dad this morning, and he's going to let us have 500 deck chairs at cost.
At cost?
Yeah, £250 a lot. Apparently that's 45% off.
45%? But why should he give us that much?
Because he's very fond of his daughter, and she's rather keen on me.
True. That's handy. Here, there's a chap just outside Bexhill who makes paint. I wonder if he's got a daughter.
What do you think I am? What do you think I am, a gigolo?
Look, Frank, I don't know how to say this, but, well, I'm sorry about telling you off for going out with Avril so often. I was a bit hasty.
Well, that's all right, Bert. Anyway, I won't be going out with her again once the deck chairs have been delivered on Wednesday.
Why not?
Well, it was something Uncle Arthur said to me about how girls can ruin your life by tempting you. It all came back to me last night.
Oh, what happened?
Well, she sat on my lap and got me to kiss her a few times, and then suddenly, without any warning, she... Go on. Well, quite suddenly, she opened her...
Oh, what?
Her handbag. And it was then that I remembered what Uncle Arthur had said.
What? What did she do?
She did what Eve did. She offered me an apple.
You've been listening to It's 6 Out Half a Mile, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges, whose characters were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Croft. Also in the cast were Vivian Martin as Miss Perkins, Carol Hawkins as Avril, Janet Davis as Mavis Pike, and Gordon Salkeld as the telephone engineer. It's 6 Out Half a Mile was written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles and produced by Martin Fisher.
A seaside saga of post-war pier perpetuation, written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges in It's 6 Out Half a Mile. The time, 1948. The place, Swallows Bank, Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast.
Hello, Swallows Bank. Miss Perkins, Chief Cashier speaking.
Hello, it's Bert Hodges here.
I'm sorry, this is a bad line.
I said it's Bert Hodges here.
Oh, yes, Mr. Bert Hodges. Do you want our foreign department?
Foreign department? What are you talking about? I said it's Bert Hodges here.
Ah, the line's cleared now, you should have said. How are you today? It's lovely weather, isn't it?
Look, I haven't got time for chit-chat. Just put me through to Wilson.
I'm afraid he's on the phone at the moment. What was it you wanted to talk to Mr. Wilson about?
Well, it's to do with the estimates for the pier.
Are they going to be a bit high?
Yeah, I'm afraid they are. It's not the material so much, provided we can get them. It's the labour costs.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Do you realise that a painter alone wants 1 4pence an hour? 1 4pence an hour?
Did you really?
I mean, it's just weekdays. They work Saturday afternoons. They want time and a third. So that would be, well, it's a lot of money.
Why don't you ask for volunteers to help with the work?
Volunteers?
Yes, you know, people who would come along and work for nothing.
I know what volunteers are, thank you.
I'm sure there must be lots of people who'd be only too glad to lend a hand.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. We don't want anything like that. Everybody's sticking their all in.
Well, it was just a thought.
Yes, well, thank you very much. Now, would you put me through to Wilson? This call is costing a fortune.
Right you are. Oh, he's just come out of his office. Mr. Wilson, this call's for you.
Who is it?
Mr. Hodges.
Oh, Lord. Good morning, Mr. Hodges. What can we do for you?
I've just had the estimates in for repairs to the pier.
Oh, dear, have you?
Look, why don't you pop along to the Crooked House on the pier and you and me and Pikey can discuss them?
I'm afraid I'm rather busy at the moment.
Look, 4 o'clock will be a good time. I don't mind telling you, it's going to cost a lot more than we thought.
Well, I did warn you.
However, I've had an idea. It's just come to me. How we can save on labour costs.
Oh, what is it?
Well, why don't we sort of ask people to donate their services?
For nothing?
Oh, that's it. You're catching on fast.
You mean ask for volunteers?
Well, yes, I suppose you could put it like that. Actually, it's an idea I've been mulling over for some time. I'm sure there must be lots of people who'd be only too glad to lend a hand to restore the pier.
I'll give me a house with a bumper lounge round.
Oh, look, Pikey, there's Guthrie. He could be our first volunteer.
Yeah.
Better be nice to him for a change.
Right.
Well, where's Mr. Guthrie, Frank?
Oh, so it is, Mr. Hodges.
Hello, it's Flotsam and Jetsam.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, nice to hear you're happy in your work, Mr. Guthrie.
I see you're repairing the deck chairs, getting them ready for the trippers, eh?
No, I'm repairing this chair for me to sit on.
Oh, and why not?
Yeah.
How are you today, Fred?
You feeling all right?
Of course I am.
Lovely day, isn't it, Mr. Guthrie?
If you like drizzling rain, I expect it is.
Oh, he's a wag, isn't he, Frank?
Oh, he certainly is, Bert, yes.
It's all right for you, but all this damp plays havoc with my joints.
You mean the glue won't dry?
I'm not talking about wooden joints, I'm talking about my joints.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I am a martyr to rheumatism, I am.
Yes, well, we're very sorry to hear that, aren't we, Frank?
Oh, we are indeed, Bert.
I've got just the thing for that. You want to get some wintergreen and garlic and mix them together.
Wintergreen and garlic?
Then rub it on your joints. It may not ease the rheumatics, but you'll be so busy worrying about the smell you'll forget about the pain.
Very witty.
Well, now, Mr. Guthrie, we've had our little ups and downs in the past, haven't we?
Yes, I suppose you could say that.
And our little disagreement?
I've just said that, Frank.
Oh,
From the old Mr. Guthrie, well, we rub along pretty well, eh?
Like chalk on a blackboard, you might say.
No, but putting aside any little differences, we do share a common interest.
Really? Oh, I didn't know you kept whippets.
nor did I. How long have you had them?
Oh, not talking about whippets. I mean, Mr. Guthrie, what are you standing on at this moment?
My feet.
No, under them.
Well, the floor of the pier.
Well, there you are, then.
You're interested in floorboards?
No, Mr. Hodges means the pier itself.
Me? Interested in the pier? That's a laugh. I work here, and that's as far as my interest goes.
You see, what we have in mind is to launch a campaign to help restore the pier.
Oh, yeah?
And we're going to ask people to give their time.
I see.
And we thought you might like to start the ball rolling by working a little extra overtime.
For which I wouldn't get paid.
He's got the idea, Mr. Hodges.
You really are a couple of comedians. You're wasted here, you know. You should be on the stage.
Place to save the pier.
Listen, if you think I'm going to work for nothing, you've got another thing coming.
Oh, come on now. Where's your patriotism?
What are you talking about?
Well, the war's only been over 3 years. You can't have forgotten how we answered our country's call to arms.
Oh, I can't be doing with all that nonsense.
We've got the same sort of situation here, but now we're fighting to save the pier.
Well, you and Sonny Jim can fight. I'm going for my dinner.
Aren't you going to help us with our campaign, Mr. Guthrie? Where's the old Churchill spirit?
Churchill spirit? You know what you can do with that, don't you?
Why did he do that, Bert? Does it mean he'll be back at 2 o'clock?
Sir Guthrie wouldn't volunteer. You didn't really expect him to, did you?
I can't get over his attitude. I'm sure there must be hundreds of people out there only too willing to help. But how do we reach them?
Advertising.
Precisely. Now, Pikey and me have drawn up a few eye-catching slogans. See what you think. What about Your Pier Needs You?
Yes. Will that have a picture of you, sort of pointing aggressively?
Of course not.
Oh, I'm glad. I mean, we don't want to frighten people away.
How about Your Pier Needs Supporting?
Well, that sounds as if it's just about to collapse.
Right, how about Come along and lend a hand, make your pier the best in the land?
Yes, it's got something. I don't quite know what, but something.
Or, don't let your pier just stand and rot. Come and give it everything.
Yes.
See, that one's not quite right yet. I'm working on it.
Yes, well, I'm sure you'll come up with something, Frank. Given time.
Yes, well, I don't think we can wait that long. Now, look, we'll stick to my original idea. Your pier needs you. Now, if we put this in the paper, which column should it go in to get the best effect?
How about births?
What are you talking about, Frank?
We know. The birth of a new idea.
In that case, you could just as easily put it under deaths. The death of an old pier.
Look, I don't think you're taking this very seriously, Arthur. Now, it'll need to be featured in a good position. I'd better give the Chronicle a ring. I wonder what they'll charge. They'll probably do us a special rate.
Yes. Well, thank you, Mr. Sims. I'll see to that now.
Excuse me, Miss Perkins, can I see you for a minute?
Oh, hello, Mr. Pike.
Hello.
Goodness me, you are loaded down.
Yes. These are the posters and collecting tins for our campaign to get support for the pier.
Oh, so Mr. Hodges decided to use my idea after all.
What idea was that?
To ask for volunteers to help restore the pier.
Oh, it was your idea, was it? He never said.
No, he wouldn't. But I thought you were going to advertise in the papers.
Oh, no, it's too expensive, you see. Listen in. To make a deposit in the bank, they can make a deposit in my collecting boxes as well. I think I'll... I see you've brought my collecting boxes back.
Yes, I have. No. Well, of one, and it looked as if his nose was dripping.
Oh, perhaps knows he's running his family.
Well, it wasn't terribly good for the bank's image.
So you took it down?
Well, I'm afraid we had to.
That's it, then. You won't get your butter or your egg tomorrow.
No. Don't go on, Frank.
I think it's rotten.
Typical, it is. Is that all they've got to think about at Swallows Bank? Oh, I can't stand that sort of petty small-mindedness. Don't sit there, Arthur. That chair's reserved for me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, they'll be arriving soon.
Yeah, I hope we've got enough seats.
That's more than 500 turn up. It used to be all right.
You've canvassed this town from end to end, haven't you, Pikey?
That's right. From St Mary's Convent in the east to Johnson's Bakery in the west, and from Watkins Brewery in the north, right down to the pier.
So you went from nuns to buns, via beer to the pier.
Pardon?
Well, listen. It's all right, Frank. It's just a joke, that's all.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't bother, Arthur. You're wasted in that bank, you know. You should be writing for the Beano.
Oh, nuns! Nuns come to the convent.
Yes, all right. But don't worry about it now, Frank. Did you have enough posters?
Oh, we've been turning them out by the dozens, haven't you?
Yeah, it was exhausting. I've only got one left now.
Yeah, let's have a look. Blimey, I can hardly read it. And is this supposed to be my name at the bottom? It's more like Ogden Hodges.
Yes, so it does. Quite appropriate.
What?
Oh, no, nothing.
Well, I was doing them so quickly, you see. I mean, I may have had to sacrifice some of my artistic integrity.
Well, I'm sure it doesn't show.
Hey, look, it's 6 o'clock.
Yeah, the crowds of volunteers should be streaming in now.
Exciting, isn't it, Uncle Arthur?
Yes, it is. Nerve-tingling.
Wonder who our first volunteer will be.
Hello. I'm not too early, am I?
Miss Perkins.
Oh, Lord.
I thought I'd get here before the rush.
Well, that wouldn't be difficult.
I didn't know you were interested in Piers, Miss Perkins.
Oh, yes. Your uncle and I share a lot of things in common.
Really?
Well, Hodges, do you think this is wise?
How do you mean?
Well, having Miss Perkins here. Look, we need all the help we can get. Besides, you never know, she might be a dab hand with a paintbrush.
Hello there. This is the place, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Come on in.
Ernest Walcott's the name. You must be Mr. Hogg.
Hodges, actually. Thought so. This is Mr. Pike.
Hello.
He's my partner.
Thought so.
Mr. Wilson.
How do you do?
He's our financial advisor.
Thought so.
And this is Miss Perkins.
Hello.
She's Mr. Wilson's.
Thought so. Well, this is all tremendously exciting, isn't it?
Well, yes, we're getting
Fascinating
excited
subject,
about
Pierce. Fascinating.
Indeed.
Do you know this was built by Eugenius Birch, didn't you?
Yes, well,
Completed in 1860.
Yes, I did actually know.
Not one of his best, of course, but a workmanlike effort nonetheless.
I'm sure he'd be pleased to hear it.
No, he's dead, actually.
Yes, I had realized.
He died in 1884, August the 10th, 4:30 in the morning.
Oh, really?
Yes. Actually, Mr. Hogg.
Hodges.
Oh, thought so. I spotted one of your posters in the town, so I thought I'd pop along. Clever idea, that. Making them difficult to read. Makes people stop and look twice.
Oh, I don't think that was me.
Did you get one of your grandchildren to draw them?
As a matter of fact, I did them.
Ah. Well, I hope you're feeling better now. Of course, this is my subject, you know.
What?
Art criticism? No. Piers. I think you'll find there's very little I don't know about him.
He's a bit of a know-all, isn't he, Bert? We need everyone we can get, Pikey. He was very rude about my posters.
Of course, your first job will be to put back the missing bit, won't it?
Well, it is fairly high on their list of priorities.
I sometimes think that...
Good afternoon, Noel.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm Mr. Hodges.
Oh, hello, dear. Olive Briggs, widow.
This is my partner, Mr. Pike.
Hello.
And this is Miss Perkins, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Woolcott.
Hello, dears. Oh, this brings back memories. I haven't been on here since they closed it down. When was it now? 1939.
That's right. October the 12th at 3 p.m., to be exact.
Was it really, dear?
Then they blew it up on April the 17th the following year. That was 1940.
Yes, we can count, thanks.
He does go on, doesn't he, Uncle Arthur?
Yes, he could become a bit of a bore.
Me and my hubby, God rest his soul, used to come here regular on a Saturday.
Did you really? It must have been fascinating.
Oh, yes. We used to have a go on all the machines, rolling the halfpenny, test your strength, and that crane thing. Oh, we love that. Mind you, I used to draw the line at what the butler saw, on account of his heart condition. Yes, I don't think those sort of things are very nice anyway. Do you Mr. Wilson?
I've never really given it much thought.
Well, anyway, after my hubby had been on all the machines, we used to walk along to the cafe and have a pot of tea and a cream bun for 6pence. Is that all it cost?
Oh, well, yes, it would, you see. I mean, we're
amazing,
talking now about pre-war
really.
prices, when a penny bun cost a halfpenny. Now, before the depression, of course, you could buy a penny bun for a farthing. And before that, of
Do you
course, we're
mind,
talking...
dear? I'm talking.
I'm so sorry.
As I was saying, when we'd had our tea, we'd come out and we'd listen to the band playing. Selections from Merry England, Choo Chin Chow, and Ruddy Gore.
I didn't think she'd use language like that.
Those were the days.
Careful. When our organisation gets going, we'll soon have those days back again. Won't we, Mr. Hodges?
Oh, you can say that again, Pikey.
I think you'll need a few more volunteers than you've got here to do that.
Yes, it's funny that, isn't it? Hey, Miss Perkins, would you like to stick your head outside and see if you can see anybody coming?
Yes, of course. I won't be a tick.
I must say, I was expecting a much better turnout.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be a lot more people soon, dear.
Can you see anyone, Miss Perkins?
Not a soul, I'm afraid.
Perhaps they couldn't read your posters. I'm good at crosswords, but it was still quite tricky.
Do you know something, Uncle Arthur?
What's that?
I don't think I'm going to like Mr. Woolcott.
I see you've still got all the machines in here.
Yes, well, we hope to get them back into working order.
Ah, how are you going to do that?
The usual way, I suppose. Take them to pieces and then repair them.
The reason I ask is that it's one of my pet subjects, you see, amusement machines.
Yes, I thought it might be.
You're a proper little jack of all trades, aren't you?
So if you ever need my help or advice, just give me a ring. It's Frambourne 482.
Thank you. Remember not to make a note of that, Parky.
I'd forgotten it already.
Ernest, old chap, you wouldn't like to go and give Miss Perkins a hand, would you? See if you can see anybody.
Of course not. Only too glad.
God, blimey, he can talk the hind legs off a donkey.
Yes. He's a bit of a chatterbox, isn't he? Mind you, my hubby, God rest his soul, he liked a nice chin wag.
Did he?
Yes. Actually, you're quite a bit like him.
Really?
Except, of course, he was good looking.
See.
There'll never be another like my Leonard, but I keep looking. Here. Are you married, dear?
What? Yes, thank you, yes.
You're not, are you, Mr. Wilson?
No, actually I'm not.
No, I didn't think you were. What's the matter, then? No one good enough for you?
Oh, well,
He sees himself as a carefree bachelor, don't you, Arthur? Drifting down life's highway.
That's not good for you. It's high time you settle down. I mean, you're not bad looking in a vague sort of way.
Well, thank you.
Mind you, you're not my type. No offense, but I mean, you're a little bit too airy-fairy for me.
I see, what a pity. And I thought we might have made a go of it.
The pier's deserted, Mr. Hodges.
Not a dicky bird. Mind you, we haven't been wasting our time, have we, Miss Perkins? We've had a fascinating discussion on tide patterns, haven't we?
Oh, yes. Fascinating.
Not a lot of people realize, you know, it's the influence of the moon that controls the movement of the tide.
Really?
You see, what happens is...
What is the time, Arthur?
It's nearly 6:30. We'd better give them a bit longer, hadn't we?
I'll go off and have another look, shall I?
Thank you, Miss Perkins.
And to take Professor Einstein with you.
What? All right, Mr. Woolcott.
I see. Do you know anything about longshore drift? It's quite fascinating. What happens is...
Oh, God, he's off again.
What's the time now, Uncle Arthur? 7 o'clock.
There's still no sign of anyone.
Thank you, Miss Perkins. I'll tell you something, Pikey. This is a bitter blow.
Nobody wanted to support our pier.
Oh, don't take on so, dear.
You'd have thought this pier would have meant something to the people of Frambourne.
Well, I did question the wisdom of this volunteering in the first place.
Well, I can't understand it. I spoke to a lot of people and they said they were coming.
Yeah, well, obviously it's not very important to them. Well, there's not much point in hanging on any longer.
No. We might as well forget the whole thing.
Anyway, thanks to those of you who took the trouble to turn up.
Yes, thank you very much.
We might as well go home.
Oh, what a shame, dear.
I think we ought to form some sort of committee, you know. Then, of course, we'll need a subcommittee and, of course, a standing committee. I wouldn't mind sitting on that.
I don't think you want to take anything else on, dear. I think you've got quite enough on your plate.
Well, I wouldn't mind acting as personal assistant to Mr. Wilson.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? I was just about to volunteer my services.
Well, that's awfully good of you, Bert, but I don't think we need to rush into those things.
Here, Pikey, have you seen Guthrie lately?
No, not since I first got here.
He should be here to lock up.
If you're talking about Fred Guthrie, he was just leaving as I came on the pier. My foot's gone clean through the planking.
Yeah, look, let me give you a hand. Come on, come on. There we are. You okay?
Oh, yes, Tar. It's rotten, you know, some of this flooring.
Yes, well, that's why we want volunteers to help fix it.
Hey, look at all those people by the gate.
What are they doing there?
Well, at the risk of stating the obvious, I say they were trying to get in.
The gates must be locked.
Well, who would have done that?
There's only one person, Guthrie. He's deliberately locked up and gone home.
You don't know that for sure.
Who else is there? You wait till I get my hands on him, I'll wring his scraggy neck.
And I'll tear him limb from limb.
No.
I will.
Calm down, Frank.
Yes, all right.
We want to come in.
See, they turned up after all.
It looks like it, Pikey.
I told you, dear, this pier means a great deal to Frambourne. Hadn't we better open the gates and let them in?
Good idea, Miss Perkins. Here's the keys. You can do it if you like.
All right, Mr. Hodges.
Well, Arthur, Pikey, I think we're going to be all right.
Yeah, just look at all those people, Uncle Arthur.
Exactly. They can see it's a worthwhile cause.
I hope so, for the bank's sake.
Don't you worry, Arthur. We're going to be all right. Just look at them flooding onto the pier.
Yes, I think perhaps we are. Just so long as they don't all stand on the same bit of rotten flooring at once.
You've been listening to It's 6 Out Half a Mile, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Percy as Mr. Hodges, whose characters were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Croft. Also in the cast were Vivian Martin as Miss Perkins, Glyn Edwards as Guthrie, Michael Knowles as Ernest Woolcott, and Hilda Braid as Mrs. Briggs. It's 6 Out Half a Mile was written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles and produced by Martin Fisher.
Smile on every face. What is the seaside style? What is the holiday place? It's 6 out half a mile.
We present a seaside saga of post-war pier perpetuation, written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Percy as Mr. Hodges in...
It's 6 out half a mile.
The time, 1948. The place, the pier, Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast.
Yes, well, thank you, Mr. Spriggs, yes. I'm sure it's a very reasonable quote. But I'm afraid we can't possibly afford £85 just to refloor the ladies' lavatory. I'm sorry, but we'll have to make other arrangements. Pardon? Yes, you're quite right. So will the ladies. Thank you. Goodbye. He wants £85, Bert.
Yeah, I heard. Blimey, £85 just to spend a penny.
Couldn't we charge the ladies a bit more and get the money back that way?
Don't be daft, Parky. You can't have people saying, I won't be a moment, I'm just going to spend a sixpence.
No, I suppose not. Still, I'll get it. Hello? Frambourne Pier, Mr. Pike, the coroner speaking. Oh, hello, Mum. No, Uncle Arthur's not here yet. No, we're expecting him about half an hour. No, well, I'm sorry we didn't get back for lunch today, but we've been ever so busy. We've been having a lot of trouble with the ladies. No, Mum, the ladies' toilet. Look, I said I'm sorry, and I'm sure Uncle Arthur is as well. No, I've no idea what you can do with leftover liver. Well, I don't think Uncle Arthur'd like that. Oh, don't be silly, Mum. Of course he's not seen anybody else. You don't know he hasn't been round for a few evenings. No, I'm sure it's nothing to do with the lumpy custard you made on Tuesday. Look, Mum, I'll get him to ring you, all right? Bye, Mum.
What was that all about?
It's my Mum being silly. Just because Uncle Arthur hasn't been round home for a couple of days, she thinks he's seen someone else.
Perhaps he is.
Of course he is, and he was with us, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. Well, why didn't you tell her that?
She wouldn't have believed me. She's getting very odd, my Mum.
How do you mean odd?
Well, she started doing funny things.
You mean like standing on a red in the middle of Timothy White's?
No, of course not. I mean, she imagines things and then starts to get jealous. I think it may be something to do with delayed shock.
From what?
A doodle bug.
What happened then?
Well, it was during her age, you see, and she was just coming back from the bottom of our garden with a scuttle of coal in one hand and some rhubarb in the other, when the doodle bug overhead suddenly cut out.
Nasty.
Exactly. Well, she knew she ought to run, but she didn't know what to do with the heavy coal scuttle and the rhubarb. Anyway, as she stood there, our next-door neighbour suddenly stuck his head out of their shelter and shouted, "Drop 'em!" She was ever so upset. She said no one had ever said anything like that to her before.
And you think that might have something to do with her being suspicious of Arthur?
Well, you never know, do you? I mean, the human mind works in funny ways.
You can say that again.
The human mind works in
Shut
funny...
up.
Here, you can't come in here. This is private it's you, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Guthrie.
Have you come to see their nibs?
Yes, that's right, yes. In the office, are they?
Mr. Pike is. I think Mr. Hodges is having a look at the ladies' lavatory.
Oh.
Mind you, that was quarter of an hour ago before I had me attack.
Your attack?
Yeah, shooting pains. Went up this arm and down the other, then up my right leg and down my left.
Sounds nasty.
All their fault it was. Them and their blooming filing cabinet. I told them I shouldn't carry anything heavy, but they insisted. No respect for other people's bodies. That's their trouble.
Oh, I'm sure that's not true.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Next time one of them insists on me carrying a filing cabinet, it'll be over my dead body.
Very likely, I'd say. Yes.
Anyway, the wife certainly isn't going to be very pleased if I've done my back in. Tonight of all nights.
Oh, really? Well, what's happening tonight?
She wants me to shift the cooker.
Look, Mum, there's no point in going on at me. It's not my fault Uncle Arthur hasn't arrived. I don't know where he is. Perhaps he's had an accident. No, Mum, of course he hasn't had an accident. Hang on, Mum, there's someone at the door.
Come in. Good afternoon, Frank.
Oh, hello, Uncle Arthur. Look, I've got my Mum on the phone. Can you have a word with her?
Oh, yes, all right, yes.
Hello, Mum. Look, Uncle Arthur's arrived now. I'll put him on.
Right. Hello, Mavis. Is Arthur here? Yes. Yes, well, I'm sorry, Mavis, but I've been awfully busy the last few days, yes. Oh, all sorts of things. No, nothing of that sort. Oh, don't be silly, Mavis. After all these years we've known each other, would I let lumpy custard come between us? Well, of course there isn't anyone else. Oh, really, Mavis, I don't know what's come over you lately. You haven't been the same since I took you to see Brief Encounter. What? Oh, don't be ridiculous. I don't look anything like Trevor Howard. I haven't been near the railway station for days. Yes, of course we'll see each other again. No, I'm afraid it won't be this evening, but I'll try. Mavis? Oh, she's rung off.
I don't think she's very pleased with you.
Yeah, I can't think why. I mean, quite a lot of the time, I haven't been with her. I've been with you, talking about this blessed pier. Now she's started to jump to ridiculous conclusions.
Oh, don't worry. It's probably just a passing phase.
Oh, I do hope so. She doesn't seem to be herself these days.
That lady is in a shocking state.
Yes, I know.
I reckon the main trouble's dry rot.
I beg your pardon?
And there are bits that need shoring up.
I don't think I'm quite following this conversation.
Bert's talking about the ladies' lavatory. The floors are all rotten.
Oh, I see.
Pity it's the one by the ghost train. It'll probably get used the most. Anyway, how are you, Arthur?
I'm fine, thank you, Bert. Now, Frank, you said on the phone you had something you wanted to show me.
Oh, yes. Look, we've had this old filing cabinet brought up here.
Yes, I know. I met Guthrie moaning about his back.
Oh, the man's just a hyperbolic. The thing is, we thought that there might be something interesting inside the filing cabinet to do with the running of the pier.
Oh, I see. We managed to get this bottom drawer open with a few hefty thumps, but so far we can't get these other three to budge. Look.
Well, I expect they're locked.
Arthur, you are brilliant. I don't know how you do it.
What was in the bottom drawer?
Well, we reckon that must have been where they kept the lost property.
We put all the things in this cardboard box.
Yes, quite a mixture by the look of it.
Oh, yes. Look, there's an old camera, one Wellington boot, some old books, woolly hat.
Pair of braces, a couple of tennis balls, and a pair of ladies' frilly pants. Can't imagine how she came to lose them.
Perhaps it was a windy day and they just blew off.
Blew off? It's rather unlikely, Frank. Still, let's hope that's all she lost.
No need to be smutty, Arthur.
I'm sorry.
Well, now these drawers. Now, look, if I use this screwdriver, I should be able to force this one open. Now, hold it hard over to one side. It should... Oh, done it. There we are.
Hasn't done that screwdriver much good. Whose is it?
Mr. Guthrie's. I borrowed it from his toolbox.
Well, he's not going to be very pleased. Look, it's all bent over onto one side. Not much use for him like that, no?
Well, I don't know. Could be very useful for getting at screws in awkward places.
Perhaps if I use it the opposite way round on the other drawer, it'll bend it back straight again.
Well, I don't know.
Here goes.
Look, Uncle Arthur, it's going. It's going.
It's gone. You've broken the top of his screwdriver.
Only the first inch or so.
What? Well, I always thought that was the bit that fitted into the screw.
Anyway, I'll leave this last drawer until tomorrow. Let's have a look in the one we just forced open.
Now, let's see what we got here. Ooh. Tide tables for 1928.
Well, that'll be handy. This looks interesting.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
It appears to be a record of the number of persons coming onto the pier on a month-by-month basis from 1920 till it closed with the outbreak of war in 1939.
Hey, Bert, that could be useful.
Oh, yeah. You mean it could give us an idea of the sort of business we can expect to do when we reopen?
Exactly.
You really think so?
Of course. Yeah. For example, have a look at, September 1938.
Oh, very well. Here we are, September 1938. 30.
30,000.
No, just 30.
Is that all?
Got a family, yes. Mind you, in August it was...
Go on.
How many?
94.
Well, there's only one thing for it.
But you're going to pack the whole thing in, are you? Put the pier back on the market?
Of course we're not. Bert and I are going to make a success of this pier, aren't we, Bert?
Yeah, you did right, Pikey. Now, tomorrow morning, the three of us are going to find out what the public really wants on their pier.
And give it to them.
Excuse me, sir? Yes, what is it, young man?
I'd like to talk to you about your local pier.
Why, what's he done now?
No, I'm talking about Frambourne Pier on the seafront.
Oh, that I saw. You're organising a petition to pull it down, I'll sign.
No, you don't understand. I've just bought it.
What are you, some sort of loony? That pier's just a heap of rusty metal.
It won't be like that for long. My partner and me will soon be opening again for the pleasure of both visitors and residents. Have you lived in Frambourne long?
As long as I can remember.
Ah, so you can tell me all about the golden days of Frambourne Pier.
Oh, not really. I'm only 74.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, excuse me, madam. I wonder if you could assist me.
Why? Are you not?
No. I want to talk to you about Frambourne Pier.
How do you mean?
Well, for instance, in your own words, what can you tell me about it?
It's closed.
Yes, I am aware of that. But I mean, before the war. I mean, what sort of memories do you have of it?
None at all.
Really? You mean you never set foot on it?
No, never.
Why was this, exactly?
We lived in Huddersfield.
Excuse me, young lady.
Yes, what is it?
You look as though you enjoy a bit of fun.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I mean, for instance, if I was to take you down to the pier one evening, what sort of thing would give you the greatest pleasure?
How dare you?
Oh. Look, I'm sorry, Mavis, but I'm afraid I won't be able to get round to you this evening. No, of course you're not just one on a list. No, I didn't mean get round to you in that sense, no. I meant I wouldn't be able to visit you this evening. You see, it's the first meeting of the Friends of Frambourne Pier Association in the ballroom tonight. What? Mrs. Winters saw me doing what in the High Street? Approaching a number of ladies? No, of course I wasn't pestering them. I was merely noting their various likes and dislikes. So, Mavis, I'll tell you what. I'll try and get round for a cup of cocoa afterwards. Now, I can't promise. No, look, now, Mavis. Mavis, are you there? Oh, really?
It's 8:03, Miss Perkins. Shouldn't we be under starter's orders?
Oh, I'm sure it won't be long now, Mr. Woolcott.
Oh, jolly good. I always say promptness is the first cousin to efficiency.
Excuse me, Mr. Pike. I've been round and checked on who's here,
Yes?
and I've made a list.
Oh, thank you, Miss Perkins.
Who's that old bird in the corner over there?
Oh, that's Mrs. Briggs. She's a widow and awfully enthusiastic. That's Mr. Woolcott she's talking to. I think he's a bit of a know.
Yeah, I remember him. He's also a bit of a bore.
It's turned 8 o'clock. Shouldn't we be starting the meeting?
We're just waiting for Uncle Arthur. He shouldn't be long. He went up to the office to hang his coat up.
Oh, I see. Well, while we're waiting, I'll just mingle.
I hope it's not too long. We ought to get underway.
Oh, here he is now.
He looks a bit put out.
I'm sorry I'm late. Rather important phone call.
Was it my mum again?
Yes, unfortunately. She's She's really becoming quite impossible.
Still suspects you of being a modern-day Casanova, does she?
No laughing matter, I assure you.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, good evening. Evening, Miss Perkins. It's 8:06 now. Very tardiness.
I think the members are getting a little impatient, Mr. Pike, especially our friend, Mr. Woolcott.
Yeah, well, we'd better start then. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. If you'd like to find yourself a seat. Right, now then, Mr. Hodges and myself would like to welcome you all to this first meeting of FOSPA. Later in the evening, we'd like you to try out the various slot machines and report on their condition. But first of all, I'll hand you over to Mr. Hodges, who will tell you all about our plans for the pier. Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Frank.
Now, I hope they include a camera obscura.
Yes, of course. Now, to begin with... A what?
A camera obscura. The Brighton Chain Pier had one in 1824, and Eastbourne's got one now.
I think we ought to have a pier railway, like Southend. Oh, Mrs. Briggs, but Southend Pier's a lot longer than this one.
6,600 feet, to be exact.
Told you he was a bore.
We must have a Punch and Judy show.
She's not doing too badly either. Look, could I ask you to keep your suggestions until a little later in the proceedings?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
How far had I got?
Well, you hadn't. You were just about to begin.
Oh, yes. Now, obviously, the first thing we've got to worry about is our two arms. They're no use as they are. They've got to be joined together.
Here. Absolutely essential. Don't you agree, Mr. Wilson?
I'm sorry, but what was that?
Mr. Hodges was just saying how nice it'll be when we join our two bits together. I'm sure you'll agree.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed, yes. Very nice.
Yes, well, I'm pleased to tell you that plans for doing this are coming along nicely. Now, I take it for granted you all know that the missing bit was removed in the early days of the war to stop the Jerrys invading our shores.
And playing with our slot machines.
Thank you. Very amusing. When we have filled in the gap, we'll be able to start getting all the stalls back into working order, repainting the railings...
Installing a camera obscura?
Please, Mr. Woolcott. We'll talk about that later.
Sorry. Apologies. Brain not engaged.
Now, Frank and me, we plan to split the meeting into two halves. And the first part, we want to discuss the repairs that need doing and how you can help. And in the second half, we're going to move the meeting up to the amusement arcade. Now then, I think we'd all agree that there's a lot to be done.
Right, ladies and gentlemen. Could you all quickly gather around now, please? Because it's getting very late. Thank you very much. Now, before we go on, I'd like to propose a vote of thanks to Miss Perkins for providing the refreshments this evening. I'm sure we all enjoyed her homemade elderberry wine. I know I did. In fact, I've got another glass tucked away here for later. And, of course, the homemade gingerbread men.
Mine only had one eye.
Don't worry. Mine had two noses, but it's the thought that counts.
Hey, Arthur, how many glasses of that stuff did Frank have? Only two, I think, but he's not awfully experienced with alcohol.
No. If you remember, before we had our refreshments, and I'd like to take this opportunity of thanking Miss Perkins for providing the refreshments and
just said all that.
Oh, yes. Thanking Miss Perkins for agreeing to take notes this evening.
I haven't got any paper.
Yes. Anyway, as I was saying, Mr. Hodges got you all to draw pieces of paper out of a hat to decide which amusements each of you tested. And this seemed to be the fairest way. So, what did you draw, Mrs. Briggs?
The test your strength and the punch bowl.
Ah, yes. Yeah, well, anyway, what sort of condition were they in?
Considerably better than me.
Oh, dear.
However, Mr. Wilson kindly came to my aid. Oh, that's just like Mr. Wilson. He's always extremely courteous. Take the other day, for example. I was carrying some heavy ledgers.
No, please, Miss Perkins, please. I'm sure no one's interested in hearing all this.
I'll second that.
And I'll third it. There we are. Carried unanimously. Well, everybody's carried it.
Frank, why don't you let me take over?
No, you've done your bit. Hey, Uncle Arthur, I think Miss Perkins is a bit keen on you.
Oh, do you think so?
My mum wouldn't like that.
At the moment, your mother doesn't like anything.
Look, do you think we could get on?
Oh, sorry, yes. Now, Mr. Wilson, What can you tell us about the punch ball?
It floats.
What do you mean, it floats?
Well, you see, the chain holding the punch ball was rusted through. And when Mr. Wilson hit it, quite gently, really. Oh, I'm sure he didn't hit the ball gently. Mr. Wilson's ever so masculine. And this
Blimey, not again, please, Miss
Sorry.
Carry on, Mrs. Ball. Mrs. Briggs.
Well, it flew off the chain, out through the open window, and bounced into the sea.
You got it back, of course.
No, of course not. At 11 o'clock at night, it's a bit cold for swimming.
At any other time, of course, Mr. Wilson would have dived in there.
From the channel, yes.
Well, there was a fishing boat on its way back, but it would have been awfully difficult to attract their attention.
Could have just shouted, could we have our punch ball back, please?
Hey, don't drink any more of that wine.
Why not? I like it. Now, Miss Perkins, what amusements did you try out?
Well, the first one I drew was the haunted graveyard.
That's the one where you put your coin in and various things come to life.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Woolcott.
Thought so.
And did it work properly?
Well, it was certainly frightening. When I put my penny in, the lights went on in the church, and you could hear the organ playing. Then suddenly the church clock struck 12. A bat flew out of the belfry, and you could hear the distant howling of savage dogs, coupled with a faint rattling of chains and the weird incantations of those who had passed over onto the other side.
Probably just a drunk going by on his bike.
What happened then?
Well, quite suddenly, the lid came off one of the large sarcophaguses, and a figure in a shroud stood up and walked slowly towards the side of the church. At the same time, you could hear a mysterious whistling sound.
Probably something he'd eaten.
Frank! Go on, Miss Perkins.
Well, when the organ music stopped, the light in the church went out, and the figure in the shroud picked up a large broken tombstone. The church door slowly opened, and fork lightning showed up the beautiful, innocent maiden about to emerge. The figure in the shroud raised the paving stone above his head in a horrifying, menacing manner as the young girl walked slowly out into the churchyard. Oh, what happened then, my dear? I don't know.
Why not?
I closed my eyes. I can't stand anything like that.
So, let's go on to you, Mr. Walcott. Well, I drew the What the Butler Saw machine. Actually, its proper name is a mutoscope, you know.
Yes, we are aware of that, thank you.
Anyway, according to the name on the front, I was going to see the French can-can. But when I put my money in, nothing happened.
Not a case of can't and can, eh?
Very amusing. Yes, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Woolcott. I remember now. I had a look at that one the other day. I just happened to be passing it, and all the pictures were in such a tatty state. I took them up to the office with a view to replacing them.
Oh, get that one. Can, can't. That's very funny.
All right, Frank, calm down. Now, what about you, Arthur? Or were you too busy helping Mrs. Briggs?
No, the first thing I tried was the horoscope machine.
Oh, I know the one. You select a birth sign and it delivers a printed card.
Yes, that's right, yes. I've got it here.
What's he say?
Oh, you don't want to hear that, do you? I mean, it's a load of nonsense.
No, go on. They can be strangely accurate.
Oh, very well. It says, over here, naturally aggressive, you should hold this in check. You would like to be accepted in the world of big business, but your inability to grasp even basic facts precludes you. Consider whether you have a chip on your shoulder. Otherwise, true success will always elude you.
It's true. That's hardly very flattering. I wouldn't be very proud of that, Arthur.
Oh, it's not mine. I selected your birth sign.
Yes, well, as I said, it's a load of nonsense.
Now, I'd like to go on to the subject. Excuse me.
Can I get through?
It's that fellow Guthrie. He seems a bit worked up.
Mr. Wilson, I've got some news for you.
Not now, Guthrie, later.
We are rather busy.
Oh, well, on your own head, be it. If you don't want to know, there's a lady looking for you.
Just a minute. Who is this lady?
I think she said her name's Mavis.
Mavis? Good Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest we have a 5-minute break to collect our thoughts and
You know, you will go and get yourself some fresh air. All right?
What's the matter, Uncle Arthur?
Well, apparently Mavis, your mother, is on the pier looking for me.
What's she want?
Well, she said something about some cocoa getting cold. And what did Mr. Wilson think he was playing at?
Oh, Lord.
Well, I tried to tell her you were busy, but she wouldn't listen. She stormed up to the office. Oh, yeah. And that didn't please her much neither.
Well, what didn't?
The pair of ladies' knickers on the desk underneath your raincoat.
What did you say?
He said you had ladies' knickers on under your raincoat.
Oh, really, Frank? Heaven's sake.
Mr. Wilson, I couldn't help overhearing what Mr. Pike said just now, and I'm quite sure.
Oh, now, don't you start, Miss Perkins, please. Those knickers were just a pair some lady left behind.
I don't think I'd pursue that one if I were you, Arthur.
Oh, yeah, and by the knickers were all them photographs of ladies in suspenders and black stockings.
Well, really? Good night, Mr. Wilson. Excuse me, Mr. Hodges.
Those just the pictures out of what? The back of the saw machine.
Oh, yeah, and this Mavis said something about Mr. Wilson not being the same man anymore, and what was he up to tonight?
I'm not up to anything.
All the same, I don't fancy your chances very much.
Remember what happened last time she got angry with you? It took 3 days to get that treacle pudding out of your hair.
There, oh dear. Where is she now, Guthrie?
Well, she was on her way down here, but then she decided she wanted to, you know, powder her nose. So she went into the ladies, the one near the ghost train.
That's the one with the rotten floor.
Yeah, that's right. And the wonky door. That's why she's still in there. She can't get the door open.
Well, we'd better try and force it.
Now, just a minute, Bert. There's no rush.
Well, I would try and unscrew the lock, but someone's broken the chop off his screwdriver.
Oh, dear. Yes, what a pity.
Couldn't you borrow another one?
Well, I suppose I could go home and get one.
How long would that take?
About an hour, there and back.
But look, if you could do that, we'd be very, very grateful. And, look, Guthrie, here's £1 for your trouble.
Oh, car. Well, right, well, I'll be off then.
Oh, and Guthrie?
Yeah?
Take your time.
My mum's not going to like this. Women and drinking.
Well, I haven't been drinking.
No, but I have.
She'll calm down by the time Guthrie gets back.
But what about that rotten floor? Supposing it gives way, what then?
Ah, well, the ladies will just have to use the one by the turnstiles.
You've been listening to It's 6 Out Half a Mile, starring John the Measurer as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Percy as Mr. Hodges, whose characters were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Croft. Also in the cast were Vivian Martin as Miss Perkins, Glyn Edwards as Mr. Guthrie, Michael Knowles as Ernest Woolcott, Hilda Braid as Mrs. Briggs, Michael Bilton as elderly man, Maddie Head as woman, and Jill Lidston as young lady. It's 6 Out Half a Mile was written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles and produced by Martin Fisher.
We present a seaside saga of post-war pier perpetuation written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles, starring John the Measurer as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges in... It's 6 Out Half a Mile! The time, 1948. The place, the pier Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast.
Hello, is that Woodthorpe Builders? Oh, good. Could I speak to Mr. Woodthorpe, please? Pardon? Oh, yes. He came to see me and my partner the other day about giving us an estimate for filling in the gap in our pier. No, pier, not weir. Thank you. Yes, my name's Pike. No, Pike, not Dyke. Pike, like the beef eaters have. You're what? Vegetarian? What's that got to do with it? Yes, oh, hang on. Stupid woman.
Morning, Frank.
Oh, morning, Bert. Won't be a minute.
Not wasting our money again on personal calls, are you?
No, of course not. I'm ringing Woodthorpe's to get their estimate. Oh, Mr. Woodthorpe. Yes, you asked us to ring this morning about the estimate. Yes, that's the one. £700?
Ask him if that's the most it could be.
Oh, right, yeah. Is that the most it could be? It's the minimum. Well, I'm afraid we'll have to think about that. Yes, we'll be in touch. Oh, by the way, Mr. Woodthorpe, as one businessman to another, that girl on your switchboard's really useless. If you take my advice, you'll get rid of her as quickly as possible. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realise she was your wife.
£700, eh?
Yeah, and that's the third estimate we've had around that sort of figure. We'll just have to get the money from somewhere, but I'm blowed if I know where or how.
Well, I have one idea.
Yeah?
Which might work. Now, listen to this.
Oh, come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, it's you, Miss Perkins.
I'm not interrupting your train of thought, am I?
Oh, no. To be perfectly honest, I was miles away. My train of thought was in a siding, as it were.
That's very funny, Mr. Wilson. That's worthy of Oscar Wilde.
Well, thank you. But be that as it may. What was it you wanted, Miss Perkins?
What I'm always after at this time of the day.
I beg your pardon?
The letters I did for you. That is, if you've signed them.
Oh, yes, of course, yes. Yes, well, here you are.
Oh, thank you. Oh, and by the way, would this be a convenient moment to talk about tomorrow?
Oh, yes, of course. We must talk about tomorrow. What about tomorrow?
Well, you know, Mr. Pike and Mr. Hodges asked that you and I should meet them on the pier at 2 o'clock.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten all about that.
Oh, well, that's quite understandable. After all, you've got all sorts of other things to worry about, haven't you?
Yes, that's very true. What sort of other things?
Well, you know, running the bank, looking after the customers, and the well-being of the staff. The way you run this branch is an example to us all.
Well, I'm not sure if the area inspector would necessarily agree with you.
Why ever not?
Well, he seems less enthusiastic about my having lent Frank and that awful greengrocer fellow the money to purchase the pier.
Oh, don't worry. He'll feel differently when it reopens and he sees how well it's going.
Yes, but you see, the trouble is, in order to get the pier back on its feet, they're going to need more money, and I'm not sure I ought to stick my neck out and lend it to them.
Oh, dear. How difficult.
You see, Hodges rang me only yesterday and wanted to borrow another £700 to cover the cost of replacing the missing section.
Oh, poor Mr. Wilson, you really shouldn't have all these problems. It's just not fair. Before you know where you are, you'll have little worry lines all over your forehead.
Yes, well, I've got them already. Anyway, but I don't think it'll come to that.
Oh, I do hope not. You've got such a lovely forehead.
Oh.
Of course, it would be such a shame if they weren't able to continue with their plans.
Yes.
Anyway, you must do what you think is best. There are times in life when you just have to say no.
Yes, indeed.
And other times, of course, when one must throw caution to the winds and be guided by one's baser instincts.
Don't you mean basic instincts?
I suppose I do.
Yes, well, anyway, about tomorrow. What were you going to say?
Well, I've been thinking, as they've asked us both to go down to the pier, why don't we go together?
Together?
Yes. After all, we should be working here until the bank closes at noon, and by the time we've cleared up, it won't really be worth either of us going home before going down to the pier, will it?
Well, it's not awfully convenient. I shall have to get a spot of lunch.
Oh, well, I thought I could make us up a little picnic, and we could have it here, in your office, before we set off.
Oh, really? Well, that would be very, very pleasant.
Oh, you're not averse to anything, are you?
Well, how do you mean?
Or egg or cheese or anything.
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, no.
Good. Well, that's a date then. What fun. Don't worry. I shan't tell the other staff. It'll be our little secret.
I wonder if it's too late to catch flu.
There you are, Arthur. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten.
Oh, I'm sorry we're late. We got delayed.
Mr. Wilson had a bit of trouble with one of his teeth.
Oh, yeah? In what way?
It fell out.
Please, Miss Perkins, I'm sure Mr. Hodges...
Look, why don't you call me Bert?
What? Oh, very well, then. I'm sure Bert isn't remotely interested in how I came to lose a tooth.
Oh, but I am very interested.
Well, Mr. Wilson and I were having a little picnic together at the bank.
Really? How cosy.
Yes, it was. Very pleasant. Wasn't it, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, yes, lovely.
Anyway, he suddenly broke his tooth. Unfortunately, whilst he was eating one of my sausage rolls.
I'm sure that was merely a coincidence.
Oh, possibly. But to be on the safe side when we get going, we better not put her in charge of catering, eh?
oh, Mr. Hodges, you are a one. Isn't he, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, yes, he is indeed. Very definitely. Hello, Uncle Arthur.
Afternoon, Miss Perkins.
Frank.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pike.
May I ask why the two of you wanted Miss Perkins and I down here this afternoon?
Oh, yes. Well, you see, the thing is, there's still one place here that we haven't been able to have a look at, and that's the theatre.
Because of the 40-foot gap between this part of the pier and the theatre bit.
Exactly. Somehow I thought I must get over to the other side. And then suddenly I got the answer.
You're not going to try walking on the water.
All right, thank you. No, we've been in touch with the local scouts, and they've rigged up a bosun's chair between the two halves.
Oh, what a good idea, isn't it, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, it is most ingenious.
And this afternoon, Frank and me are going over to the theatre in that bosun's chair.
Oh, I see. And you've invited me down to watch?
No, we want you to go over with us.
Oh, I see. What? Why?
Well, for a start, if you haven't seen for yourself what needs doing over there, you're not likely to be very helpful when we ask you to lend us more of the bank's money.
Yes, but I told you I couldn't grant you a further loan when you phoned me on Wednesday.
Yeah, I know. I'm only joking. The thing is, we'd like your opinion.
And yours, Miss Perkins.
Oh, can I go over as well?
That was the idea, yes. We thought you could take notes for us in shorthand.
Oh, yes, of course.
Anyway, why don't we all walk up to where the gap is and have a look?
Oh, yes, do that. Come on, Mr. Wilson.
All right. Look, Frank.
What is it, Uncle Arthur?
Well, I'm not sure I really fancy this bosun's chair thing. I don't see myself as a sort of daredevil Errol Flynn type.
Don't be silly. Miss Perkins is going over. You wouldn't want to be beaten by a woman, would you?
I just might be prepared to make an exception in that case.
Oh, look, there are the scouts.
And the bosun's chair all ready for us.
It doesn't look awfully safe.
Rubbish, safe as houses. Now, Frank, which one of these lads is in charge?
This one here.
Oh, right. Now, son, my name is Mr. Hodges, and I'm the co-owner of Frambourne Pier. And at one time, I used to be a big noise in the Warmington ARP.
My name is Derek, sir, and I'm leader of the Grey Fox Patrol, 1st Frambourne Scouts. And I used to be a 6th and a 3rd Hastings Cub.
Very good. Now, Derek, my friend here, Mr. Wilson, has volunteered to go first.
I did no such thing.
You go first, or I'll tell Mum.
Oh, very good. All right. Anything for a quiet life.
How does he use this contraption, Derek?
If he just sits in the chair, sir, and hangs on, we'll do the rest.
See, Uncle Arthur, there's nothing to it. Now, come on, in you get, go on, quick shot.
All right, Frank, all right. Don't push, heaven's sake.
You ready, Arthur?
Yes, ready as I ever shall be.
Don't worry, Mr. Wilson. I'll be right behind you.
That's very comforting.
Okay, Derek, take him away.
Yes, sir. Hang on tight, Mr. Wilson.
I fully intend to.
Grey Fox Patrol. 1, 2, 3, heave!
Oh, good Lord.
Hold on, Mr. Wilson. Oh, look, he's almost there.
Hold it, lads.
You all right, Uncle Arthur?
Just about.
Right, bring the chair back this side, lads.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Miss Perkins, your turn.
Oh, isn't this fun? I'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Wilson.
There's no rush.
Now, hang on, Miss Perkins. Off you go, Derek.
Grey Fox Patrol. 1, 2, 3, heave!
Ooh! I'm coming, Mr. Wilson! I'm coming! Oh, I am enjoying this!
Well done, Derek.
You all right, Miss Perkins?
Yes, I'm fine, thanks. Isn't this fun, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, yes, a load of laughs.
Oh, isn't it odd with the sea all round us? It's like being marooned together on a desert island, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose it is. Yes.
Okay, Pikey, take it away.
No such luck. Here comes the first of our chaperones.
Oh, good. Good. I'm looking forward to seeing her at the theatre. It should be interesting.
Here we go then, folks. Just let me unlock this door. That's a bit naughty. It's not locked.
Over the 40-foot gap in the pier, there's not much chance of burglars.
Oh, yeah, but suppose the Germans had invaded.
They'd have been able to get into the theatre and maybe disguise themselves in some old costumes.
Oh, really, Frank? That's hardly very likely.
It might have happened, just because you haven't got any imagination.
Well, of course I have. It just doesn't extend to invading Germans, occupying Woolworths, dressed up as the chorus from the Maid of the Mountains.
Hodges.
Hysterical. Let's go inside.
Ooh, it's dark, isn't it?
Well, there are no windows at this end, and the lights aren't working.
Oh, well, that's probably something to do with it.
We could get lost in here, Mr. Wilson.
No, it's all right. I brought a torch.
Oh, how thoughtful.
There we are.
Ah, that's much better.
It's truth. Look at that. Percy's storing old scenery in the foyer.
Well, whereabouts?
Right in front of you. That shed thing. It's obviously part of some old shantytown setting.
That's the box office.
Are you sure, Uncle Arthur?
Positive, you see. If you look behind, there's some tickets.
Oh, he's right, Mr. Pike. There's a book here of 1 and 6
Blimey. We'll certainly have to up those prices when we open. Right, come on. Let's have a look inside where the people sit.
The auditorium.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look at that as well.
Quite large, isn't it?
According to some old papers we found the other day, it seats 580.
On about 150 seats, by the look of it.
Oh, yes, see what you mean. There are a lot missing.
So, nothing that a few £100 won't fix, eh, Arthur?
Yes, well, don't look at me. I've already said I can't possibly authorise another loan. I'm awfully sorry, but there it is.
I'm awfully sorry, but there it is.
That's not fair, Bert. You mustn't mock Uncle Arthur. It's not his fault.
Of course it isn't. Mr. Wilson just happens to be a man of strong principles. He doesn't give in easily.
Well, you should know.
Come on now, let's walk down the aisle.
Oh, yes, please. Do let's.
I'll lead. I've got the torch.
Right, Kate. Off you go. What's so funny, Miss Perkins?
Well, Mr. Pike walking down the aisle with that torch looks just like an usherette.
Well, he might as well get some practice. He may have to do it if they can't afford any staff.
Oh, very funny.
It's quite smart, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. It's just an ordinary torch from Timothy White.
No, I'm talking about this red carpet in the stall.
Oh, I see. Hey, that's funny. Look. It stops short 4 feet in front of the stage.
Oh, yes. There's just bare boards and a little sort of fence thing between the two. I wonder why.
Perhaps they used to keep rabbits.
I think you'll find that's the orchestra pit.
Oh, yes, of course. Silly old me.
Oh, I can see it now. A bunch of singers and dancers performing away up there to the strains of the orchestra down here. You can just imagine it, can't you, Arthur?
Not awfully easily, no.
I wonder how many musicians you could get in this orchestra pit.
Well, I'd put all sorts of the Royal Philharmonic out of your mind.
I think about 6.
Yeah, providing they were good friends.
Mrs. Briggs told me that she came here just before the war and saw Myra Hess.
Blimey, I hope she wasn't a relation of that Nazi bloke, Rudolph.
Oh, no. Myra Hess is the concert pianist.
Oh, like Charlie Coon.
By the look of that hole in the stage, I think the weight of her grand piano must have proved too much for it.
Yeah, we'll have to get that fixed.
No, it might come in handy just as it is for the Enchanted Grotto in Mother Goose.
Oh, is that the scene where Mother Goose gets her last wish granted and goes into the pool to be made beautiful?
That's right. And then when she is beautiful, nobody loves her anymore.
Yes. That's what put me off the idea of going to health and beauty classes.
Don't be silly, Miss Perkins. You've got nothing to worry about, has she, Arthur?
Not as far as I'm concerned.
There you are, Miss Perkins. Mr. Wilson finds you fatally attractive.
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, well, I didn't exactly...
I'll tell Mum.
Do be quiet, Frank.
Well, I reckon we've seen all we need. I told the scouts we'd only be about 10 minutes. So we'd better be getting back.
Yes, all right.
Did you make a note of everything that needs doing, Miss Perkins?
Yes, I've got it all down. Rather a lot, I'm afraid.
Well, it's only a matter of getting some more money together.
Oh, Lord. You're not going to make any more sarcastic remarks, are you?
Oh, now, would I do a thing like that? Right, let's get some fresh air.
Oh, that's better. I find it rather musty in there.
Yeah, well, after all, it's been closed for nearly... Hey, that's funny.
What is?
The scouts have disappeared.
Oh, Lord, yes, you're right.
Perhaps they've just gone for a cup of tea.
I shouldn't think so. Anyway, there's nowhere around here to have a cup of tea.
Perhaps they're just sheltering somewhere, away from the sea breezes.
Yes, that's it. I expect their little knees get cold in those shorts.
Well, we can't just stand here waiting.
Why don't we try shouting?
Good idea. Right, all together.
What exactly are we going to shout?
Well, what's it matter?
Well, I just thought perhaps we all ought to shout the same thing. I mean, it might be sort of neater.
Oh, blimey. We're trying to attract attention, not form a choir. Just shout. Right, after 3. 1, 2, 3. Hey!
Anyone
there? Hang on a second. Just a minute. What are you shouting, Miss Perkins?
Hooey!
Well, that's not exactly going to raise the dead, is it?
Can you manage something with a bit more oomph?
I'll try.
And while you're at it, make it a bit louder. Imagine you're being attacked. Imagine Arthur's gone mad with lust and thrown you to the ground.
Ooh, I wouldn't shout at all then.
I'm definitely going to tell Mum.
Oh, do be quiet, Frank.
No, stop nattering, you two. Come on, here we go. Right. 1, 2, 3.
Hello there.
I don't think there's anyone there.
That's probably why they can't hear us.
What are we going to do?
Hang on. I think I may have the answer. My brain's just working it out.
We can't wait that long.
Yes, it might work.
What might work?
Well, if I stand on this chair thing, yeah, right, instead of sitting in it, I should be able to reach up and grab the pulley.
And then you could slowly work the pulley along the rope to the other side, taking you and the chair with it.
It's you, my Frank. It's my idea.
Sorry, Bert.
Right, here we go.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
We'll soon find out.
Oh, look! He's moving! He's moving!
Yes, I can see that, thank you.
Oh, it's going to work! I know it is!
Yes, all right, Miss Fergus, all right, just calm down.
He's halfway across! He's almost there!
Yes, I know, it's awfully good, but there's no need to get carried away.
Oh, go on, Mr. Hodges! You can do it!
Can I slap a face, please, Uncle Arthur?
Oh,
can I?
of course not, no. Well, not yet, anyway. Yes, awfully relieved. I couldn't have stood much more of you going on like that.
Oh, look, the chair's coming back.
If one of you gets in, I'll pull you across.
Oh, look. There are dirty marks all over the seat where Bert stood on it. I'd better go first, otherwise you'll get your clothes all dirty.
That's very thoughtful of you.
OK, Bert, take it away.
Righto, hang on.
We shan't be stuck out here much longer now, Miss Perkins.
That's just what I was thinking.
All right, Frank's all right. Our turn now. That's funny. Why isn't the chair coming back?
Arthur!
Yes, what is it?
There's something gone wrong here.
Well, what do you mean?
The rope's got stuck down the side of the pulley. We can't shift it.
Well, go and get some help.
Where from?
I don't know. Stop someone in the street.
A little old lady isn't going to be much help.
Not unless you used to be a bosun.
Well, you've got to do something. In fact, and I can't stay out here. It's getting dark.
Oh, now you come to mention it, Mr. Wilson. It is getting dark.
Yes, it's no laughing matter, Miss Perkins. The two of us could be marooned here all night.
So we could.
So, Frank and Bert, you've got to do something. You must.
We're trying, but it's definitely jammed.
If we only had the money to replace this section, we wouldn't have to use the motion chair at all.
Now, we've been through all that, and the answer's no. Now, come on, do something.
It will only take another 1,000 to do most of the more urgent things. Come on, Uncle Arthur, be a pal.
I'm sorry, Frank, but it's quite impossible.
Oh, what a pity. This pulley's getting more jammed every minute.
Do you know, Mr. Wilson, I think they're trying to bribe you.
Thank you, Miss Perkins. I had rather guessed that myself.
Don't you give in to them, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to.
I say, Uncle Arthur.
Have you thought of something?
Yes.
Well, what is it?
Getting cold, isn't it?
Really? Those damn Boy Scouts.
Only another 1,000, Arthur.
Mr. Wilson's not going to give in. Are you, Mr. Wilson?
No, I'm not.
You stand by your principles.
I fully intend to.
If we get cold, we can go back into the theatre.
Yes, that's true. I hadn't thought of that. If we get cold, we can always shelter in the theatre.
Suit yourself.
Anyway, if we do have to spend the night together in the theatre, does it really matter?
No. Of course it doesn't.
It'll be dark, of course, because Mr. Pike's got the torch.
Oh, yes. So he has.
It could be worse, though, couldn't it?
Could it?
After all, if it gets really cold, you could be my St. Bernard.
I beg your pardon?
I mean, we could snuggle up tight together and keep warm that way.
Yes, of course, yes, that's true.
Oh, the temperature's really dropping, isn't it?
Yes, it is, isn't it? Frank,
Did you call?
Yes. Perhaps I was a bit hasty. How much did you want to borrow?
Only another 2,000.
Don't give in to them, Mr. Wilson. Don't give in, please.
I have your reputation to consider.
I don't mind. Really, I don't.
Well, it wouldn't be fair to put you in that position.
Which position?
What's going on?
All right. You win. You can have your money.
Oh, thanks, Uncle Arthur. I thought you might change your mind.
Now can you go and get some help?
Yeah, okay. Don't go away. Hang on a minute. Hang on. Frank's managed to free the pulley.
Somehow I had a feeling he might.
Come on, Miss Perkins. Pull, Arthur.
Oh, I am pulling.
Steady, Miss Perkins. You nearly there. Grab her, Uncle Arthur.
It is all the same to you. I'll hang on to the rope, and you grab her.
Come on, Miss Perkins. Hold on my hand.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Pike.
Here we are. Come on.
Oh,
there.
Oh, that's better.
Miss Perkins, I'm sorry about you getting caught up in all this.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Hodges. It's Mr. Wilson I can't understand.
I thought you liked a man to have principles.
Yes, but not that many.
Sorry, Miss Perkins. It was nothing personal. I just began to feel awfully hungry.
Yes, so did I.
Well, look, as it really is getting rather cold, why don't we go and have a fish and chip supper, eh?
Ah, I don't really know whether I should.
Oh, well, if you don't want to.
All right, you talk me into it.
Will you two care to join us?
Oh, yes. Well, thanks. Now, I'll tell you what. As you've agreed to lend us another 3,000...
I thought you said 2,000.
No, it was 3. You probably didn't hear very well because of the wind. Anyway, as you so readily agreed, we'll pay for the fish and chips.
That's very generous of you.
I'll see you in a minute. I've got to collect some papers from the office.
Oh, yes, of course. Don't be long. Right, come on, Arthur, and you, Miss Perkins.
Coming, Mr. Hodges.
I'll catch you all up. There you are, Derek. I was wondering where you got to.
Have you finished, Mr. Pike?
Yeah, we're off now. You can dismantle the bosun's chair tomorrow. We'll be able to start work replacing the missing bit within a few days now.
That's good news, sir.
Yes, very exciting. Oh, and there's the £1 we promised you for rigging up the chair.
Thank you, sir.
And there's the £5 for getting rid of all the lads just as we planned.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You've been listening to It Sticks Out Half a Mile, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Percy as Mr. Hodges, whose characters were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Croft. Also in the cast were Vivian Martin as Miss Perkins and Paul Russell as Derek. It Sticks Out Half a Mile was written by Harold Snow and Michael Knowles and produced by Martin Fisher.
Present a seaside saga of post-war pier perpetuation, written by Harold Snow and Michael Knowles, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Percy as Mr. Hodges in... It Sticks Out Half a Mile! The time, 1948. The place, the pier, Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this meeting of FOSPA, the Friends of Frambourne Pier Association. Thank you all for coming, and don't forget to tell people about the party night. Cheerio!
Frank? Yes? Are you sure this party thing's sort of, wise?
Of course it is, Uncle Arthur. It's a wonderful idea.
Whose idea was it, exactly?
Mine.
Oh, I see.
See, we want to get the local people interested in the pier and, at the same time, make some money to go towards the repairs.
And why are you having it in the theatre again?
Well, we thought people might find it a novelty to cross over the 40-foot gap to get there.
Oh, by the way, Frank, Mrs. Roberts has volunteered to sell tickets from the shop she works at.
Hey, we could do a special notice put in her window. Something like, step inside, get together with old friends on our party night.
I'm not sure that's an awfully good idea.
Why not?
Mrs. Roberts works for an undertaker's.
Well, perhaps we'd better fix another outlet as well. Oh, I nearly forgot, Pikey. Mr. Williams is hanging on to have a word with you about bunting.
All right, thanks. Come in, Miss Williams.
Good Lord. Is that the time? It's essential I get away early tonight.
I've tidied up Mr. Hodges.
Oh, thanks, Miss Perkins.
Oh, if you're going now, Mr. Wilson, we could walk down the pier together.
Yes. No, I'm sorry, Miss Perkins. It's essential that I stay on tonight and discuss some important matters with Mr. Hodges.
Oh, what a pity. Well, good night, then. Good night, Mr. Hodges.
Good night, Miss Perkins. What are you playing at, Arthur? I thought you were desperate to get away.
Not that desperate.
Oh, Miss Perkins still after your body, is she?
Well, let's just say she is fairly persistent in her attempts to be alone with me. Do you know, the other day at the bank, she got us locked at the vault together for 10 minutes.
Aye. What happened?
Well, I managed to keep her at bay with 5 pounds of copper. Then she accidentally leant on the alarm bell.
Oh, that was a bit of luck. By the way, how's Mrs. Pike these days?
Oh, I hardly ever see her now, you know. Must be weeks since we got together, you know. I mean, since we met.
Oh, yeah. Pull the other one.
Anything else for you, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I'll have the jam roly-poly, please.
Oh, very good, sir.
Oh, thought you'd be here, Uncle Arthur.
Oh, hello, Frank. You had your lunch?
I'm going without today. I've been down to the theatrical costumiers instead. About my fancy dress for the party night.
Oh, yes, good. What are you going as, then?
I'll give you a clue. A kiss is just a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. There. Who says that?
Evelyn Home.
Don't be silly, Uncle Arthur. You know very well it's Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, yes, of course it is, yes. It's awfully good, Frank.
Anyway, while I was there, I suddenly thought, what about Uncle Arthur?
Oh, it's all right. I decided what I'm going as.
Oh, what's that?
A bank manager.
That's what you are.
Precisely.
Oh, come on, don't be silly. Now, there was a smashing costume there, just about your size, so I got them to put a label on it with your name.
What is it?
Arthur Wilson, of course.
Oxford costume.
Oh, Julius Caesar.
Julius Caesar?
Yeah, you look terribly impressive. There's a helmet, breastplate, tunic, all across Guthrie.
I'm not going as Julius Caesar, and that's final.
Here, Mr. Wilson. 1 jam roly-poly with a double portion of jam, as usual.
Oh, thank you very much.
And I hope you enjoy it.
Jam roly-poly?
Yes.
When you come and eat at our place, you always tell my mum that you can't stand jam roly-poly.
Yes, well, you see, the truth is, Frank, it's actually my favourite pudding, and I don't consider your mother can cook it properly.
Can't cook it?
No, it's always very heavy.
Heavy?
No, Frank, don't keep repeating what I say, Frank, for heaven's sake. It's awfully boring.
I'll tell you one thing, Uncle Arthur.
Yeah?
My mum would be very upset if she found out you thought her roly-polies were heavy.
Yes, I suppose she would.
She might never ask you round for supper again. She certainly wouldn't give you any afters.
She's not likely to find out, is she?
Well, let's put it this way. I think it's very silly that you should go to the party night as a bank manager. I think you should go as Julius Caesar. Do I make myself clear?
Perfectly. Frank, I suggest you forget about Humphrey Bogart.
What do you mean?
Go as Judas Iscariot.
Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Hodges.
Yes, madam, what can I do? Good Lord. It's Mrs. Pike, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Well, what can I do for you?
Well, it's like this. When Arthur was offered the job as manager of the Frambourne branch of Swallow's Bank, I moved over here from Wilmington so that we could still see a bit of each other.
But I understood from Arthur that you and he don't meet up quite so often these days.
Well, that's why I'm here this morning. You see, we used to see each other most nights at evenings of the week. Till a couple of months ago when he got himself tied up with your pier activities.
Oh, there's a lot to be done.
Oh, I know. And I want to volunteer my services. That way I can be close to Arthur. I expect you could do with another pair of hands, and mine have been in the WVS.
Oh. Don't worry, nobody will notice.
Well, that's settled then. Oh, incidentally, your party night on Saturday is still on, isn't it?
Yes, why shouldn't it be?
Oh, Oh, Arthur hasn't mentioned it. Still, perhaps he's going to surprise me at the last minute.
You know it's a fancy dress, do?
Oh, I've got that all arranged. I did it as soon as Frank told me that Arthur was going as Julius Caesar.
Arthur as Julius Caesar?
Oh, he'll look wonderful in a short tunic. He's got just the legs for it.
Yeah, well, I'll take your word for that.
Anyway, when I found out he was going as Caesar, I hired a Cleopatra outfit.
Oh, very clever.
By the way, not a word to Arthur about the fancy dress or about me joining the association. I want to surprise him.
I think you'll do that all right.
Mr. Hodges!
Oh, hello, Miss Perkins.
What are you doing in West Street?
I'm on my way to the costume place to sort myself out a fancy dress.
Oh, I've just come from there.
Really? What are you going as then?
Well, whilst I was looking round, I found a Julius Caesar costume reserved for a Mr. Arthur Wilson.
Good Lord, did you really? How extraordinary.
Anyway, I immediately asked if they had a Cleopatra costume for me.
Blimey, what a great idea.
We'll look a proper pair, won't we?
You will indeed. Arthur shall look good and all.
I beg your pardon?
I said you'll put real art into that wooden awl.
Oh. I'm dying to see Mr. Wilson's face.
So am I.
Well, good luck with your costume, and I'll see you at the meeting this evening.
Actually, you won't. To build a temple.
Mr. Wilson!
No, Frank, no. Ambiance, not ambulance.
I put this on to clean out the lavatory. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, ladies. Before Mr. Wilson and I fall off these ladders, would you tell us if we got this banner level?
Up a bit your side, Mr. Wilson.
All right. How's that?
Oh, yes, that's it. Tie it off there.
Hey, just a minute. Arthur.
What is it?
Well, I know I'm only an ignorant greengrocer, but I've always thought that the word party had only one T in it.
What? Oh, no. Where's Frank? Has anybody seen him?
Yes, he went into the storeroom over there to get his fancy dress on.
Well, already? Frank?
Come in.
Sorry. What's all the noise? What's going on round here?
Oh, look, Mrs. Briggs. Mr. Pike's dressed up as Maurice Chevalier.
Actually, I think he's meant to be Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, yes, of course. It was just the costume and the voice that fooled me.
Look, Frank, you put two T's in party.
Oh, so I have. Sorry.
It wouldn't matter if we were having a tea party.
Oh, no. What's the matter now, Mr. Woolcott? I've just had a dreadful thought.
Oh, dear. Well, it's off to confession for you tomorrow. I heard that one on bandwagon the other day.
No, this is serious. I clean forgot to get the piano tuned.
Oh, Mr. Woolcott, how could you?
I'm terribly sorry. 0 out of 10 for efficiency, I'm afraid. I think that's marking it rather high.
Perhaps the piano will be okay as it is.
What, after 10 years?
Well, I'll go and have a look at it.
Okay, Parky. In the meantime, we better leave the banner where it is. Let's put those steps away and the glasses need laying out.
Hello there. My name's Willoughby Smallpiece. I'm the leader of the Ding Dong Men.
Oh, yes. How'd you do? I'm Bert Hodges. I'll introduce you to everyone else in a minute, but at the moment, there's a bit of a panic on.
Oh, is something up?
Hello, Willoughby. Dreadful news. I've goofed. Forgot to get the piano tuned.
Oh, dear. Sam will be livid about that.
Who's Sam?
Sam's our pianist.
What is it, Parky?
I think it's just as well Mr. Woolcott forgot to arrange for a piano tuner.
Oh, why? What do you mean?
Oh, the piano's just an empty box. There's no wires, no keyboard, no nothing.
Or perhaps the mice have got at it. Oh, Moss, I had a cardigan once.
Oh, be quiet, both of you. It's obviously just a stage prop.
What are we going to do? We must have a piano. Wait a minute, I've got an idea. One of our neighbours gives piano lessons. I'll see if she'll lend me hers.
Well, it's worth trying. You've got about 3/4 of an hour.
Right.
Leave it to me, partner. I'm your match.
I think he's meant to be Vic Oliver.
Now, you will do your best, won't you, Mr.
The name's Bogart. Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, what a coincidence. You choosing that costume, I mean. Anyway,
As I was saying, please do your best. Sam, our pianist, was so looking forward to this date. He hasn't played Frambourne Pier for over 15 years.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be back. Tell Sam he'll play it again.
Now, where's the crown thing? Hello, Frambourne Pier.
Listen, Blue Eyes, this is Humphrey Bogart here.
Oh, hello, Mr. Pike.
Ah.
Have you found us a piano?
Well, I couldn't get the one from our neighbour. She was teaching a little girl the minute waltz. It was taking hours.
Oh. So what's the situation now?
Well, I'm at the Methodist Church Hall. They're having a choir practice, but they said I can borrow their piano as soon as they finished. But, by the way, what are you doing in the office?
I've just been changing into my fancy dress.
Oh, see. Well, we'll be back as soon as we can. She'll be quite a sight, Mum and me, both in fancy dress, pushing a piano.
Yes, indeed. Well, I'm going back to the theatre now, and I'll tell them you're on your way.
Tell them not to worry. Here's looking at you, sweetheart.
Oh, sweetheart. Oh.
Is it safe to come across the bridge, Mr. Wilford? Yes, of course, Mr. Wilson. I was just having a last-minute check. Well, it's very wise, after all. When the contractors fixed up this temporary bridge thing for their men, they didn't know we were planning to use it to get 200 people over to our party. Exactly. My word, I like your costume. Julius Caesar, isn't it? Yes, that's right. I'm trying to work yours out. Why have you got a banana strapped to your head? I'm supposed to be Isaac Newton. Oh. But my wife forgot to buy any apples. So I had to make do. It was either this or Scotch egg. Yes, I see. Well, I think you made the right decision. Here it is. I'm going inside. It's a bit chilly out here. Not a lot of warmth in Cross Garstring, but I'll see you later. Hello, Mrs. Briggs. Or should I say, old Mother Riley.
Well, you can if you like, dear, but I'm supposed to be Carmen Miranda.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hello there, Arthur. By Joe, that's very impressive.
Thank you. It's not awfully comfortable, actually. And I say, you make a very good Bill Sykes.
Oh, Tar. I had to choose between this or the Artful Dodger.
Oh, well, it would have been ideal for both.
Oh, here comes Miss Perkins.
Hail, great Caesar!
Perkins? Good Lord. Why on earth are you dressed like that?
I am Cleopatra.
Yes, I can see that, but why?
Well, why not? I think it's rather nice. You as Caesar, me as your Cleopatra. It sort of unites us.
Well, yes, I suppose it does.
Well, I must go and sort out the fruit juices. Oh, by the way, when I was up in the office changing, Humphrey Bogart rang. Mr. Pike rang about the piano.
Oh, yes?
He's waiting for the Methodists to finish their choir practice, and then he and his mother will get the piano down here. I must get on.
Well, that's good news, eh, Arthur?
Yes, what? Oh, yes, very good, yes. You know, I can't get over Miss Perkins coming as Cleopatra, but I'm here as Caesar. The odds against that happening must be 1,000 to 1.
Well, at least 1,000 to 2.
Beg your pardon?
Nothing. My word, this place could certainly do with a lick of paint.
Ah, that reminds me. Rainbow Paints have just opened a southern depot on the other side of Frambourne.
Yeah, I read about it in the Gazette.
Well, we've taken on their account, and I happened to mention this pier project of yours to their managing director, and he's very keen to help. He's going to let you have all the paint you need at cost.
Well, that's awfully good of you, Arthur.
Yes, well, I'm trying to help.
Yes. Arthur?
Yeah?
You know, just now you said it was, a bit of a coincidence, Miss Perkins turning up as Cleopatra.
Yeah. What about it?
Well, I think, that is, I know that Mrs. Pike is also going to turn up as Cleopatra.
Mrs. Pike as Cleopatra?
She wanted to surprise you.
Well, she succeeded.
Could be a bit embarrassing, I suppose, you standing here as Julius Caesar with 2 Cleopatras. Mrs. Pike, for instance, may jump to the wrong conclusions about you and Miss Perkins.
Yes, you're right. Of course, there's nothing between Miss Perkins and I.
No, but will Mrs. Pike believe that?
Yes, well, that's what worries me.
Stand by, everybody. Here comes first customers. Evening, sir. Madam, nice to see you.
I wonder if I can persuade either of my Cleopatras to use their asps.
It's all going awfully well, Mr. Wilson, don't you think?
What? Oh, yes, I suppose so, yes. I was just thinking about the piano.
Oh, I expect Mr. Pike's been held up by the Methodists.
Is this one working? Right. Quiet, please. Can I have your attention a moment?
Oh, Mr. Hodges is going to announce the raffle.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a grand raffle for you tonight. The first prize is a large tin of top-quality government surplus snook.
Oh, what's that?
Yes. Second prize is a tin of national dried milk. Third prize is a bottle of Miss Perkins' homemade elderberry wine. And the fourth prize is a tin of fruit salts. So get you home all right. So, make sure you buy your tickets for Mrs. Briggs. Right, carry on then, folks.
Really, Miss Perkins, if this piano doesn't turn up soon, my ding-dong men will go off the boil.
I'm sure Mr. Pike will be here any minute now, Mr. Smallpiece.
Well, I certainly do hope so.
I don't.
Mr. Wilson, Miss Perkins, Mr. Pike and his mother have arrived. They're just seating the piano onto the bridge.
Oh, Lord.
I think we ought to go and give them a hand.
Oh, yes, good idea.
No, Miss Perkins, no. You stay out of sight. That is, in the warm. This is man's work.
Come on, Mr. Hodges. Lend a hand.
Look out, Pop. Oh, no.
Good Lord. What on earth was that? Frank, what's happened?
The weight of the piano must have been too much for the bridge. It snapped in two and the bridge and the piano have gone into the sea.
Oh, blimey, we're cut off. Quick, close the door. We don't want to alarm everybody.
Where's your mother, Frank? Is she okay?
Yeah, look, she's over on the other side.
Where? I can't see her. It's so dark out here.
Arthur? Is that you?
Yes, hello, Mavis. I can't see you, but are you okay?
Yes. I'm all right now.
Sorry, Uncle Arthur, I didn't know the bridge would break. It wasn't my fault.
No, of course it wasn't. Of course it wasn't, Frank.
Look at my poor mum.
Well, I can't see her, actually.
Well, think of my poor mum, then. All alone, over there on the other side. I mean, we may have all been cut off from the rest of the pier, but she's going to miss the party.
Yes. She is, isn't she?
And you can't see it because it's too dark, but she's got a special fancy dress and all.
Has she, really?
A bit like Miss Perkins, actually.
Really? Good Lord.
Mrs. Pike, could you go and ring the fire brigade, tell them what's happened, and ask them to come and get us off?
It's going to be a short party, Bert. I expect people will ask their money back.
Oh, that's the point. Mrs. Pike, tell the fire brigade not to come until 11:30.
Shall I come back then?
No, don't bother. I'll call in Miss Frank later.
All right.
I think we'd better go back in and carry on as if nothing has happened.
Yes, it's a very good idea.
Come on, everybody. Inside. We mustn't forget this is still a special occasion. Arthur, what about saying a few words?
Yeah, go on, Uncle Arthur. Go on, say something.
All right, very well. Right, hang on. Ladies and gentlemen, quiet, please, for your local bank manager, Mr. Arthur Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to propose two special toasts. Firstly, to Cleopatra's everywhere, coupled with absent friends. And secondly, to the future of Frambourne Pier, especially this part of it, and all who sail in her.
You've been listening to It Sticks Out Half a Mile, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges, whose characters were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Croft. Also in the cast were Vivian Martin as Miss Perkins, Janet Davis as Mrs. Pike, Michael Knowles as Ernest Woolcott, Hilda Braid as Mrs. Briggs, Gordon Clyde as Willoughby Smallpiece, and Miranda Forbes as a waitress. It Sticks Out Half a Mile was written by Harold Snowden and Michael Knowles and produced by Martin Fisher.
We present a seaside saga of post-war pier perpetuation written by Harold Snowden and Michael Knowles, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges in... The time, 1948. The place, a phone box by the pier at Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast.
see now. Fisher's Builders, Bexhill 731.
Good morning. Can I help you?
Yes, please. Could I speak to Mr. Fisher, please?
I'm afraid there's no one here of that name.
Oh. Well, who can I talk to then?
Oh, well, let me see now. Oh, there's Sister Agnes, or Sister Teresa, or Sister...
No, I don't want to speak to your sisters.
Oh.
Can you connect me with your superior?
Oh, I'm afraid Mother Superior's gone to Lourdes.
Has she? That's funny. I didn't think they played cricket in March.
Oh, no.
Anyway, I didn't want to talk to your mother either. Have you got anyone on the heavy construction side?
Well, now let me think. There's Sister Bertha. She's quite big, I suppose.
Hold on a minute. Yeah, you are Fisher's the Builders, aren't you?
Goodness me, no. This is St. Mary's Convent.
That isn't Bexhill 731 then?
Oh, no. This is 721.
That's funny, I dialed 731.
Oh, well, perhaps you were guided to us because you were in need.
No, I don't think so. I need a builder.
Well, I'm afraid I can't help you there. I hope you find one, my son.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Mother. Sister.
You're welcome.
Funny, I could have sworn that. Oh, well. Seven, 3, 1.
Bexhill 731 Fishers.
Good morning, Mother.
Pardon?
Sorry, I mean sister.
Are you trying to be fresh?
No. It's just I've been talking to Mother, sister, see, and...
Are you some sort of nut?
No. Is that Fisher's the Builders?
I've just said so, haven't I?
Oh, good. I got the right place then.
I'm not so sure. It isn't the loony bin.
Pardon?
What do you want?
Can I speak to Mr. Fisher, please?
He's not here.
Oh.
He'll be in later, though. What do you want to see him about?
The pier.
What pier?
Frambourne Pier, of course. I've just taken it over, you see.
Are you sure you don't want the loony bin?
No, I'm serious.
I thought it was falling to bits.
It's not as bad as all that. There's a bit of rust here and there.
It's got a great big hole in the middle.
Well, that's one of the reasons I want to see Mr. Fisher.
Crikey, he's a builder, not a miracle worker.
What do you mean?
Never mind. Look, who are you?
My name is Frank Pike, and I am part of a consortium... There's me and my partner, Mr. Hodges, and we are asking various builders in the area to put in tenders for restoring the pier.
Oh, I see.
So, perhaps you could ask Mr. Fisher to meet us on the pier at about 4:30?
He'll be back by then. Are you sure you're not pulling my leg?
Of course I'm not. We're a very big concern, we are. This is a big contract, you know, worth a lot of money. I mean, we're not some tuppeny-halfpenny operation, you know. We are going places, we are. Oh, run out of pennies.
Shop?
All right, I'm coming.
Hello there, darling.
Yes? What do you want?
Could I have a word with Mr. Joseph Spivey, please?
What do you want to see him about?
Oh, well, I might be able to put a little building work his way.
And who are you?
My name is Hodges. I'm head of the Frambourne Pier conglomerates.
Say that again.
Do I have to? Conglomerates.
No, the first bit.
I said I'm Hodges. Head...
Hodges? Not Bert Hodges?
That's right.
Let's have a look at your hand.
What for?
Yeah, I thought so. There's only one Bert Hodges had dirty fingernails like that. It's you all right.
Of course it is. Oh, hold on, it can't be. It's not Myrtle.
Yeah, that's right. You old rat face.
How lovely to see you again, Myrtle. What are you doing here?
I live here. I married Joe Spivey.
Poor old Joe. I mean, how is he?
He's all right. Well, well. Bert Hodges, the Leon C. Lothario.
Well, I must say it's good to see you again after all these years.
Don't you come the old soft soap with me. You still think you can have any girl you want with a few soft words and a pound of Granny Smith.
Come now, Myrtle. We had some great times together, didn't we?
I don't remember any.
You surely haven't forgotten Cleethorpes, the summer of 32.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
There you are, you see.
Except it was 1929.
Well, time flies when you're in love.
And it wasn't Cleethorpes, it was Boston.
Well, they've got similar sort of waves, haven't they? Do you remember? We walked hand in hand along the beach.
You got that bit right.
Yes. Etched on my memory, Myrtle, just as if it was yesterday.
Do you remember what happened next?
Well, we didn't. Did we?
Certainly not. It was too cold.
That's a relief.
Anyway, I hate paddling. No, you went to get me a drink.
Oh, yes, that's right.
And you never came back.
Ah, well, you see, they run out of dandelion and burdock, so I had to try several other places, and by the time I got back...
You haven't changed, have you? Smooth-tongued as ever. By the way, what happened to that big beater girl who was always bossing you about?
I married her.
So you got your comeuppance, did you?
Beatrice and me are blissfully happy.
So, what are you up to now?
I've taken over Frambourne Pier.
Blimey, they must be hard up. What do you want to see my Joe about?
Well, you see, we're in the process of rebuilding the pier, and I thought Joe might know where to lay his hands on some timber and stuff.
Oh, yeah?
He used to know where to pick up stuff that had sort of, well, you know, fallen off the back of a lorry.
That was a long time ago.
So I thought if we could fix the price between us and then add 10% before we flogged it to the pier, then Joe and me could split the difference.
So, you want him to get hold of some stolen timber so that you can flog it to the pier for more than it costs?
Well, I wouldn't put it quite as bluntly as that, but yes.
Isn't that illegal?
It's just good business.
All right. I'll have a word with him when he gets in. I'm sure he'll be very interested.
Oh, good.
There's only one thing, though.
Yeah?
Well, you see, I run the business now. Joe's gone back to his old job.
Oh, what's that?
He's a detective sergeant with the Frambourne Police Force.
Come in.
Morning, Uncle Arthur.
Oh, it's you, Frank.
Yeah, I just dropped in to tell you I've got Fisher coming this afternoon.
Is that good?
Mr. Fisher, the builder.
Oh, I see. Is your mother having some repairs done?
No, he's coming to look at the pier.
Is he? I don't think I know him.
Well, you must have seen that great big hoarding they got next to that bomb site on the dock road.
Which one's that?
You know, the one that says, "Don't let your house fall into decay. Fishers will do the job for you."
Must admit, I've always found that rather worrying.
Just shows how go-ahead they are, doesn't it? Anyway, I've made an appointment for him to meet us on the pier and see what needs doing.
Look, Frank, don't you think you're rather rushing ahead with all this?
Look, if I'm going to be a tycoon, I don't want to hang about, you know.
Well, anyway, I don't think I can make it this afternoon.
You've got to. You're our financial advisor.
I'm sorry, but I had promised your mother I'd go to her bring and buy sale.
Surely you can miss it for one.
Well, you know how upset she gets. She starts throwing things. I can't stand that.
Look, I must dash. I'll see you on the pier at 4:30.
Yes, but, oh, sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Hyde.
Morning.
Your mail, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, thank you, Miss Perkins. Oh, yes, that's, very pretty. Blouse you're wearing.
Oh, do you like it?
Awfully nice colour.
Thank you.
That was the colour I wanted them to paint the downstairs cloakroom. Yes, we finished up with the battleship grey in the end.
Oh, my mother's favourite colour.
Oh, really? Well, by the way, I've been meaning to ask you, how is your mother these days?
She's dead.
Oh.
Oh, dear, I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's all right. It was 3 years ago.
Was it really?
Dad went 2 years before that.
Oh, pity.
So there's just me left now.
I see. No brothers or sisters?
No, just me.
I see. That's rather sad, isn't it?
Yes. I must say it does get a bit lonely at times.
Yes, I suppose it does, yes. Well, now, there's a couple of letters for you in my art tray.
Oh, yes, I see. So many empty hours to fill. Well, what can one do?
You could always put in for more overtime.
That's not enough.
Well, what about evening classes?
You don't understand, Mr. Wilson.
Come in.
Good morning, Arthur. Hello. I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
No, of course not. Good morning, Mr. Hodges. Thank you, Miss Perkins. You can go now.
No, I can't. I've got my necklace caught in your out tray.
What? Oh, dear. Oh, yes, so you have.
I wonder how that happened.
You see, Mr. Hodges, Miss Perkins was bending over to pick up some letters from the art tray, and now she's sort of stuck in it.
Yeah, it does look a bit like that.
Now, let me see if I can get it out somehow. No, it's not coming.
Look, come on. You'll never do it that way. Now, look, Arthur, I'll hold the out tray and you get hold of Miss Perkins.
Well, yes, but I don't know if I
All right,
should.
then. Now, you hold the tray and I'll hold Miss Perkins.
I think it's better the other way round.
Right, get hold then, Arthur.
Yes, how do you mean? Well, difficult. You mean like this?
Look, get round here. Go on.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
I'm not squeezing too tightly, am I?
Not at all. You can hold tighter if you like.
Oh, that's it then. You've got Miss Perkins and I've got the tray. Right, Arthur. Now pull. No good, you're not pulling hard enough, Arthur.
Oh, I don't want to hurt her. I mean, she's got beads and an art tray wrapped around her throat. Are you all right, Miss Perkins?
There's a cat.
Beg your pardon? I think she's trying to say something.
Oh, don't worry about that.
There's a cat.
Dear. What is it, Miss Perkins?
Stop twittering. She can't walk about all day with an out tray round her neck.
No, I suppose not.
Well, then, come on now. One really good eat. Brace yourself, Miss P.
Oh, the cat.
Look here, I'm sure she's trying to say something.
Yes.
Look. She's pointing at her throat.
Of course she is. She wants to get rid of the ruddy train. Ready? Ready? Now. Steve. That's done it.
Now, Miss Perkins, what was it you were trying to say to us?
I was trying to tell you to undo the catch on the necklace.
Well, Arthur. Fancy you not spotting that.
I'm so sorry. Is everything all right?
Well, the out tray's a bit bent and her necklace is snapped, but apart from that, there's no damage.
No, I meant Miss Perkins.
I'll be fine, Mr. Wilson.
Don't worry about that blueness round your mouth, dear. It'll soon wear off.
Leave your beads for now. You can pick them up later.
Thank you. I'll go and get your coffee.
Oh, good. I could just do with a cup.
Well, no need to worry about that now, Miss Perkins.
Oh, she's all right, aren't you, dear?
Well, yeah, I think so.
That's the girl. 2 lumps for me.
I won't be long.
Careful. You're crushing your beads.
You are a lad, aren't you?
I'm sorry?
You must have something.
I don't know what you mean.
All these women throwing themselves at you.
I hardly think that's true.
I don't know where you get the energy.
Yes, well, I'm sure you didn't come in here to discuss my imaginary, amorous exploits.
No, I haven't. Did you see last night's Chronicle?
No, I can't say I did.
Blimey, it hasn't taken them long to come out of their holes, has it?
Well, don't tell me they found some more Japanese soldiers who didn't know the war was over.
This. It was in the letters to the editor.
Oh.
Listen to this.
Yes?
Who is this greengrocer? That's nice for a start. Who thinks he can come in and take over our pier? We don't need an ex-ARP warden to tell us what to do with it.
Is that what it says? Oh, dear.
There's more. We know what to do with a pier. Blow it up. It's signed Pro Bono Publico. Do you know this Publico chap? Sounds a bit foreign to me. What is he? The local ice cream merchant?
Well, actually, it's Latin. It means for the public good.
Yes, but we didn't all go to fancy public schools like you. Anyway, I've written back.
Oh, dear. Have you?
Yeah, listen to this. Dear Mr. Publico. Well, I'll have to change that now, won't I? As one... Come in.
Your coffee, Mr.
Oh, thank you. Just put them on the table, would you, Miss Perkins?
Yeah. As one who fortnightly, against the blazing inferno, to safeguard...
I'm so sorry, it's my beads, you know.
You're not going to have an awful lot of left if you go on crushing them like that.
They're only cheap ones.
Look, do you mind?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hodges. Where were you?
I was talking about the blazing inferno.
I thought there was only one bomb dropped on Warmington.
Whose side are you on? As one who fortnightly against the blazing inferno to safeguard this nation's heritage, I shall not shrink.
How's your throat, Miss Perkins?
It's a lot better, thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Shall not shrink.
There's an awfully nasty red mark you've got on your neck.
Oh, it's not as bad as it looks.
Well, it looks pretty bad to me.
Is anyone listening to this?
Yes, of course. You were drinking, if I remember.
Very funny. I said I shall not shrink from the threat to a piece of that heritage. Frambourne Pier.
That's very good, Mr. Hodges.
I haven't finished yet.
Oh, well, I'll leave you now.
And we shall have the backing. We shall have...
Sorry, Mr. Hodges, it's my...
Beads, yes, I know.
Now, you take it easy, Miss Perkins.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Do you think I can finish this now?
Yes, please. I can't wait.
Right. We should have the backing of one of the town's most eminent bankers. I know you're only a branch manager, but it sounds better.
Well, thank you so much.
Well, what do you think?
What do I think about what?
The letter, of course.
Oh, it's awfully good.
That'll knock old Pro Bono back on his heels.
Oh, sure to.
Don't get too enthusiastic, will you?
You know, I'm finding it difficult to work up any enthusiasm at all for this pier project of yours.
And Pike's, don't forget.
Yes, I know. And that reminds me, he's seeing a builder chap this afternoon.
Oh, is he? Well, I hope he has better luck than me. When?
About 4:30, I think.
Right, I'll be there. You better come as well.
Oh, Lord. Do I have to?
Of course, you're our financial advisor. Who is this builder, anyway?
Well, Frank did mention his name. What is it now? Something to do with angling, I think.
Angling? Rod?
No, it wasn't rod or... Oh, dear. Hook? No.
Bait?
No, I've got it. Fisher.
Fisher?
Yes. Wolfgang Fisher.
Wolfgang? That's German. We're not having any Nazis on the pier, mate.
Well, I didn't know he's German. Anyway, what does it matter? I mean, the war's over now.
Listen, I didn't risk my life every night in the blazing inferno.
No, don't start that again.
I'll tell you, I'm not having anything jerry-built on my pier. Pikey's no right to do things that...
If you knew Susie Carr like I knew Susie... Oh, look at that one.
Mr. Guthrie!
Oh, what a gal.
Guthrie!
There's none so classy as my sweetheart lassie.
Oh, there you are.
Right first time, Sonny.
Didn't you hear me calling?
I may have done. Anyway, I've told you I don't like people shouting. It's bad for me perforated eardrum.
Hasn't it healed up yet?
Well, the right one has, but it's gone over to the left now.
Oh, dear, I am sorry. Anyway, what were you doing?
Well, not that it's any of your business, but I am having a gander at what the butler saw.
Can I have a look?
I don't know. You are a bit young.
No, I'm not.
All righty. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ooh. Ooh, I say. Ooh, hey. Hey, what are those things? What? Look.
Blimey, you are younger than I thought. You don't know what they are?
No.
They are called bustles.
Oh.
All the women used to wear them.
Did they?
This thing was here when I arrived. That was 25 years ago. What's bringing you up to date, if you ask me?
Well, that's what we're going to do. Me and my partner, we've got great ideas for this pier.
Your best idea will be to pull it down.
How are we really going to put it on the map?
Are you?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I've got someone very important coming to look over it.
What is he, a scrap merchant?
No, he's not. He's a building contractor.
Blimey. In that case, I'd better go and get the red carpet out.
Speak. Now, let's have a look.
Afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Hello there, Mr. Guthrie.
Ooh.
How are you?
Not so good. My leg's playing up something chronic.
Oh, I'm sorry. How was your ear?
Well, these things don't just stay in one place, you know. They move around.
There you are, Frank.
Well, hello, Uncle Arthur.
What are you doing?
I'm looking at ladies' bustles.
Ladies, what?
Bustles.
I don't really think you should, Frank.
Well, why not, Uncle?
Well, it's not good for you.
Oh, really, Uncle? I am 22, you know.
Well, I don't think it would be good if your mother found out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Is that Mr. Guthrie shouting?
Yes.
He's got somebody with him.
Well, that'll be Mr. Fisher.
Oh, of course, yes.
Here we are. This is Mr. Wilson and Sonny Jim.
Ah, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fisher.
It's ever so good of you to come and look at our pier. You'll be able to see what needs doing.
I shall be happy to tell you what you can do with it.
That's good, isn't it, Uncle Arthur?
I suppose so.
I was just telling Mr. Guthrie here, it is the first time that I have been on the pier.
Oh, well, we'll have to show you around then.
Yeah? I think I would find that very interesting.
Well, yes, if you like looking at old wrecks.
I don't think that's a very nice thing to say, Mr. Guthrie.
Yes, it's just a bit uncalled for.
Shall we have a look round then, Mr. Fisher?
Oh, please, not Mr. Fisher. Call me Wolfgang.
Oh, that's all right then. Wolfgang?
Let's step down the pier then, shall we, Wolfgang?
I shall be delightful.
Jolly good. Now lead the way then, would you, Mr. Guthrie?
Right, sure.
Uncle Arthur.
Yes, Frank, what is it?
Have you noticed something?
What?
He's very fair, isn't he?
Who?
Mr. Guthrie. No, Mr. Fisher.
Well, I expect it's just the sunlight on his head.
I could have sworn he clicked his heels just now when we shook hands.
But it was probably the pier creaking. You do realize he's foreign, don't you?
Of course I do. I'm not daft. He's Swedish.
Swedish? See? No, I rather think he's...
Gentlemen!
Come on, Mr. Wolfgang's waiting.
All right, I'm coming.
Well, Mr. Wolfgang, what do you think?
Interesting. Very interesting. It will need a lot of work.
You can say that again.
For example, that building over there is in a very dangerous state. You see, it is leaning over badly.
Well, it's supposed to be like that. It's the crooked house.
It's crooked house?
Yes.
What is it for?
Well, people go inside and walk up and down the stairs, and it's all sort of crooked.
And everyone finds it terribly amusing.
Right.
I don't know, really.
And they pay to go inside this crooked house.
Oh, yes, yes.
Very strange, the English sense of humor.
Well, that's what kept us going in the war, you know. Our sense of humor.
You're right there, Mr. Guthrie.
And now, perhaps, can somebody tell me what is that building at the end there?
Oh, that's the Piero Theatre.
I see it has no roof. Is that another amusing house for people to walk around?
No, the roof's fallen in.
I see. Actually, the shows they did in there were rather fun. The cast used to wear sort of baggy white pajamas and hats with pom-poms, and they'd sing songs, you know, and tell jokes.
If the shows were such rather fun, why did they make it so difficult for the audience to get over there? I mean, what is this huge gap? Did they have to swim across?
No. This part of the pier was blown up deliberately during the war as a precaution against invasion.
Ha! How very amusing.
It's not that funny.
So, this is where you all are.
Hello, Mr. Hodges. This is Mr. Fisher.
Is it?
Mr. Fisher, this is my partner, Mr. Hodges.
How delightful for you to meet me. We'll see about that. Hey, Mr. Fisher, you're not from round here, are you? Well, no.
Of course he's not. He's from Bexhill.
Yeah, but before that, he came from Germany, didn't he?
Well, yes. He comes from Sweden, don't you, Mr. Fisher?
Sweden? What are you talking about? He's a Kraut.
I say, steady on.
A what?
A Kraut, a German.
You're not, are you, Mr. Fisher?
I am as jolly well British as you are. Yeah. I love this country. I've been here since 1937.
I can't help that. You're not getting this job, mate. Clear off. Guthrie, get him off the pier.
You show him off. I am not a ruddy butler.
Mr. Guthrie, all things considered, perhaps you ought to escort Mr. Fisher off the pier.
Oh, very well, then.
I'm awfully sorry about this, Mr. Fisher.
So am I.
But I don't understand.
Go on, clear off out of it.
Come along, sir. Very well. But you have not heard the last of this.
Why did you do that, Mr. Hodges?
You can't have him working on the pier.
Why not? The war's been over 3 years.
No, I can understand it in a way, Frank. You see, it was because of his people the pier was blown up in the first place. So, I mean, he could hardly expect the job of rebuilding it.
That's got nothing to do with it. I don't care if he's German, Japanese, or Pekingese. I've been checking up on him. He charges twice as much as everybody else.
You've been listening to It Sticks Out Half a Mile, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges, whose characters were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Croft. Also in the cast were Vivienne Martin as Miss Perkins, Glyn Edwards as Guthrie, Stella Tanner as Myrtle Spivey, Gordon Clyde as Mr. Fisher, Carol Harrison as the builder's receptionist, and Catherine Power as the Irish nun. It Sticks Out Half a Mile was written by Harold Snow and Michael Knowles and produced by Martin Fisher.
We present a seaside saga of post-war pier perpetuation written by Harold Snow and Michael Knowles, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges in It Sticks Out Half a Mile. The time, 1948. The place, the pier Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast. When father painted the fire, you couldn't see him, the paint. Flapping his here, flapping his there, paint and paper everywhere.
Oi, thank God.
You couldn't see him, the paint.
Put a sock in it, will you?
Hey, don't shake the ladder.
Well, come down a minute.
Oh. Hello, Bert. I didn't hear you.
I'm not surprised with all that racket going on.
Sorry.
You know when you suggested painting the crooked house, I didn't realise you was going to paint everything else within a 50-foot radius.
I wasn't.
Well, you have.
Oh, dear. Must have splashed a bit.
Well, for a start, I'd like to be able to see out of the windows.
Yes. I've gone over the flames a bit, haven't I?
A bit? I was sitting in the office and I thought there was a total eclipse of the sun. By the way, where did you get this paint from?
They let me have 10 gallons of battleship grey from Woolies at cost.
But this isn't grey.
Ah, no. This is where I've used my artistic flair.
Oh, is that what it is?
Mr. Guthrie had lots of half-empty tins of paint in his hut, you see, all different colours. So, I did what I used to do in my paint box when I was a little boy.
Really?
I mixed them all together. There was such fun splashing about. I ended up with this colour, see? Nice, isn't it?
Reminds me of beetroot when it's gone off. Talking of things going off.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Miss Perkins.
I hope I'm not intruding, but I was just passing on my way to the bank, and I thought, goodness me, the crooked house is on fire.
No. Rembrandt here has been demonstrating his artistic flair.
Oh, I see.
Do you like it, Miss Perkins?
Well, it's very, eye-catching, isn't it?
I would say it's more stomach-turning myself.
That's not very nice, Bert.
Well, once you put the top coat on, I expect it'll be all right.
This is the top coat.
Yes, well, it's, very nice.
Well, it'll frighten the seagulls away, if nothing else.
I expect you're wondering why I'm here. I don't usually walk this way.
Well, have you got new shoes on?
I mean, I don't usually walk this way to the bank.
Oh, we are honoured, then.
I shall talk to you, Mr. Pike. I might get some sense out of you.
I shouldn't bank on it.
You see, since the last meeting of the Friends of Frambourne Pier, I've been giving a great deal of thought to your dilapidation.
Beg your pardon?
The state of your pier.
Oh, see.
And then it came to me in the night.
Put your hands over your ears, Pikey. You're too young for this.
I shall ignore that remark. You see, Mr. Pike, I've been doing quite a bit of homework recently.
Anyone we know?
As I was saying, I've been doing a bit of research on behalf of the Pier Association. Now, have you ever heard of the War Damage Act?
Ah, well, yes, of course. Which one are you talking about?
1943.
Oh, that War Damage Act.
Well, there you are. There's your answer.
Is it?
What you have to do is apply to the government for compensation to repair damage done to the pier during the war.
Of course.
I expect you were going to do it anyway.
Well, it's funny you should mention that, because as a matter of fact, it was the next thing on my list.
Well, I must dash.
Well, Miss Perkins, have you told Uncle Arthur about this?
Not yet. I was just about to.
Oh, can you let me do it? 'Cause I want to surprise him. He'll be ever so thrilled.
Oh, all right then. Now, I really must be off.
Well, thanks, Miss Perkins.
Yes, thanks, Miss P. And any time you're near the pier, do drop in.
Oh, Damage Act, eh? Oh, wait till I tell Uncle Arthur. He'll be over the moon.
I'm very unhappy about this, Mr. Thorndyke. Very unhappy. But in the present economic climate, the banks simply cannot advance you any more money.
But what about all my stock?
But I'm afraid there's not a lot of demand for second-hand railway sleepers.
It's not all railway sleepers. I've got some quite good timber as well.
Yes, but it's all from bomb-damaged property.
So you're not going to help me?
But I'd like to, believe me, but I can't. We're going through a period of austerity. We've all got to tighten our belts.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Miss Perkins?
Just to say your table's booked for 1 o'clock at the Esplanade Hotel.
Yes.
You're not going to tighten your belt much, are you?
Yes, well, can I see you out, Mr. Thorndyke?
Don't bother. I can see myself out.
Miss Perkins, did you have to say that?
Well, you said after 20 minutes come in and make some excuse.
Yes, but I mean, you could have said I was wanted at the counter or something. Not that I was lunching at the most expensive hotel in Frambourne.
Sorry, I didn't think.
Oh, it's all right, Miss Perkins, it's all right. It's just that Mr. Thorndyke was so upset.
You're too sensitive for this job, you know.
Oh, do you think so?
Oh, yes. You should have been a musician or something like that.
Oh, well, I do play the piano a bit, as it happens.
Well, there you are. Oh, I can just see you sitting there playing the Warsaw Concerto, just like Anton Warbrook in Dangerous Moonlight.
Yes. Well, I don't know about that.
Or you could have been a poet.
Oh, no, I think you're going a bit far now.
Oh, no. You could have been another Longfellow or a Browning. You've got that sensitive, poetic look.
Oh, have I?
Oh, to be in England now that April's there.
I beg your pardon?
I was reciting.
Oh, I see.
And whoever wakes in England sees some morning unaware.
Arthur, are you there?
Morning, Mr. Hodges. Miss Perkins was reciting.
Was she?
I was doing that because I was saying to Mr. Wilson that he could have been a Browning or a Longfellow.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you think so, Mr. Hodges?
Well, he's not all that dark, but I suppose he's quite tall.
He shouldn't really be a bank manager.
I think a lot of people will probably agree with you.
I mean, he's too sensitive.
Oh, is he? I didn't notice him being particularly sensitive last time we asked for a loan.
You know perfectly well it's not me. It's head office.
Anyway, it's all water under the bridge now.
Or sea under the pier.
Very witty.
Come in.
Hello, everybody.
Ah, hello, Frank.
I say, you haven't told him, have you, Bert?
No, I've left it to you.
Uncle Arthur? Mm-hmm. I've got just 3 words to say to you. War Damage Act.
Oh, jolly good.
Oh, does it mean anything to you?
Not offhand. Is it some sort of a game?
Have you never heard of that act?
No, but I don't go to the music hall very much.
Here, Miss Perkins, you had never thought of him being another Vic Oliver, had you?
He could be anything he wanted
wanted to be.
Oh, blimey, talk about blind devotion.
It's an act of Parliament, Uncle Arthur. It means you can get compensation for damage done during the war.
You see, Mr. Wilson, it means you'll be able to get money from the government to repair the pier.
Good idea of mine, wasn't it?
Well, I like that.
Well, I see, but how are you going to set about it?
Well, I shall... How are we going to set about it, Bert?
Well, we shall assemble all the relevant facts and figures, and then we shall all go to Whitehall to present our case.
Of course.
What do you mean, all? I can't go.
You've got to come. You're our financial advisor.
Yeah, Miss Perkins can look after the bank for a day. Nobody will notice the difference.
Yes, but you can't just go to Whitehall. I mean, there must be forms to fill in and all that sort of thing.
Oh, we haven't got time for all that red tape. We're going straight to the top. We'll catch the 10:40 to London tomorrow morning. All right?
4, 5.
What are you doing, Frank? Come and sit down. It's awfully drafty in here.
I'm counting the telegraph poles as they go by, Uncle Arthur. 6.
What for, exactly?
To find out how fast we're going. 7.
How do you do that, Parky?
8. Well, every 9 telegraph poles is about a mile.
Yeah.
So determine how long it takes between the poles, then work out the miles per hour.
How fast are we going then?
According to my watch, it's 10 to 11 now, so that means we're going 320 miles an hour.
Yes, somehow I don't think that's quite right, Frank.
I'll try again, shall I? 1...
Oh, give it a rest, Pikey. Do you mind closing that window? I'm getting smuts all over my clean white shirt.
Yes, it's giving it a rather pleasing polka dot effect, hasn't it?
Oh, very funny.
I like looking out the window.
All right. It's awfully dangerous, Frank, you know. If you go through a tunnel, you'll get your head knocked off.
That might save us all a lot of trouble.
Hey, that's not nice, is it, Uncle Arthur?
Now, sit down, Frank.
Oh, all right. There we are.
That's better.
Can we have our sandwiches now, Uncle Arthur? I'm hungry.
Well, it's only 5 minutes since we left Frambourne.
Thomas, I'm a bit peckish. What sort of sandwich have you got, Pikey?
Spam and homemade tomato chutney. Mum made the chutney from those leftover tomatoes you gave us from your shop, Bert.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, she said she had to cook them quickly before they went off. Do you want one?
No, I don't think I'll bother.
Hey, if we're going to go up to London, do you think we'll see the King?
Oh, yes. He'll be collecting tickets at Victoria Station.
No. I mean, if we went to Buckingham Palace and saw the changing of the guard, well, perhaps the King and Queen would come out and wave from the balcony.
If they knew we were outside, they'd be bound to.
They waved to us last time we came to London.
Yes, well, that was VJ Day, Frank.
Well,
there were several thousand other people they were waving to as well.
Oh, yes. That was good, wasn't it? Uncle Arthur had his uniform on. All the girls kept kissing him. Mum got ever so cross.
I came up in my ARP uniform and nobody kissed me.
I wonder why that was.
We can go to Trafalgar Square, can't we? And Piccadilly Circus.
Look, we're supposed to be here on business, not a sightseeing tour.
Sorry.
We'll have the pair of you thought what you're going to say when we get to Whitehall.
Yeah, of course we have. What are we going to say, Parky?
Well, something like, please, sir, we've got a hole in our pier. Can we have some money to mend it?
Well, I think you'll have to be a little more circumspect than that.
How do you mean?
Well, you've got to be more diplomatic, you see, like this. It's come to our notice that we have an aperture in our pier, and we were wondering if you could furnish us with a wherewithal to repair the aforesaid aperture.
Yes. Well, I don't think that's quite right either, Bert.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I shall march in there and say, look here, Nye.
Nye?
Nye Bevan.
He's the Minister of Health.
Oh. Well, in that case, I'll say, how are you?
Yes, get it? Yes.
Minister of Health, how are you?
Very amusing, yes. I suppose if it was the Minister of Food, you'd say, what's cooking?
Very good, Arthur.
Really?
Or if it was the First Order of the Admiralty, you could say, hello, sailor.
Hey, could I have a go? If it was the Minister of Transport, you could say, how's it going?
Or if it was the Minister of Aviation, you could say, hi there.
Are you sure this is the right place?
Yeah, this is it, the War Office.
But why the War Office?
That's the obvious place. The pier was blown up, wasn't it? I mean, we could hardly go to the Ministry of Pensions.
Well, no, I suppose not.
Isn't it exciting, Uncle Arthur?
No, not really, no. I've forgotten how awfully noisy London is.
Ooh, the wicked city, eh? Here, when we've finished, we can pop along to the windmill. What do you say, Arthur?
Well,
do they have windmills in London?
It's not that sort of windmill, Frank. It's where they have girls we know.
Ah, yes. Well, that looks like the chap we want to see.
Oh, yes. The typical chinless wonder. Excuse me.
Yes? Can I help you?
We've come about a pier.
Really? Now, are we talking about the wooden object supported on piles or a member of the House of Lords? It's not always easy to tell the difference, you know. The one that's at sea. There again, the description could fit either. But as it happens, we can't really help you. Look, why don't you try the Min of Tran?
Min of Tran?
Ministry of Transport.
Well, why that?
Well, because I can't think of anywhere else.
I see. Right then, off we go.
Come on, Uncle Arthur.
Oh, Lord. All right, I'm coming.
You see, your problem is you don't actually move.
Pardon?
Well, I mean, a pier is a fixed structure, whereas here at the Min of Tran, we're really concerned with things that actually move, if you follow my drift.
Well, I think I do. Do you follow the gentleman's drift, Uncle Arthur?
I don't think I really want to.
You see, strictly speaking, you're more of a ship, really.
Are we?
Oh, I'd say so. Your best plan, without a shadow of doubt, would be to go to the Admiralty.
The Admiralty. Right.
After all, you are at sea, aren't you?
In more ways than one.
Come on then, Uncle Arthur.
Oh, dear.
You're not really a ship in the strict sense of the word, are you?
Aren't we?
What I'm trying to say is that you're not a sea-going vessel plying the oceans of the world.
Oh.
I would think you're more of a harbour, really. Yes, definitely. I should pop along to the harbour authority.
Oh, Lord.
Is your friend all right?
Oh, yeah. Come along, Arthur.
Look, I don't think I can go another step.
Oh, come on, faint-heart never won fair, lady.
I don't want to win anybody. I just want to lie down.
Oh, dear. So you think you're a harbour, do you?
Oh, that's what we've been told.
Oh, that's a laugh.
Yes, I suppose it is, Arthur?
Yes, I'm splitting my sides.
I suppose what led them into thinking you were a harbour was the fact that ships do sort of dock alongside a pier.
Well, yes.
But you see, there's more to being a harbour than that. I mean, you've got to be able to service ships, revictual, refuel, that sort of thing. Hey, you couldn't do that, could you?
We could sell them ice cream in the summer, I suppose.
Oh, yes, that's very good. No. The chappies you want to see are the War Damage Commission.
War Damage Commission?
You'll find them in Mayfair.
Mayfair, right.
It's only half a mile down the road.
Half a mile?
Oh! Uncle Arthur? Uncle Arthur? Oh, dear. He's fainted.
Why on earth didn't you come to us in the first place?
Why, indeed.
I mean, you've been going round in circles.
You mean we're actually in the right place at last?
Of course.
I don't believe it.
Steady on now, Arthur.
Actually, you've struck it lucky today.
Have we?
Yes, the Commissioner, Sir Wensley Smithers, is actually here.
Oh, did you hear that? Sir Wensley Smithers is actually here.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yes. Kempton Park was rained off, so he's got a free afternoon. Well, just go and find out if he'll see you.
Thanks. Well, we made it.
But at what cost?
I must say, Arthur, it was a bit off you fainting like that.
Well, I didn't do it on purpose, you know.
We had to carry you out to the taxi.
Did you?
Yeah, it was a bit undignified.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
While you were unconscious, you kept going on about Mavis.
Oh, dear. Did I really?
Yes, you kept saying, put me down, Mavis, I've got a headache.
Oh, Lord.
Mavis, yeah, that rings a bell. Who is she?
She's my mum.
Yes, of course. You still keep in touch then, do you, Arthur?
Well, just occasionally, you know, to make sure she's all right.
No wonder you're always so tired.
Gentlemen, Sir Wensley will see you now.
Oh, thank you. Come along, we mustn't keep Sir Wensley waiting.
Oh, no, that would never do.
In you go, gentlemen.
Oh,
thank you.
Tom.
Thank you.
Oh, come in, chaps. Sit yourself down. That's it.
So it's Mr. Hodges.
Oh, that's me, Sir Wensley.
Mr. Wilson and Mr. Pike.
Hello. You do?
You've had quite a day from what I've heard. Expect you could do with a little drop of something to buck you up, eh?
I wouldn't say no.
Usually have a little sniff to myself this time of day.
Well, the point is, Sir Wensley...
Say when.
Oh, right. The point is when...
Oh, only a small one, eh?
Oh, no.
Now then, you chaps. How's that?
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, lovely, thank you.
Fine,
Jolly good.
No, what I was going to say, Wen, was...
Just.
Cheers.
That better. Yes, you've had quite a day.
We certainly have, Wen.
Bert.
Not now, Pikey.
But you didn't give up, huh? I admire your tenacity.
It's very kind of you to say so, Wen.
I've got a little filly. She's got tenacity. Matter of fact, she's running a red car tomorrow.
When?
The 2:30.
Oh, really, Wen?
I've just told you the 2:30. Oh, really? Well, now, let me see if I can find the jolly old forms for you.
Bert?
What is it, Frank?
I don't think he wants you to call him Wen.
But he just said when.
No, when he said when, he didn't mean when. He meant when. That's the when that's to do with the when with the drinks.
Well, why didn't you tell me?
Well, he did try.
When?
Here we are. I think I've got the right bump here. I say, Mr. Wilson, haven't we met before somewhere?
I don't think so.
Honey, I could have sworn that you... oh, well. Right, let's get a few details down, shall we, Mr. Hodges?
Oh, right, Sir Wensley.
Now then, first of all, I've got 3 categories here. Under 25 years, 25 to 50 years, and 50 and over. Which one would yours be?
Well, I'd like to think it was in the 25 to 50 bracket, but in actual fact, it's over 50.
Can you be more precise?
All right, then. I shall be 55 in June.
Not you, the peer.
Oh, I see. 91.
Now then, there are 2 further classifications. They are old but useful and old but doubtful. Which would you say was appropriate?
Are we talking about the peer now, or Mr. Hodges?
Peer.
Jolly good, I like that. Witty fellow.
Yes, he can be a little funny, can't he, Bert?
Oh, yes, but he's not falling down into dead faint. He has us in stitches.
Hold your horses. There was only one chap I ever knew who had that dry, biting wit.
Crippen?
I've got it. Eastbourne. Crammed for Pep School, class of 1902.
Yes?
It's Stinker Wilson, isn't it?
Yes, that's right, but you're not...
Porky Smithers.
Good Lord.
Well, I'll be blowed.
Were you at school together?
He was quite a character. Did you know how he got the nickname Stinker?
Look, I don't think there's any need to go into all that.
He was an absolute whiz in the Sting Slam.
Were you really, Uncle Arthur? No, not really, no.
Oh, don't be so modest. He used to create the most fantastic poems.
It was nothing, really, nothing at all. But what about you? You used to organize raids on the lower fourth and extort their pocket money from them.
By God, yes.
And now you're a high-ranking civil servant.
Nothing changes, does it, Pikey?
I've always said Uncle Arthur knows all the best people, haven't I, Bert?
Isn't this extraordinary?
Old Stinker used to come out with these witty lines all the time. Have a whole class rolling about.
Did he really?
Oh, yes, he was no end of a whack. The things he used to say. Do you remember that day we came out of the dorm and caught Matron bending?
I can't say I do offhand.
Matron had a rather large posterior, you see, Mr. Hodges.
I think I get the picture.
Stinker here said, he said, that reminds me, it's melons for lunch.
No, did I really say that?
You don't tell jokes like that at home, Uncle Arthur.
Oh, God, he was so funny.
I think you're exaggerating a bit, you know.
Look, could we get back to the pier, Sir Wensley?
And then there was that speech day.
Yeah.
All the governors sitting on the platform, and you turned to me and you said, do you remember?
Well, it doesn't spring immediately to mind.
Oh, you must remember. All the governors sitting there, and you said to me, if they're all here, who's in the Chamber of Horrors? Isn't that a classic, audience?
A brilliant shaft of wit.
Okay. And then there was the time that the Jackson miner raided the tuck shop. Huh? Do you remember? They caught him with his stuff.
Did you have a good time in London, Uncle Arthur?
Well, if you call traipsing around every government department in London having a good time, yes. Personally, I'm exhausted. It's taken me 24 hours to recover.
Oh,
You should have come and meet to the windmill for a bit of relaxation.
Oh, yes, and that's another thing. Having to wait for you. Did you have to see it 3 times?
That's the only way you can get a decent seat.
Why is that, Bert?
Well, at the end of each show, people move out of the front rows, and then the rest of the audience moves closer to the stage. Oh, they didn't half look fantastic. Oh, those fan dances.
Oh, I'm sure I could have gone.
No, Frank, no. We had a much nicer time looking at the Elgin marbles.
Did we?
Anyway, the important thing is my idea paid off. We're going to get a grant.
Oh, yes, that's awfully good. We've old Sir Wensley to thank for that.
Well, he was obviously impressed by the force of my arguments.
You don't think that his recognizing me as an old school chum had anything to do with it?
Well, perhaps a bit.
I think it was because he thought Uncle Arthur was so witty.
Yeah, well, he did have a strange sense of humour.
Oh, I don't know. What I did think was terribly funny, though, was the way you kept calling him Wen.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? Yeah. Wen.
Hysterical.
Come in.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Hodges, Mr. Pike.
Oh, good morning, Perkins.
I hear you had quite a time in London.
Oh, I had a successful trip.
Mr. Wilson said it was a nightmare.
Did you, Uncle Arthur?
Really? It was his fault. He would drag us off to the windmill.
You didn't, did you, Mr. Wilson?
No, of course not. Of course I didn't. It's just one of Mr. Hodges' jokes. In rather poor taste.
I wanted to go and see the windmill. Uncle Arthur wouldn't let me.
All right, Frank, all right. Don't keep going on.
Anyway, I'm glad my idea paid off.
Well, your idea?
Didn't Mr. Hodges tell you?
Well, I would have got round to it, I expect.
What have you got there, Miss Perkins?
Oh, it's the Thorndyke fire. You said you wanted to see it.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Thorndyke?
He's a builder.
Builder?
Yes. He's been having a bit of a tough time recently. Mr. Wilson's been trying to help him.
Well, it's very difficult, you see. The bank can't go on supporting him. We're not a bottomless pit.
Has he got any stock?
Only some old timber.
What sort of timber?
Old railway sleepers, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's just what we've been looking for.
Well, I haven't been looking for any.
For the pier.
Oh, I see, yes. Yes, but where's the money coming from? Don't forget, it'll be at least 6 months before you get your grant from the War Damage Commission.
Yeah, we know. That's where you come in.
Oh, I do?
Yes, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
But how?
Well, the bank can put up the money to buy this Thorndyke chap's stock, so you provide us with timber and save him from bankruptcy.
That sounds like a very good idea.
It is, isn't it, Miss Perkins?
Well, I honestly don't think the bank can shell out any more money.
There is another way out.
Oh, what's that?
Tell him, Pikey.
Well, it was Miss Perkins who suggested it.
Really?
You see, as the pier is so old, you could probably call it an ancient monument.
Yes?
In that case, you would qualify for a grant under the Preservation of Ancient Monuments Act.
Oh.
Now, that means the 3 of us would have to go down to London again, find the right department.
Oh, good heavens, all right. Oh, yes. Yes, I think perhaps the bank might find its way clear to advance the money on a short-term basis.
Oh, thanks a lot, Arthur.
Oh, I want to go back to London, go to that windmill.
Yeah.
You know, see those things that Mr. Hodges looked at.
You wicked thing. You're wicked, you are.
You've been listening to It's 6 Out Half a Mile, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Percy as Mr. Hodges, whose characters were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Cross. Also in the cast were Vivian Martin as Miss Perkins, Reginald Marsh as Sir Wensley Smithers, Michael Bilton as Mr. Thorndyke and Civil Servant 3, Gordon Clyde as Civil Servants 1 and 5, and John Glover as Civil Servants 2 and 4. It's 6 Out Half a Mile was written by Harold Snowden and Michael Knowles and produced by Martin Fisher.
Seaside Saga of Post-War Pier Perpetuation, written by Harold Snowden and Michael Knowles, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Percy as Mr. Hodges in... The time, 1948. The place, Swallows Bank, Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast.
Miss Perkins? Miss Perkins?
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Hodges. Can I help you?
Is Mr. Wilson in?
Well, he is and he isn't.
What do you mean? Either he's in or he's not in.
Well, he's in, but he's not seeing anybody.
Oh, that's all right. He'll see me.
I don't know whether you should. You see, he's not himself today.
Who is he? The Duke of Wellington?
No, I mean, he's, a bit under the weather.
Oh, what is it? The flu? There's a lot of it about, you know.
Well, no, you see, it's his Rotarians.
Well, that's a new one on me. Trust him to get something that nobody else has had.
No, I mean, he's just come back from a Rotarian lunch.
Oh, you mean he's a bit Brahms and Liszt?
It's got nothing to do with music. He's been to the Rotary Club.
Oh, so he's a bit under the influence.
Certainly not. But he has to be so careful. He gets a bit light-headed when he's had a few drinks.
Well, he's so vague, I shouldn't think he needs much help from alcohol.
I don't think he's vague. He's just very sensitive.
Yeah, well, sensitive or not, I've got to see him about the FOFPA meeting on Thursday.
Oh, you mean your friends of Frambourne Pier Association?
That's right.
Oh, well, in that case, I suppose it'll be all right for you to go in.
Oh, Rosemary, I love you.
Blimey, is that him singing?
I'm always thinking of you.
Yes. He's got rather a nice voice, hasn't he?
Well, so is a frog, if you happen to be on the frog.
I think he could have taken it up professionally.
No matter what I do, I can't forget you.
Yeah, well, it's a matter of opinion. Arthur? Arthur?
Sometimes I wish that I had never met you.
Oh, well, if you can't beat them, join them. Or when I'm calling you,
I will answer true.
Blimey.
Bertie, my boy. Huh, it's you.
Well, who do you think it was, Nelson, Eddie?
How very amusing. Take a seat.
Here, Miss P. I think you'd better get us some strong black coffee.
I already have.
Oh, absolutely delightful to see you, my dear fellow.
I think you'd better get him some more.
Right, I will.
Afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Frank.
I could have sworn I heard singing when I came in.
You did.
Oh, has Uncle Arthur been to the Rotary Club again?
That's right. How did you know?
Oh, I can always tell. Mum gets ever so cross when he's like this. She makes him sleep on the sofa.
Why is that?
Well, he can't walk home, can he?
Oh, is that why? Come along now, Arthur. Pull yourself together.
Come on, Uncle Arthur.
All right, oh, hello, chaps. You don't have to shout, you know.
We want to talk to you about FOFPA.
Oh, who's she?
FOFPA, Friends of Frambourne Pier Association.
Oh, I see, that FOFPA.
Oh, blimey. Well, if you remember, at the last meeting, one of the things we decided was to restore the mutoscope.
What?
The mutoscope, what the butler saw.
Oh, did we?
You better have some more coffee.
Well, that's a good idea.
See, Uncle Arthur, we said we'd bring the pictures more up to date.
I remember that, yeah. This is Trinidad's old fashions. Yeah, but we must keep the bustles.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think you should be talking about those things.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. It's not nice.
I think we should go the whole hog, you know, with stocking tops and suspenders.
No. As a matter of fact, I was talking to Hunter, the town clerk, recently, and he was most insistent that anything to do with the amusements on the pier should be in good taste.
Yeah, well, he would be. Anyway, we've been in touch with the camera club, and they said they'd take the pictures.
That's awfully good of them.
So all we need now is someone to pose for the picture.
I'd like a professional model, but, well, we can't afford it.
I did ask Mum, but she wasn't very keen.
I'm glad to hear it.
Well, I asked Mrs. Hodges.
Really? I don't think she and I have ever met, have we?
No, she doesn't venture out much. Strangely enough, though, she was quite enthusiastic.
Oh, was she?
Well, of course, show business is in her blood.
Oh, I had no idea.
Oh, yeah. In fact, the first time I met Beatrice was in the shipyard at Clydeside during the 14-18 war.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she was runner-up in the Miss Build a Battleship 1917 contest. She was quite striking in those days.
Riveting, you might say.
Eh?
Well, shipyard. Riveting. It's a joke.
Oh, that's very good, Frank. Very good.
Yeah, well, anyway, she didn't think she'd be able to make the journey here from Warmington.
That's not all that far.
And then, of course, there's her very close veins. So, Frank and me thought, Miss Perkins.
What for?
To pose for the microscope.
Mutoscope.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Miss Perkins is what the butler saw.
So that's all right then. We can leave that to you.
Leave what to me?
Ask Miss Perkins. She'll do it for you, Uncle Arthur. She likes you.
Well, I don't know if I can.
Oh, that's settled then. Now, there's another thing. We're having trouble getting timber and paint.
Well, I don't think Miss Perkins can help you there.
You really shouldn't drink at lunchtime, Arthur. We have encountered a certain amount of resistance from the local businessmen, haven't we, Pikey?
We have, Mr. Hodges.
Well, things like timber and paint are rationed, you know.
I know that.
You think they'd try to help a fellow businessman?
Anyway, Pikey and me think it'd be a good idea if I was to join the Rotarians and, well, you know, sort of make a few contacts.
Well, I don't know that...
I know it's all a bit public school and boozy at these things.
Yeah, but they do an awful lot of good work, you know.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Well, I don't really think I can suggest you, you know. They're rather... How can I put it? Rather choosy.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Shall I tell Mum how tipsy you got? She might make you sleep on the sofa again.
On the other hand, Charles Hunter is on the selection committee. So I suppose I could put in a word.
It's always the same. Whenever we come to the town hall, that Hunter chap keeps us waiting.
Well, we haven't been here that long.
Uncle Arthur, why can't I be a Rotary?
Rotarian? Oh. Because you're too young.
I think that's rotten.
Anyway, you shouldn't be here at all, really.
Mr. Hodges is my partner. He might need my advice.
Sure, you must be joking. Look, what's holding them up?
Well, town clerks are pretty busy people, you know.
Rubbish.
Uncle Arthur, have you asked Miss Perkins about posing for what the butler saw?
Well, no, I haven't. I haven't sort of got round to it yet.
Well, don't worry about it. Dudley Watkins from the Camera Club phoned up to say they want to do it on Thursday night.
Dudley Watkins? Oh, yes, I know him. Oh, yes. He's very artistic, isn't he? Goes in for sort of suede shoes and silk scarves.
Yes, I thought he sounded like a bit of a Nancy boy.
What's a Nancy boy, Uncle Arthur?
Well, it means he's, well... I'll tell you when you're older.
You're never going to tell me something when I'm older.
Anyway, Dudley's setting something up in the amusement arcade.
Why there?
Well, he says it'll give it atmosphere. So you put her up and ask her.
I'll try, but I feel rather embarrassed.
You should be more positive, Arthur. God, I mean, look at that time. Well, I'm going to give that Hunter a piece of my mind when I see him.
Hello, chaps. How are you?
Now's your chance.
How good of you to see us, Mr. Hunter.
You come in, won't you?
Oh, thank you very much. You really gave him a piece of your mind then, Bert.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, but you know how it is.
Of course, we quite understand.
And how are you, Arthur? I haven't seen you at the golf club recently.
I didn't know you played golf, Arthur.
No, I do a bit.
He's very good, aren't you, Uncle Arthur?
Oh, no, not really. No.
Come along, Arthur. Don't be modest. He's one of our star players. An absolute natural.
Yes, well, he would be.
Well, I wouldn't go as far to say that. I do get a bit confused over the rules sometimes. I still don't know the difference between an eagle and a birdie.
Eagles are birdies, aren't they, Uncle Arthur?
Do you follow Mr. Hodges?
No, darts is more my game.
Yes.
The one thing that did not...
Is that he'd never played golf until he came here, and yet he's turned out to be so good.
Uncle Arthur's very clever, isn't he, Mr. Hodges?
Oh, yes, wonderful.
And how are things progressing at the pit?
Oh, very well.
Yeah, we're changing the telescope.
What?
It's the mutoscope, actually. What the butler saw.
Oh. You'll be careful with that, won't you? Nothing too risque, I hope. We don't want any trouble with the watch committee.
No. It'll all be in very good taste.
Jolly good. Now then, Mr. Hodges, Arthur tells me you're interested in joining the Rotarians.
Yes, that's right.
I've been asked by the selection committee to sort of, well, how shall I put it, vet you.
I see. It won't hurt, will it?
It's a pure formality, really. But we have to be sure that we don't get the wrong sort of person.
Oh, yes, you've got to be careful.
I mean, we don't want people joining simply to make business contacts or to further their own ends.
I should think not.
Mr. Hodges, isn't that why you're joining?
Quiet, Pikey.
And as much as possible, we like to recruit people from similar type backgrounds. I mean, we don't want anyone who's going to stick out like a sore thumb.
Oh, right.
Now, Arthur, of course, fitted in perfectly.
Yes, well, he would.
Right. Now, if I could just take down a few details, just to give to the committee. As I say, these are a pure formality. Now then, school?
Yes.
No, I meant which one?
A Bromley School for Boys.
Brentby. I don't think I know that.
It's just the other side of Eastbourne. We used to have a joke about it.
Really?
Yes, we used to be called the Bromley School for Backward Boys. And next door was the Bromley School for
Forward Girls. I've always enjoyed that joke.
I don't get it.
Oh, well, never mind, Frank. I'll explain it to you later.
When later?
When I'm older.
Tell me, Mr. Hodges, have you always lived in this area?
Oh, not far away. I have business interests in Warmington.
Now, what would they be?
Well, I'm a purveyor of high-class comestibles.
I thought you were a greengrocer.
Be quiet. No, you're no stranger to the world of commerce.
Oh, God, blimey, no.
Did you serve in the war at all?
Oh, indeed. I was the chief ARP warden at Rawlings-on-Sea.
Oh, really? I was away most of the war.
Oh, yes. What, sitting it out in Canada or something like that? I stayed here watching over the beaches of Warmington.
I was a colonel with Monty in the desert.
Yes, well, different stretch of sand, that's all.
Yes, indeed. Well, I think that's all we need to know, Mr. Hodges. I hope you didn't mind me asking those questions.
Oh, no, of course not.
Now, I know that Rotarians have perhaps a rather snooty image.
Yes, surely not.
People somehow get the impression that we're a boozy lot.
Oh, just rumours, really.
It's amazing how they spread, though. It's like the housing shortage.
I expect they're just rumours put about by people with nowhere to live.
Yes, well. Oh, and there's another popular misconception, that we're all terribly well off and public schools.
Well, aren't you?
Very good. You know, I think someone from your, well, how shall I put it, your sort of background might fit in rather well at the Rotary Club. Like a breath of fresh air, you might say.
What are you laughing at, old class, huh? Nothing. I suppose you'll tell me when I'm older.
Come in.
I've got the Randall account for you, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, thank you, Miss Perkins. Oh, dear.
I don't think they're that funny, Mr. Wilson. She's £700 in the red.
I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about Mr. Hodges as a breath of fresh air.
Ah, well, hardly the description that springs to mind.
That reminds me, there was something I wanted to ask you, Miss Perkins.
Yes? What was it?
I think you'd better close the door.
Oh, yes. All right, then.
Now then, Miss Perkins, as I said, there was something I wanted to ask you.
Yes, Mr. Wilson?
It's something that I'd like you to do for me.
Oh, yes?
Yes. I don't quite know how to put it.
Oh, please try, Mr. Wilson.
You see, I don't quite know how you would feel about it. I mean, doing what I have in mind.
Oh, why don't you ask me?
Well, the thing is, you see, how would you feel about taking your clothes off?
What? Now? Oh, Mr. Wilson, I don't know what to say. I mean...
When I say taking your clothes off, I don't mean right now.
When do you mean? Sort of later on?
Well, yes.
I'm free tonight.
Well, I was thinking of Thursday night, actually.
Oh, can you wait that long?
Well, yes, that's when it has to be.
This is all so sudden. Will it be at your place?
No. On the pier.
On the pier?
Yes, in the amusement arcade, actually.
Pardon?
It has to be there so we can get the right sort of atmosphere.
Atmosphere?
Yes. But don't worry, it'll all be very discreet.
I hope so.
Mr. Hodges will be there.
Mr. Hodges?
Oh, yes. He's bound to want to come and watch.
I'm sorry, but...
Well, it's his idea, you see.
His idea?
Oh, yes. And Dudley Watkins will be coming too.
Dudley Watkins?
Yes, he'll be bringing his camera.
His camera?
So we can take the pictures. And Frank will be there to help with the lights and things.
Lights?
Want to restore the machine.
Yes.
And I thought you might like to sort of pose for the photographs, you know? As a sort of model.
Oh, I see.
Well, will that be all right?
You want me to pose for pictures for what, the butts of
or...
Well, they do.
Oh, dear. And I thought you meant...
What?
Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter.
What a funny woman. I haven't asked her what I meant.
Have you got everything you want, Mr. Watkins?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Pike. It's not ideal, of course. I mean, it's very tricky to light. The arcade does have a lovely period feel about it.
Oh, does it?
Yes, as soon as I stepped in here, I was literally transported back to the glamour of the Edwardian times.
You really?
Yes, and that's what we're after, a little Edwardian naughtiness. I must say, I can't wait to start pressing my little camera bulb. You're very young to be running a pier, aren't you?
Oh, well, if you're going to be a high-powered tycoon, you've got to start early.
Yes. Are you interested in photography?
Well, I've got a little box brownie.
Oh. You must bring it along to my darkroom one day, and we'll see what develops. Actually, I could do with a bit of assistance tonight. Gordon, my usual helper, has been invited to a regimental dinner with the Queen's Own. Lucky devil.
Queen's Own what?
Queen's Infantry. So, would you perhaps like to give me a hand with the lights and things?
Oh, I'd love to, yes.
There you are, Frank. Oh, there's that handsome uncle of yours.
Good evening, Mr. Watkins.
Hello.
I must say, you've really done an awfully good job on the setting.
No, we try our best.
Where's Mr. Hodges?
Well, he's gone to a cocktail party at the Rotary Club, but he'll be along later.
Well, I think we're just about ready for our model, Miss Perkins, isn't it?
That's right, yes. She's just getting dressed.
Well, I hope the costume fits. The Operatic Society very kindly lent it to us.
Well, I'm sure it'll be fine. Actually, Miss Perkins is a bit nervous. She's never been asked to do this sort of thing before.
Well, you can tell her the feeling's mutual. I haven't been asked to do this sort of thing before either. At the camera club, it's usually seascapes or still life.
Still life? Well, you should be all right with Miss Perkins, then.
Everything going all right, then, Arthur?
Oh, yes, fine.
Mr. Watkins, this is my partner, Mr. Hodges.
Oh, yes, we spoke on the phone. How do you do?
Hello there.
I thought you had gone to the Rotary Club.
I left early. Well, they're all too la-di-da for me. I can't be doing all that rubbish. What school you went to and what Nanny used to say.
Did you make any contacts then?
Contacts? I've got about as much chance of contacting the man in the moon as that lot.
I think I'm going to have to move that far light round. It's terribly important of these things to get the light and the shade.
I think you'll find with Miss Perkins you'll need more shade than light.
Yes. Frank, do you think you could be an angel and move the aspidistra?
Oh, yes, of course, that's right.
Yes, can we have it just an itsy bitsy nearer to the armchair? Yes, that's it, lovely. Yes, good.
Was that all right, Dudley?
Perfection. You obviously have a fire for these things. Have you ever thought of thinking about professionally?
No, I think I'll concentrate on Piers.
Where's Miss P, then? She's just getting her costume on.
I hope she's got bustle.
Now, Frank. I'm not sure you should be here at all, really.
Why not?
Well, I don't think your mother would like it very much.
Oh, it's terribly exciting, isn't it? Recreating the atmosphere of the naughty 90s.
Yes, well, I hope you're going to concentrate more on the 90s than the naughty.
Mr. Pike, very good. And would you like to help me pull my focus?
You stay here, Frank.
Dudley wants me to help him with his light.
Oh, I see.
Yes, I'll be back in a second. Oh, I could have sworn I bought a red velvet cloth with tassels for that table.
He is a bit flamboyant, isn't he?
Just artistic, I suppose.
Reminds me a bit of the vicar at Warmington.
Oh, yes, I remember. He used to be ever so good as the Dane in Panto.
Yes, I once felt he was a bit too realistic. Here's Miss Perkins.
Oh, blimey. She looks like a giant tea cosy on legs.
Well, it's not that bad.
Oh, she hasn't got any bustle.
Oh, be quiet, Frank.
Good evening.
Miss Perkins, you look absolutely... doesn't she, Mr. Hodges?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Arthur.
This dress is awfully big. I'm frightened it's going to fall down.
That's the idea, isn't it?
No, of course not. Mr. Watkins?
Yes, what is it?
Don't you think Miss Perkins' dress is rather sort of, on the large side.
Yes, I suppose it is. You see, we envisaged someone of rather more ample proportions. We can't get another dress at this time of night.
You see, they didn't have a chemise to go underneath, so if anything slips, I'm...
Open to the elements, as they say.
Well, we can't waste any more time. We'll just have to do the best we can. Now, if you'd like to take up your position, Miss Perkins...
All right. Where do you want me to go?
Well, for the moment, if you'd stand in front of the armchair.
What? Here?
That's it, yes.
Oh, isn't it exciting, Uncle Arthur?
I think when you've seen one armchair, you've seen them all.
I mean, the lights and the camera and everything. Must be like this in Hollywood.
Well, hardly. Oh, Miss Perkins, try not to be too provocative, will you?
I don't think you need worry on that score, Arthur.
Right then, dear, just smile at the camera, would you?
You mean like this?
No, dear, smile. You look as though you're in pain.
He's very rude, isn't he, Uncle Arthur?
Yes, he is, rather.
Is that better?
Well, almost, dear. I think we're going to have to take the light down a bit more. Right. Off you go. Smile.
Uncle Arthur, I can hardly see anything.
I think he wants to create more atmosphere.
He wants to hide more over, you mean?
That's not a very nice thing to say.
I wish we could have afforded a chorus girl with suspenders and stocking tops and bustles.
Will you stop going on about bustles, Frank?
Right, Miss Perkins, if you could take your feather boa off. That's it, lovely. Now your gloves, yeah. Oh, if it's going to be difficult, don't bother. I wonder, could you sit on the armchair and we'll have one of you taking your boots off?
Well, I'll try, but the buttons are a bit difficult to undo.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes?
This should have been on the bed, you know, not an armchair.
Well, the town clerk was anxious to avoid any suggestiveness.
I don't think there's much fear of that.
I mean, you know where you are with an armchair.
Forget about the boots, dear. Try putting one leg over the chair arm and then drop your arm over the back. And then bring the other leg across the front. Yes, good, yes.
Blimey, he wants a contortionist, not a model.
No, dear, I said put your leg over the chair, not round your neck.
Nice there.
Well, it's not good enough, Ducky. Here, let me show you.
He's a bit tetchy, isn't he, Pikey? Oh, Eric von Stroheim was a bit like that.
Eric who?
Von Stroheim, the film director. I was reading about him in one of my film manuals. He was very strict.
Was he?
In The Merry Widow, he made all the men wear corsets and silk underwear.
Did he?
Wanted everything to be authentic.
Oh, sounds a right mess to me. Everyone walking round in corsets.
No, underneath their costumes.
Oh.
All right, Miss Perkins?
I think so.
Right, now, could you take your hat off? That's lovely. Now, could we have a sort of coy look? No, dear, coy. You look as though you've seen a ghost. I know. Perhaps if you took the jacket off.
No, we don't want to go too far, Mr. Watkins.
I don't think there's any danger of that. No, dear, you'll have to put your hand back down first, otherwise the sleeve won't go over it.
I'm worried about the dress falling down.
Oh, dear, I shall definitely stick to seascapes after this.
I'm making a mess of this, aren't I?
Well, not at all. It's just that from a composition point of view, it's not going to look awfully good with the jacket wrapped round one hand, the other hand clutching your bodice, and you walking out the front of your dress with your hat between your teeth. Apart from that, it's excellent.
So, this is where you all are,
Well, Mr. Hunter, eh?
Well, I'd pop along and see what you were up to on this pier of yours.
We're doing the new pictures for What the Butler Saw.
Oh, yes. I see. You're going for the comedy approach.
Well,
very wise. We don't want the Watch Committee breathing down our necks, do we?
Right, now, Miss Perkins, for heaven's sake, get rid of your bag and your jacket, throw caution to the winds, and stand proudly upright.
Oh, very well, Mr. Watkins. There we are.
Do my eyes deceive me?
I'm afraid they don't.
I knew this would happen.
Arthur, this is not the sort of thing we expect at Frambourne.
No,
it's just not good enough.
I'll tell you what, Parky, I don't think Eric von Whatsit would have approved.
Parky, where's he gone? Frank, come away from that camera.
I thought I'd get some close-ups, Uncle, but don't worry.
You've been listening to It Sticks Out Half a Mile, starring John LeMessurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges, whose characters were originally created by Jimmy Perry and David Croft. Also in the cast were Vivian Martin as Miss Perkins, Robin Parkinson as Mr. Hunter, and Christopher Biggins as Dudley Watkins. It Sticks Out Half a Mile was written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles and produced by Martin Fisher.
Present a seaside saga of post-war pier perpetuation, written by Harold Snoad and Michael Knowles, starring John LeMessurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges in Six Out Half a Mile. The time, 1948. The place, the pier Frambourne-on-Sea, somewhere on the south coast.
Roll up, it's the greatest shot of... Roll up, roll up, get your tickets for the pier here. Roll up.
Put a stock in it, Pikey, old son. I'll never get this turnstile fixed. And that noise is going right through my ears. And you know I've got a perforated eardrum.
Oh, I've been meaning to tell you. My mum's had hers done.
Her what?
Her ears. So she can wear earrings. You don't wear any, do you?
Mine are perforated, not pierced.
Oh, same thing, isn't it?
Oh, blimey.
Can you finish yet, Mr. Guthrie?
Give me a chance. It's freezing out here. I've lost the feeling in my hands. It's all right for you all night to warm in a kiosk.
Sorry. It's just I'm so excited at the thought of hundreds of people clicking through this turnstile onto the pier.
Why you need a turnstile when the pier is still heap of rubbish beats me.
Because the box office is the first thing people see. If we get it all cleaned up and painted, it gives a good impression.
Here we are. I think that's done it. Here, shift over a bit. I'm coming into the warm.
Nice and cosy in here, isn't it?
Morning, Pikey.
Oh, there's Mr. Hodges.
My day is now complete.
Blimey, the pair of you look like Punch and Judy in there.
If you think we're funny, you want to stand this side of the glass.
Watch it, Guthrie.
Hey, hold on, Bert. Don't go to the gate. Come through the turnstile.
What?
Come through the turnstile. We've just got it fixed. You can christen it.
All right, then.
Mr. Guthrie, how do I work it?
Well, you just press that pedal with your foot, and that releases the spring.
I'll sit like this.
That's it. Then you take your foot off the pedal, and it locks it again.
Oh, I see. Right, Mr. Hodges. In you come.
All right.
Gotcha. That'll be fourpence, please, or I won't let you in.
Oh, don't talk.
Oh, all right, then here you are. Up. Welcome to Frambourne Pier.
Come on, Pikey, let me in.
Yes, well, I'm trying to.
Well, stop mucking about then and open up.
Miss Guthrie, pedal seems to have stuck.
Yeah, well, let's have a look. Oh, yeah. So it has.
Come on, I haven't got all day.
Here, there's something wedged under the pedal.
Well, shift it then.
Don't shout at me. It wasn't my stupid idea.
I'm ever so sorry, Bert.
I just had to force it. Right, Pike, old son. When I say push, you press the pedal.
Right, Mr. Guthrie.
And Hodges, you push against the turnstile, okay?
Okay, just get on with it.
Right then. Push.
Oh, no, it's stuck halfway. You've got one leg outside. You all right, Bert?
Of course I'm not all right, you hooligans.
Oh, hang on, Bert. Look, we'll soon have you out.
Keep pushing, Hodges.
Oh, I can't push like this. Oh.
Right, here goes.
Oh, no.
That's got it.
Oh, that's better.
There you are, you see. We got you out.
Oh, thanks very much.
No damage done.
You speak for yourself.
I was talking about the turnstile, but if I were you, I shouldn't ride my bike for a couple of days.
Very funny.
What was wedging the pedal?
Just this old paper and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. All sorts of pamphlets and things. Hey, come in here and have a look at these, Bert.
Shift over.
Yeah, right. What's this one, then? Grand Treasure Hunt. Find the fabulous horse. What's that, then?
You give it here. Yeah, I remember this. The fabulous horse. It was hidden somewhere on the pier just before the war. No one ever found it.
Well, they couldn't find a horse on here.
Not that sort of horse. It was a sea horse.
I expect it swam away.
Wasn't real. It was supposed to have had a gold and studded with jewels.
Oh.
Yeah, you had to buy one of these booklets and try and follow the clues.
But why a seahorse? Why not a dog or a cat?
Or even a rabbit?
Don't be daft. Who's ever heard of a jewelled rabbit?
A seahorse it was. And this local nutcase dreamed up the idea.
Who was he?
A bloke called Joshua Makepeace. He used to have a big house up on Brankston Cliffs.
And no one ever found a horse?
Nah. We had people swarming all over here at one time, and then war broke out, and we closed the pier.
But didn't Joshua, as your father, come and get it?
No. He was killed coming back from France.
Dunkirk?
No, his yacht capsized. And him being a bachelor, there was no one to claim it.
So it could still be here.
Oh, yeah. Just think, a fortune in gold and jewels on my pier. That means it's my property now.
And mine.
This could be the answer to all our financial problems, Pikey.
Yes.
There is one little snag, of course.
What's that?
You got to find it first.
It's easy. Just follow the clues in this booklet.
Yeah. We had some of the best brains in the country down here, and they couldn't work it out.
We'd have to get someone very clever to help us.
Yeah, but who?
Well, there's only one person who's clever enough to work out these clues.
7 pounds plus 3 is... take away 2 pounds 10 shillings, so that leaves... I was never very good at figures.
Oh. Leave that for a moment, Mr. Wilson, and have another bloater paste sandwich.
No, thank you, Miss Perkins. I couldn't... I must say, it's awfully good of you to share your lunch with me.
Oh, that's all right. I always make extra, just in case you feel like a bit.
Well, it's very kind of you, but you shouldn't, you know.
Will you have a piece of Dundee cake?
No, I won't, thanks. I had a few drinks up at the town hall, and I'm feeling a little bit lightheaded, as a matter of fact. So if I do say anything strange, you will forgive me, won't you?
It depends what it is.
I'm feeling better already. What have I got on this afternoon?
Well, there's several accounts to be looked at.
Yes.
Then there's a couple of odd things from head office.
Anyone I know?
Pardon?
Oh, never mind. Anything else?
At 5 o'clock, you're meeting Mr. Hodges and Mr. Pike.
Oh, yes.
I hope you don't mind my saying this, Mr. Wilson, but they do seem to take up a lot of your time.
Well, don't forget, Miss Perkins, the bank has advanced them a lot of money. And it's my job to safeguard the bank's interest.
Yes, I know, but if I may make so bold, you do seem to be at their beck and call.
Well, Frank's very young, and I'd like to keep an eye on him, you know. Anyway, they only want to talk to me about a horse.
Oh, you're not gambling, are you?
No, I'm going to see them about a seahorse.
A seahorse?
Yes. You see, they can't work the clues out.
What clues?
Well, the clues to tell them where the seahorse is.
Oh.
They want someone with a clear, incisive mind to unravel the clues.
Who are they getting?
Me.
You'll be very good. But shouldn't you hurry? It might be dead by the time you get there.
Well, it's not alive.
Poor thing. It's died already.
Oh, no. It's a sort of a brooch thing made out of gold, started with diamonds, you see. It was hidden on the pier before the war.
Oh, and you're going to track it down?
Yes, I am. You know, sometimes one craves a little excitement.
Oh, I know what you mean. So do I.
The funny thing, you know, but after the war, I thought I'd be happy with a quiet life. But I found that, I don't know, I was missing something.
Oh, yes.
I shouldn't be talking to you like this, you know.
Oh, please do.
You see, in these last few weeks, I've discovered that there's more to life than accounts and overdrafts.
Oh, you're so right, Mr. Wilson.
I mean, a man needs something more.
Oh, I understand.
Do you know, Miss Perkins, that...
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, I think I will have that piece of Dundee cake after all.
Right. I'll cut you a piece.
You know, when Bert Hodges showed up after 3 years, I realized what it was I'd been missing.
What?
Well, it's awfully difficult to explain, really. It's rather like having a wart on your finger. It's irritating while it's there, but when it's gone, you miss it.
Are you saying Mr. Hodges is like a wart?
No. Oh, dear. That's very amusing. No, of course not.
Then what are you saying, Mr. Wilson?
Well, a lot of things I shouldn't, actually. You've got to admire old Hodges in a way.
Why?
I mean, who else can you think of would want to take on a derelict old pier?
Nobody.
And who else could... No, you're right. Oh, Lord, the bank's left them all that money. It's a bit worrying, really. Oh, dear. I think I'll have to put my feet up. Feeling rather drained.
That's right, Mr. Wilson. You have a lie down on the couch.
Yes, that's much better. And now do you know what I'd really like, Miss Perkins?
No, Mr. Wilson.
A cup of tea to go with the Dundee cake. Well, quite frankly, I'm beginning to doubt if there ever was a golden sea horse.
I think I'm inclined to agree with you, Arthur.
He must be here somewhere.
Now, look, Frank, we've been searching this pier for over a week now. We're no closer. I think the whole thing was probably just a hoax.
Perhaps we're not reading the clues properly.
Well, how else can you read them? Now, listen to this. Face the north and then turn back. You'll be on a different track. To the south, but not quite east, your eyes should light upon a feast.
Well, we ended up outside the Pier Cafe.
Oh, right in a way.
Then there was this one. Take 50 paces to the west, take 50 more, then have a rest. By the time you've reached your journey's end, here is something you'll need to spend.
Yes, that was about a penny store.
This is getting moving, wasn't it? When the moonlight strikes the water, you'll see things you didn't notice. And what did I say? Guthrie's daughter ended up there with young Fred Armitage. I didn't see that. No, I didn't think it was good for you. Didn't think you'd be doing Fred Armitage anyway.
That is all right. I don't think we need dwell on it. Suffice to say that we didn't find what we were looking for.
I think Fred Armitage did.
Is he looking for the seahorse as well?
Yes, all right. Can we leave the subject of Fred, what's his name now? Now, the whole episode's been a waste of time.
Uncle Arthur, I've got an idea.
Oh, Lord, have you?
Why don't we get professional help?
What are you talking about, Pikey?
Why don't we go to Madame Zara, our curse?
Madame Zara?
The fortune teller. You know, she's had a booth on here.
Oh, I know who you mean. She works for the council in forward planning.
That's her. Remember, I told you once she said I got great business sense.
Yes, she drinks, doesn't she?
What's that got to do with it?
Absolutely nothing.
Yes, well, she said I'd always be respected for my business decisions.
Well, that was before you bought the pier, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
Well, quite. I honestly don't see how she can help.
Well, she's a fortune teller. Perhaps she can tell us where this fortune is.
It's very amusing, Frank.
I'm being serious.
It's worth a try, Arthur.
Oh, it's bad enough getting mixed up with all this treasure hunt nonsense in the first place. But now you're talking about clairvoyance. I mean, it's gone too far.
Wouldn't do any harm to go and see her.
Now, sorry, Frank, but nothing would induce me to go anywhere near. Nothing. I must say, it's awfully good of you to see us, Madam Zara.
Not at all. As a matter of fact, I was expecting you.
Oh, did you hear that, Bert? She knew we were coming. She must have got our thought waves.
Fred Guthrie rang up to tell me.
So much for thought waves, Frank.
Oh, make yourselves comfortable, won't you? Do sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Just shift those bottles, Mr. Hodges.
Right.
I can't think how they got there.
Yes? I can't sit down.
Well, why not?
There's a great big black cat on my chair.
Oh, just lift him off, Mr. Pike. He won't hurt you.
Oh, right. What's his name?
Satan.
Oh, what a lovely name. Well, come on then, Satan. There's a good pussy.
Oh, no, that's a good boy, Satan. Come, Mommy, come, that's my boy. Oh, he's taken to you, Mr. Pike.
Oh, blimey, I hate to think what he'd be like if he hadn't.
Strangely enough, I had a premonition about you, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was having a gaze into my crystal ball only yesterday, and I saw this tall, dark, handsome stranger.
Good Lord, did you?
And then in you walked.
It doesn't always work, then.
All the ladies go for Uncle Arthur, don't they, Bert?
Oh, yes, he's a real Don Juan.
I saw two figures with you. One was a domineering sort of person.
I wonder who that could be.
And the other was a younger, rather sinful soul. He was sucking his thumb.
I expect there were customers at Uncle Arthur's bank.
You do get some funny people in there, you know.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Anyway, the thing is, Madame Zara...
Oh, there's no need to call me Madame. I'm just plain Gladys Bickerstaff, really.
Oh, well, that's very nice.
Yeah, that's the name I went under when I was a hoofer.
Oh, what?
A hoofer.
Well, that's what you clean carpets with.
That's what we in show business call a dancer.
Oh, you haven't always been a madam, then?
I beg your pardon.
Mr. Pike means you haven't always been a fortune teller.
Oh, I see. No, it was only after I give up my dancing, or rather it gave me up, that I discovered I had the gift.
What gift?
Of second sight.
Oh.
So why we're here, Gladys?
Madam to you.
Madam Gladys, you see, you might be able to help us.
Yeah, find the fabulous seahorse.
Hang on, Pikey.
Yes, steady on, Frank. You see, Miss Bickerstaff.
Gladys to you, please.
Gladys.
Yes.
Yes. From Mr. Hodges and Mr. Pike, seem to think you can help us find this so-called treasure.
Treasure?
It's a gold seahorse, studded with jewels.
Oh, yes, I remember. Old Joe Makepeace did it on the pier just before the war.
That's the one.
Right, Casey, he was. More money than sense.
You knew him, did you?
Oh, I'll say. Oh, he used to invite me up to the Grange to do readings.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I had to watch him mind. Oh, he used to try and ply me with drinks.
Good heavens.
Not that I'm much of a one for alcohol, you understand.
Not much.
He was very fond of the sea, wasn't he?
Well, yes, in some ways. He was like a ruddy octopus at times. Arms everywhere.
What's that mean, Uncle Arthur?
What? Well, it means he sort of gestured a lot.
Oh, he was a real character. He used to ride along the cliffs on a black horse with his cloak flying in the wind. I always said he was just like Rochester.
Oh, yeah, I like him. I mean, he and Jack Benny are ever so good on the radio, aren't they?
I was referring to Rochester and Miss Jane Eyre.
Oh, I don't think I know them.
No, I don't. Do they live around here?
Oh, he was obsessed. He was obsessed with life on the other side.
You mean the Isle of Wight?
No, I mean, he was always going on about the hereafter.
What did you say to him? I know what you're here after.
I don't get that.
Yes, all right. Well, don't worry, Frank. I'll tell you when you're...
I know when I'm older.
Oh, I shall never forget the last time I saw him. It was just before he made his fateful voyage to France.
You mean when his yacht overturned?
Yes, I'd been up to the Grange the night previous with my crystal ball. I'd forgotten to take it away with me, so I went back next day to collect it.
What did you say? Please, can I have my ball back? I'm sorry.
Oh, anyway, while I was there, he asked me to read the cards for him as well. And what I saw revealed that he was headed for a watery grave. Do you know what it was?
A straight flush?
No! The Black Knave. Upside down.
Good heavens.
3 days later, he was drowned. Oh, but I'm digressing. So, you think his gold seahorse could still be there?
Oh, yes.
And now, how can I help?
You could look into your crystal ball.
Well, it's not quite as simple as that, dear. Anyway, supposing we did find it. What would be my cut?
Your cut?
Piece of the action.
What action is this?
Madam means how much will we cut her in for? What percentage?
Oh, I see. Well, the bank's currently paying 2.5%. So, should we say 3%?
I
beg your pardon?
25.
That's a bit steep, isn't it?
Take it or leave it.
Oh, I suppose we'd better take it, Arthur.
Yes, well, I'll have to think about that, you know.
Oh, good. That's settled then. 25%. Oh, Mr. Wilson, I do hate talking business. You know, I really have to force myself.
Yes. I can see it doesn't come easily to you.
I'll tell you what. I'll just get my ball out, and we'll have a little preliminary look, shall we?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Pike,
yes?
Would you take Satan for a minute while I get my ball?
Oh, yeah, all right then.
Here we are, Satan. Go to your friend. There. Sit down now with Mr. Pike. Oh, that's a good pussy. Oh, you know, it's astonishing the way he's taken to you. Right, here we are. One crystal ball. Would you mind switching the overhead light off, Mr. Hodges?
Righto.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, could you move the mother's ruin for me?
What? Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, you see, I sometimes have a glass of an evening. Oh, purely medicinal,
Of course.
know. Doctor's orders, you see.
I wonder which doctor that is, Gordon's or Booth.
Now, let's see what is in the bowl.
Oh, yes.
Oh, things I've seen in here.
Can you really look into the future?
Oh, yes.
You couldn't see when sweet rationing's coming off, could you?
Shut up, Pikey.
I only wanted to know. What can you see now?
I can see water.
I can't see anything.
Stretching out over the water. I see something long, made of wood.
A fishing rod?
No. It's the pier.
Sorry? Oh, hey, yes. Yes, I can see it now. Oh, look. There's something crawling along it. It's black with yellow slit eyes. If you get closer to the ball, you can see it. Look.
All right, Frank, all right. Now, calm down, for heaven's sake. It was only the reflection of the cat. You must have squashed him when you leant forward.
Its claws went right into my leg.
There. Are you all right, my beautiful?
Not too bad, thanks. I'm sorry.
There, that's a good boy. You go and have your little supper then. It's nice raw hearts and chicken livers. Oh, he loved it awful, you know.
Oh, yes, I can imagine.
Oh, no, it's no good. I'm afraid that's really shattered the mood. Anyway, I don't somehow think this is the right approach.
Well, I'm sorry if we wasted your time.
Hold on. How about if we left you the booklet with all the clues to study, then perhaps you could come down to the pier and do your stuff.
I would hardly call it doing my stuff.
Mr. Hodges meant calling up the spirit.
Oh, I don't have anything to do with spirits.
Not unless they're in a bottle. Well, if you don't want the job, we can always get some other crank, a fortune teller, to share the treasure with.
Listen, don't be too hasty about this. Perhaps if I was to study the clues, it might give me a lead. And then what we could do is this. Now, listen.
Well, Miss Guthrie, tonight's night.
Is it?
There's a full moon.
Well, I can see that. I'm not blind.
You know what that means, don't you?
You're going to turn into a werewolf.
Oh, no. Madame Zara's coming.
The pubs haven't shut yet, have they? I shouldn't be out in this night air. It's bad for my chest.
You should rub some goose grease on it. That's what my mum does when I've got a bad chest.
I wonder what that smell was. Anyway, why is Gladys Bickerstaff honouring us with her presence?
She thinks she knows where the seahorse is probably hidden.
What's that got to do with a full moon?
Well, it's in the clues, you see.
Well, I hope it's not going to take too long. I want to get home in time to listen to Paul Temple.
Oh, they're coming now. Hello, Uncle Arthur.
Hello, Frank. Mr. Guthrie.
Mr. Wilson.
All right, Frank?
Yeah, thanks, Bert.
Evening all. Oh, hello, Fred.
Oh, glad. So, you're all going to be rich, aren't you?
As soon as we find the fabulous seahorse.
No, Frank, don't get too excited.
I can't help it, Uncle Arthur. I can't help it.
Right, now then, Gladys. This is the Crooked House.
So I see.
You said all the clues point to here.
Yeah, that's right, as also my readings would indicate.
And what have you been reading, lad? Not the teacup.
Oh, now, Fred. Oh, dear. Only hope I can get the right vibration.
So do I.
Yes, I think I'm getting the vibration.
Must be the loose plank.
Shut up, Guthrie.
Yes, it's coming to me now. Mr. Wilson, would you come here close to me? Read me the final clue.
Do I have to?
Yes.
I mean, it's awfully public, isn't it?
Oh, yes. You've got the right kind of voice.
Uncle Arthur's got a lovely speaking voice, hasn't he? Just like Alvar Liddell.
Well, it's all right if you like that kind of thing. He's a bit too far for me.
Go on, Uncle, read the clue. Go on.
Very well. When the sun has run its race and the moon comes full to take its place, it will chart a crooked course, at the end of which you'll find the horse.
That's it.
Is it?
The full moon behind the crooked house casts a crooked shadow.
Of course.
At the end of that shadow, you'll find the treasure. Yes. Look at the shadow, look. Come on, quick, 6 for it. Oh, Uncle Arthur.
Yes, all right, Frank. I'm coming. Don't walk there, Frank. We're going right across the shadow. We can't see where it's going.
Sorry. Hey, look. I can see it.
Already? Where?
If you look between floorboards. Under the pier, you can see it glinting.
Let's have a look.
Hold on. Yes.
Yes, there is something. It's a brooch.
Yes.
Just a minute. It's fastened to a coat. And there's somebody in the coat. Good Lord, so there is. And there's somebody fastened to there's somebody in the coat. Hey, that's Fred Armitage again. What stamina.
Who is he with, then?
Blimey, it's Guthrie's daughter.
All right, don't look, Frank. Please.
Why not, Uncle? Why not?
Here, what's that? Here, let me have a look. Blimey. Martita? Is that you? Martita? Wait till I get you home, my girl. She told me she was going to a shorthand class.
Well, I think she was taking something down. Does that mean, Uncle?
Oh, not now, Frank. For heaven's sake, not now. We should never have sent her to that convent school.
Come on, we're supposed to be looking for the seahorse.
Yeah, come on.
We must be at the end of the shadow now.
Yeah, must be. Isn't it exciting?
Yes, we're nearly.
Look out!
Blimey.
Well, have you found it?
Found what?
The seal.
No, but we nearly found ourselves at the sea. We've run out of pier, Gladys. This is the bit that was blown up.
Oh, no. Where does the shadow finish, then?
Right there, in the sea, between the two bits of the pier.
Oh, bang goes my percentage.
So how are we going to find the fabulous seals? Can't you do anything, Madame Zara?
I'm afraid astronomy's not my field, dear.
Astronomy? Yes, we're going to have to buy ourselves a good telescope. What do you mean, Bert? Because our fantabulous seahorse is up there in the stars, mate. It must have been blown to bits in 1939.
Listening to It Sticks Out Half a Mile, starring John Le Mesurier as Arthur Wilson, Ian Lavender as Frank Pike, and Bill Pertwee as Mr. Hodges, whose characters were originally created by Jimmy Ferry and David Croft. Also in the cast were Vivienne Martin as Miss Perkins, Glyn Edwards as Guthrie, and Betty Marsden as Madame Zara. It Sticks Out Half a Mile was written by Harold Snowden and Michael Knowles, and produced by Martin Fisher.